My name's Aaron. I'm 36 years old, and until a few weeks ago, I still believed, naively, that family would never cross certain lines, that there were some invisible boundaries you just didn't touch. But as I learned at this year's family reunion, blood doesn't always mean loyalty. Sometimes it means entitlement. Sometimes it means betrayal dressed up in a smile and a hug. The reunion was my idea this year. It had been too long since we'd all been together. The last few years had scattered us across states and cities, jobs, kids, life. So I offered to host it at the cabin up in Pine Hollow, the one I'd bought with my bonus 2 years ago and renovated slowly during my weekends. Nobody knew I owned it. I just said I'd found a great rental spot and would cover the cost. I wanted it to be a surprise. Something good. Something unifying. My sister Leah and her husband, Mitch, arrived first with their 2 kids. Mitch gave me that firm handshake men do when they're trying to establish dominance, but I brushed it off. He'd always been a bit smug, a finance guy who lost his job during the tech layoffs and never quite got back on his feet. Leah was her usual self, warm, distracted, always playing peacekeeper between her husband and everyone else. Over the next few hours, the rest trickled in. My cousins from Denver, my aunt and uncle from Portland, even my dad flew in from Arizona. There were too many cars to count, too many hugs, too many casseroles shoved into the fridge. But for a moment, I felt like it was worth it. We were together again. The weekend unfolded the way these things usually do: barbecue smoke in the air, kids running barefoot through pine needles, wine bottles popping open as the sun dipped behind the trees. I handled most of the logistics: grill duty, towel distribution, grocery runs. No one asked who paid for anything. No one even thought to offer. That was fine. I wasn't doing it for recognition. I just wanted to see everyone laugh again. But Sunday night, something started to feel off. We'd just wrapped up a group photo by the lake, and I'd gone back inside to grab my camera bag. I keep a folder in it, one of those zippered, weatherproof pouches for receipts, emergency cash, and unfortunately, my business debit card. When I opened it, I felt it immediately. The pouch was thinner. I counted twice. Then a third time. $6,200 was gone. Clean. No receipts missing. Just the cash. I froze, standing there in the hallway as the laughter from the fire pit drifted through the screen door. My first thought was denial. Maybe I miscounted. Maybe I left it somewhere. But I knew I hadn't. I always kept my emergency fund there. Labeled. Crisp. I stared at the empty space in the folder and felt something shift in me, like a wire pulled too tight finally snapped. I didn't say anything that night. Not yet. I barely slept, lying in the cabin's guest room with my eyes open, staring at the wood-paneled ceiling, going over everything. Who had been inside? Who had touched my bag? My mind kept circling back to Mitch. He was the only one who had been alone in the cabin during the grocery run Saturday. Said he stayed back because his knee was acting up. Leah confirmed it. I'd brushed it off then, but now it burned in my head like a flashing light. The next morning, everyone gathered for breakfast before packing up. Fluffy pancakes, bacon, syrup, like nothing had happened. I stirred my coffee and waited. And when Mitch leaned back in his chair, sipping orange juice and cracking a joke about how expensive lakeside groceries must be these days, I locked eyes with him. I waited until the kids left the table. Then I spoke. "I'm missing some money," I said, calm and even. Quite a bit of it. It was in a folder in my camera bag. Only a few people had access to the cabin when the rest of us were out. The table quieted. My aunt blinked. My cousin set her fork down. Leah's face tightened like a balloon that had been stretched too far. Mitch didn't even blink. He leaned forward with that infuriating half-smile of his and said, "Well, maybe it's time for a little redistribution, huh? I mean, we've been struggling, Aaron. You make more than all of us combined. Maybe it's time someone else got a break." I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just reached into my backpack and pulled out the folder. Still zipped. Still neat. I laid it on the table. "Then you'll understand what happens now," I said quietly. They thought I was bluffing. Mitch let out a sharp laugh and shook his head. "Come on, man. Don't be dramatic. We're family." Leah tried to jump in. "Aaron, I'm sure there's an explanation we can talk about." But then it happened. A thunderous slam came from the front door. It burst open so hard it rattled the windows. The entire table jumped. The room went dead silent. And standing there in the doorway, silhouetted against the morning light, was the last person they ever expected to see. And he wasn't alone. He had a badge, a warrant, and a very personal reason for being there. My jaw clenched as I stood, watching the color drain from Mitch's face, watching Leah grip the edge of the table like it might stop the room from spinning. I didn't say a word. Not yet. I just watched the past 24 hours finally catch up to them. And that was only the beginning. The man in the doorway was Detective Marlowe. Not just any detective, he was a longtime family friend. His daughter, Camilla, used to come to our 4th of July picnics when we were kids. He'd coached our little league team for one summer when our usual coach got sick. I hadn't seen him in nearly a decade, not since his retirement from the city force. But here he stood, not retired anymore. Not casual. This was business. He held up a folder in one hand and a badge in the other. "Aaron," he said, nodding once. Then he turned to the rest of the table. "I'd like to speak to Mitchell Lane." Now, the air in the room turned thick. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Mitch blinked, trying to find his balance. But his usual charm didn't work here. "Detective, Marlowe, right? This must be a misunderstanding. We're just having breakfast." "Then you won't mind stepping outside," Marlowe cut him off. His voice was firm, but not loud. That made it worse somehow. He wasn't here to make a scene. He was here for results. I stayed seated, eyes locked on Leah. She looked like she was seeing a ghost, her hand trembling slightly as she clutched her coffee mug. Mitch stood slowly, his fork clattering onto the plate as he backed away from the table. Marlowe stepped aside to let him pass. Then 2 other officers entered behind him, quiet and focused, and followed Mitch outside. The screen door clicked shut behind them. Nobody spoke. The only sound was the wind rustling through the trees outside and the quiet pop of the fireplace settling. My aunt finally broke the silence. "Aaron, what is going on?" I took a breath, then stood and pulled a few papers from the folder. I didn't want to involve anyone outside the family. I began, my voice steady. But this wasn't just missing cash. Mitch didn't just take money. He crossed a line he knew I couldn't ignore. That folder didn't just have cash. It had security credentials for one of my company's encrypted test environments. He took photos of them, tried to use them, failed. But that alone was enough to trigger our internal red flags. My cousin gasped. "Wait, you're saying he tried to hack your work?" I nodded. "Or sell access. Which is worse?" I didn't want to believe it at first. I wanted to think it was just the money. But our systems logged an external breach attempt Sunday night, tied directly to a device pinging off this cabin's Wi-Fi. We flagged it, tracked the MAC address, and I got the call that night. Leah covered her mouth. "Oh my God. He didn't just steal from me," I said. "He compromised my work, my job, my security clearance. I could have lost everything." "But why didn't you say anything sooner?" my uncle asked. "I wanted to see if he'd own up to it. Give him a chance." He didn't. And when he made that little redistribution comment, I knew. From the porch, muffled voices could be heard. Marlowe speaking calmly, Mitch's tone rising in pitch. A thud. Another officer's voice, firmer now. Leah stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the hardwood. "Aaron, please, there has to be another way. He made a mistake. We can fix this. Don't let them take him. The kids, they need their father." I looked at her. I really looked. For a moment, I remembered being 8 years old, hiding behind her in the hallway when we were kids and our parents were fighting. I remembered how she always protected me from bullies. How she made me grilled cheese sandwiches when I came home from college, exhausted and broke. But that Leah hadn't stood up for me when Mitch stole from me. That Leah hadn't apologized. She had stayed quiet, complicit. And now, when faced with consequences, her first concern was Mitch, not the damage he'd done. "You should have thought about that before he crossed the line," I said quietly. "You don't get to hurt someone and then play the victim when they push back." Before she could respond, the screen door opened again. Mitch was back inside, his wrists cuffed in front of him, flanked by the 2 officers. "They have no proof," he barked. "It's all made up. This is a setup." Marlowe followed behind, eyes unreadable. He handed me a small slip of paper. It was my original handwritten serial record for the cash bundle. We used it to track transactions for our internal emergency funds. "Your notes match the serials we found in his bag," Marlowe said simply. "It's enough for now." Mitch's face went pale. "You went through my bag? You can't just." "I can when there's a signed complaint," Marlowe said, "which Aaron filed last night. You don't get to do this." Mitch shouted. "You're just some tech nerd who thinks he's better than the rest of us." "No," I said calmly. I'm the guy who paid for this entire weekend so you could eat, sleep, and laugh while plotting how to stab me in the back." He struggled, turning toward Leah. "Say something. Tell them this is crazy." But Leah just stood there, her face frozen in some unreadable mix of disbelief, guilt, and maybe, finally, regret. The officers moved toward the door. Marlowe gave me one last look and a nod of quiet respect. "This isn't over," Mitch shouted as they stepped outside again. "You'll regret this, Aaron. You think you're untouchable? You're not." The screen door slammed shut again. And this time, the silence in the cabin was absolute. No one moved. No one said a word. I sat back down, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding for 3 straight days. But this wasn't the end, because Mitch had left behind more than just damage. He'd left behind secrets, ones that were about to unravel everything I thought I knew about my family. And when I finally opened that second folder in my bag, the one he clearly didn't see, what I found changed everything. Even now, I'm not sure how deep this goes, but I'm about to find out. The second folder had always been there, zipped behind a fabric divider I used for backup documents. I only kept it there because it was the safest place I could think of, far from my apartment, hidden in plain sight among camping receipts and allergy meds. No one, not even my assistant back at the firm, knew about it. That folder held printouts of encrypted communication logs from an internal investigation at my company, something I'd been quietly assisting with for months. At first, the case had nothing to do with my personal life. It was purely professional, an anonymous leak of test architecture for one of our pending government contracts. My team had traced fragments of the data outside our usual servers, pinging suspicious IP addresses, most of them dead ends. But 3 weeks before the reunion, a new signal had emerged, not just from my company's environment, but from a residential network. The twist? That IP originated from my hometown, a suburb just 20 minutes away from the house I grew up in. I'd only printed out the logs because part of me, call it paranoia, or maybe just instinct, wanted a physical copy in case everything went sideways. What Mitch didn't know, and what even I hadn't realized until I sat there with my hands trembling on the zipper, was that his name might not have been the only one involved. I opened the folder. On the second page, there it was, a login record. The username was nonsense, a randomized alias. But the MAC address, the digital fingerprint, matched another one from last year. I scanned further down. Another match. Then another. And just like that, the timeline started to form in my head. The signal hadn't only come from the cabin. It had originated much earlier, months ago, from a location registered under the name Lane C. I froze. C. Mitch didn't have a sibling named C, but he had a cousin, Cameron. Mitch's cousin Cameron had always been the overlooked one in the family, quiet, awkward, the guy who sat 2 seats away and nodded politely when you offered him bread. He worked in IT, nothing high profile, some local firm in Sacramento. I hadn't seen him in a year. He wasn't even invited to this reunion. But his last appearance? A barbecue at Leah and Mitch's house. 4 months ago, I pulled out the envelope taped to the back of the folder, photos, timestamp screenshots, and most damning of all, a network map showing 5 ping relays. One at Cameron's apartment, one at a co-working space near Leah and Mitch's old address, one from Mitch's previous employer, the one he was fired from. My stomach dropped. It wasn't just greed. It was a funnel. And the man I'd just had arrested for stealing cash might have been part of something much bigger, something criminal. But maybe not the leader. I stood up slowly, gripping the folder as if it might vanish if I let go. Leah was still standing, arms folded, her eyes red and glossy. I approached her. "I need to ask you something," I said, quieter now. She looked up. "What? How long has Cameron been coming around the house?" Her brow furrowed. "Not in months. Since maybe April?" "What?" I didn't answer her. "Not yet." I walked toward the corner of the living room where my laptop bag sat half-zipped. I pulled out my hard drive, connected it, and opened the backup logs. As expected, I found the same timestamps from the initial leak. The only thing I hadn't done yet was cross-reference them against physical locations. But now I had something better. I turned to the rest of the family, who had started shifting uncomfortably in their seats. My uncle whispered something to my aunt. My cousin texted under the table. Everyone was uneasy, but they still didn't understand the scope of what was happening. "I need everyone to stay," I said, trying to keep the tension from cracking my voice. "This isn't just about stolen cash anymore. My dad looked up from his seat by the fireplace, concern etched into the wrinkles around his mouth. Aaron, son, what exactly are you saying? I looked at him, then at Leah, then at the folder in my hand. I think Mitch wasn't working alone, and I think someone else here knows more than they've let on. Dead silence. Then, from the far corner of the room, came a slow, deliberate cough. Everyone turned. Uncle Rick. He shifted forward in his chair and said, "That's a heavy accusation, Aaron." My pulse spiked. I didn't name anyone. "But you were about to," he said. I stared at him. Something in his tone didn't match the usual uncle with a bad back vibe. He sounded rehearsed. "I'm sorry," I said. "Why are you so defensive?" He tilted his head. "You always had a way of making mountains out of molehills." Leah cut in, voice hoarse. "Wait, Rick, why are you talking like this?" Rick looked at her, then at me, and exhaled like a man resigning to the fact that a secret was about to unravel, whether he liked it or not. "I told Mitch to drop it," he said finally. "I told him it was too risky." The room went still again. My vision tunneled. I took a step closer. "Drop what?" Rick reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small USB stick. He placed it on the coffee table with a soft clink. "I told him he could skim small things. Get by. But you? You were the golden goose. The one who always paid. Always showed up. You practically asked for it." My mouth went dry. "Are you saying you encouraged this?" "I'm saying," he said, leaning back, "that you don't build a family empire on pride alone. Sometimes you have to bend the rules to survive." "You're not surviving," I said, barely holding back. "You're leeching. Off your own blood." Rick shrugged. "That's just business, kid. You wouldn't understand." I stared at the USB drive, then at the faces of the people I grew up with. My cousin still texting nervously, my aunt frozen in shock, my father shaking his head like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The layers were peeling back faster than I could process. And suddenly, I wasn't just looking at a stolen $6,200 anymore. I was looking at a conspiracy, one that went deeper than I'd ever imagined. And the worst part? It was only just beginning. I stared at the USB drive lying on the coffee table like it was radioactive. The entire room was silent except for the soft hiss of the fireplace. Uncle Rick leaned back in the armchair like he hadn't just admitted to orchestrating a scheme that violated both family trust and multiple federal laws. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it echo in my ears. Leah sat down slowly, as if her knees had finally given up, her hands shaking in her lap. "You were stealing from me?" I asked, voice low and flat, staring at Rick. Rick didn't flinch. "Not from you. From the system. From a man who thought he was above the rest of us. You're not a victim, Aaron. You just got smart and made money. The rest of us? We got left behind. So you decided to take what you didn't earn." He rolled his eyes. "Spare me the righteousness. I made sacrifices for this family. When your dad bailed on the construction loan, who stepped in to co-sign? Me. Who helped Mitch and Leah with their down payment? Me. You kids think success is owed to you just because you landed in the right career." I turned toward my dad, who looked pale and small in his chair, like the truth had aged him in minutes. "Is that true?" I asked. Dad didn't answer. He just closed his eyes and whispered. I didn't know what they were doing, but I didn't believe him. Not anymore. Rick leaned forward. "Look, you can blow this up, sure. Get everyone arrested. Humiliate Leah. Wreck what little's left of the family. But that makes you the villain, Aaron. Not us." I knelt slowly, picked up the USB, and slipped it into my laptop without a word. The files popped open immediately. Encrypted logs. Exported spreadsheets. Email drafts between Rick and Mitch. A copied chain with Cameron's name on it. IP addresses. Routing data. And, finally, payment receipts, small amounts, funneled to prepaid cards over the past 6 months. The amounts were too specific to be random. They weren't laundering, they were siphoning. And they were good at it. But they weren't good enough. I copied the folder to my drive, then turned to the rest of the room. My aunt, eyes glassy. My cousin, gone pale. Leah was silently weeping now, her hands covering her face. She still hadn't said a word to defend her husband. Maybe because somewhere deep down, she knew. She just didn't want to admit it. I took a breath. I gave everyone here the benefit of the doubt. I assumed the best. I let myself believe that love and loyalty meant something. But this, I held up the USB. This is betrayal. On a level I didn't think any of you were capable of. Rick smirked, that same smug look Mitch had worn. And what now? You call the cops? Press charges? Watch the whole family go up in smoke. I tilted my head. No. He blinked. No. I already did. A knock at the door. 3 hard pounds. Everyone jumped. I didn't flinch. I walked over and opened it. Detective Marlowe stepped in again. Only this time, he wasn't alone. 2 agents followed him. Suits. Department of Homeland Security. And behind them, 2 uniformed officers with body cams already rolling. Mr. Lane, one of the DHS agents said as she stepped forward, her tone clipped and professional. You're being detained for questioning in connection to a federal cybersecurity breach involving a government defense contractor. Rick shot to his feet. You can't. This is a private family gathering. The agent flashed a thin smile. And you've been on our radar for months. Thanks to your nephew's cooperation, we now have enough to pursue federal charges. Rick's face turned the color of wet cement. Leah stood up, crying now. No, no. Please, he's my uncle. My kids. I turned to her. You knew Mitch was stealing. You might not have known the rest, but you knew enough. And you said nothing. You let him dig this hole. Don't expect me to pull him out. The agents cuffed Rick and read him his rights while my aunt began sobbing softly into a napkin. The others just stared, stunned. As the officers moved toward the door with Rick in tow, the second DHS agent turned to me and nodded. We'll need your full statements and digital copies. You've done the right thing. I know, I said quietly. They left with Rick, the door closing behind them with a finality that echoed in the cabin's wooden walls. Silence returned, but it was different now, hollow, broken. I walked over to the table and picked up the folder again. The weight of it felt different now, heavier, but somehow cleaner. Leah walked up behind me. Her voice was small, barely audible. What happens to Mitch? I didn't turn around. That depends on what else they find on his devices. But he's not walking away. I didn't know, Aaron. I swear to God. I finally turned. Her eyes were red, puffy. She looked like a shell of the sister I grew up with. I want to believe you, I said. But I don't know what to believe anymore. So you'll forgive me if I don't come to the next reunion. She winced like I'd slapped her. I didn't mean for any of this. No one ever does, I said, cutting her off. I grabbed my backpack and slung it over my shoulder. The others stayed frozen, unsure if they should follow me, speak to me, or just let me go. I gave them nothing, just silence. As I stepped out onto the porch, the air hit me like a clean slap. Cool, pine-scented, sharp. I walked down the path toward my car. Leaves crunched beneath my boots. And as I pulled open the driver's door, I paused. I looked back once, just once, at the cabin that had been filled with so much laughter just 48 hours ago. That same cabin now stood as a monument to a family I thought I knew, and the truth I could never unsee again. And maybe it was better this way, because sometimes cutting ties isn't cruelty, it's survival. And for the first time in a long time, I felt free. Thanksgiving used to be my favorite holiday. The food, the crisp air, the way the whole family packed into one house like clowns into a car. I loved the chaos, until I became the villain in it. My name's Alex, I'm 29, and for the first time in my life, I didn't get the invite. No text, no call, no what time are you coming? Just silence. I found out about the dinner from a photo my uncle posted. Everyone was there. Everyone except me. But I guess I should rewind. I'm the oldest of 3, the responsible one, according to every report card my mom ever signed. Growing up, that meant I got blamed first when something broke, praised last when something worked, and somehow always ended up driving everyone to school, even when I didn't have gas money. My sister Lena is 26, works part-time as a social media strategist, whatever that means, and still lives at home. My brother Josh is 22, rides a motorcycle he can't afford, and once borrowed my laptop for a semester without asking. Spoiler, I never got it back. My mom is complicated. The kind of woman who can make you feel guilty for sneezing too loud. She's obsessed with appearances. Don't post that. I don't want people to think we're messy. And talks like our family is some kind of dynasty when, really, we're just a middle-class household in upstate New York with a leaky roof and a very judgmental cat. My dad, he left when I was 16. Another story for another time. So when I graduated college early, got a job in commercial real estate, and bought a house before I turned 28, I expected maybe a little acknowledgement. Instead, my mom acted like I'd betrayed her by not staying close to home. And by close, she meant emotionally codependent and financially tethered. Last year's Thanksgiving ended in disaster. Josh showed up drunk. Lena brought some guy she just met on Tinder, and when I suggested maybe next year we keep things smaller, my mom turned on me like I'd kicked her dog. "You always think you're better than us," she snapped, slapping down the mashed potatoes so hard they sprayed onto my shirt. "Maybe next year. Stay home if it's so unbearable." It was one of those comments meant to sting, but not stick. Or so I thought. Fast forward to this year. November rolled around, and I waited. I wasn't going to beg for an invite. I've grown past that, but I assumed someone would reach out. A text, a meme, a vague, "What are you doing for Thanksgiving?" But the closer we got, the more the silence buzzed in my ear. Then came the call. It was a Tuesday. I was on my lunch break, eating a lukewarm sandwich and watching reruns of Shark Tank when my phone rang. "Mom." "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "I just wanted to be clear so there's no confusion," she said immediately. "We're keeping things simple this year. Just the core family. It's been a tense year, Alex. And I think everyone could use a little less drama." I blinked. "Core family. I'm your son." "I know that," she said, defensive now. "But you bring tension. You always have opinions. You make people feel judged." "I make people feel judged?" I repeated, stunned. "Mom, Lena brought a stranger to Thanksgiving last year who stole our blender." "It was a misunderstanding," she snapped. "Don't twist things." "Josh literally started a fight in the driveway," I said, my voice rising. "Because you provoked him. You always think you're above everyone." And there it was. That line she always throws when she doesn't want to admit she's playing favorites. I ended the call before I said something I'd regret. I stared at my phone, trying to figure out whether I felt more hurt or more angry. Both, I guess. I decided to spend Thanksgiving alone. Roasted a chicken, made instant potatoes, even lit a candle like a sad parody of domestic bliss. I was doing fine. Really, I was, until my phone buzzed at 7:12 p.m. It was a photo from Uncle Rob. The caption read, "Finally, a peaceful holiday." I zoomed in. My mom, beaming. Josh, holding a beer. Lena, front and center, like she owned the place. Even my cousin Frankie made it, and he lives in Ohio. There was an empty chair at the table. A chair where I would have sat. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe spite. Maybe clarity. Maybe I was just done being the family punching bag. But I walked over to my filing cabinet, pulled out a manila folder, and snapped a photo of the property tax bill. You see, the house they were celebrating in? It's technically mine. When my dad left, he signed over his half of the property to me as part of an ugly legal agreement no one ever talks about. I paid off the liens, refinanced the mortgage, and let my mom stay rent-free out of guilt and obligation. But the taxes? Those are still under my name. And they were due the next day. So I sent the screenshot to Uncle Rob, who owns a landscaping business and had once offered to help me take the house off my hands for cheap. I typed, "They're due tomorrow. Good luck." 10 minutes later, my phone lit up. First call was from Mom. Then Lena. Then Josh. Then back to Mom. 7 calls in a row, each ignored. Then the text started. "What did you do? Alex, don't be like this. This is low, even for you. You're going to ruin Thanksgiving." I stared at the screen as it vibrated with panic. For once, they weren't ignoring me. For once, they realized I wasn't some forgotten side character in their picture-perfect narrative. But I didn't respond. Not yet. Because part of me wanted to hear what they'd say when I picked up. Whether they'd apologize. Whether they'd even try. Or whether this was just another performance in the long-running drama that is my family. And then, just as I reached for the phone, it stopped ringing. Everything went quiet. Until, ding, a voicemail. And what I heard in that message changed everything. I didn't listen to the voicemail right away. I let it sit there in my notifications like a wound I didn't want to poke. I poured myself a drink, something stronger than wine, and sat on the couch, watching the fire flicker on the TV screen because I didn't own a real fireplace. The chicken was already cold. The mashed potatoes untouched. Everything felt like a performance I didn't get to audition for. But eventually, curiosity chewed through the last thread of restraint, and I tapped play. It was my mother's voice. Tired. Flat. But there was no apology, no softening, not even a breadcrumb of remorse. Instead, she spoke like she was dictating a letter. "Alex," she began, "I don't know what that little stunt was supposed to prove, but if you think you can hold this family hostage just because you have your name on a piece of paper, you're mistaken." A pause. Then the real venom. "You've always needed to feel important. You get that from your father. That same need to control everything. And just like him, you'll end up alone. I hope you're proud of yourself. I sat there, phone in hand, listening to the silence after her words like it could somehow fill in what she didn't say. No, we miss you. No, let's talk. Just a surgical strike to the gut and a cold click of disconnection. The voicemail only lasted 32 seconds. But I replayed it 3 times, like a fool trying to find a hidden meaning. Spoiler, there wasn't one. She meant every word. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking back to all the times I'd made excuses for her. For all of them. The birthdays where they forgot to call but got busy. The times I offered to help with bills and was told I was trying to buy their love. The holidays where I played the designated driver while Josh stumbled into the punch bowl and Lena live-tweeted family drama for clout. And through all of it, I told myself this was what families do. They bicker. They bruise. But they stay. Right? Except I was always the one staying. Staying patient. Staying generous. Staying silent. Until now. I didn't respond to the voicemail. I didn't answer the texts or the missed calls. I took the next 2 days off work and drove out to the cabin my dad left me upstate. I hadn't been there in years. Not since he passed. It was old, dusty, and half frozen, but it was mine. And more importantly, it was quiet. Out there, with no cell signal and only the sound of wind against the windows, I finally let myself feel it. Not just the anger, but the grief. Because that's what it was, really. Grieving a family that never truly saw me. Grieving a childhood spent trying to earn affection like it was a reward instead of a given. On Saturday, I came back to reality. My inbox was full. A few work emails. A spam message about car insurance. And 5 texts from Lena. You can't just ignore us. I don't know what you're trying to prove. This is seriously messed up. Are you even going to pay it? Don't make me come over. That last one made me laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was so completely Lena. She always thought showing up uninvited was some kind of power move. Sure enough, around noon, I heard the buzz of my apartment intercom. I ignored it. Then came the knock. Then the banging. Then the sound of someone trying to jiggle the door handle. I opened the door just enough to block the frame with my foot. Lena stood there in a puffy coat, sunglasses, and a look like she was walking into a courtroom instead of her brother's apartment. You're being a jerk, she said by way of greeting. Good to see you too. I'm serious, Alex. You're making everything worse. Do you have any idea what you've done? Reminded you the house isn't free? She rolled her eyes and pushed past me, making herself at home like she always did. She dropped onto the couch, kicked off her boots, and pulled out her phone like this was a routine visit. Mom's freaking out, she said, not looking at me. She's convinced you're going to evict her. I never said that. Well, you didn't say anything. Which, in Mom's world, is worse. I sat across from her, arms folded. Why are you really here, Lena? She hesitated, then said it, just like I feared she would. She wants to transfer the property into her name. I laughed. Not a chuckle. A full, stunned laugh that echoed in my chest. She wants to what? She said it's better if the house is legally hers. Less tension. That way you can't pull this kind of power play again. I stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Let me get this straight. You all freeze me out of Thanksgiving. Mock me. Talk behind my back. And now you want me to hand over the deed? Just so you can keep pretending I don't exist. Lena shifted uncomfortably. You're making this more dramatic than it needs to be. No. I'm making it real. Maybe for the first time. She stood, clearly sensing the conversation was collapsing. Look, she said, her voice softening. I don't want to fight. I just want things to go back to normal. Normal for you means pretending I don't matter unless you need something. She winced. That's not true, isn't it? There was a long pause. Then she whispered something I wasn't expecting. She's planning to take legal action. That stunned me into silence. Legal action? For what? She's claiming Dad only gave you the deed because you manipulated him while he was sick. She says she's going to challenge the transfer. The room swayed a little. I stood up, walked to the kitchen, and gripped the counter to keep myself steady. I thought I was angry before, but this was different. This was betrayal. Deep, calculated betrayal. She knows that's not true, I said, voice low. She thinks it is, Lena offered weakly. Or at least, she's convinced herself. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. If I did, I might say something I couldn't take back. Lena left not long after, mumbling something about trying to keep the peace. I didn't walk her out. That night, I dug out the old folder of legal documents. the deed transfer, the notarized letters, even the handwritten note from my dad, telling me, in shaky script, "You earned this, Alex. Keep it safe." I stared at that note for a long time. My dad wasn't perfect. He left. He made mistakes. But he saw me. He trusted me. And now, the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally were trying to undo his last decision. For what? Spite? Control? I didn't sleep again that night. Sunday morning came with another surprise. Uncle Rob had posted a second photo. This one showed my mom standing on the porch, holding a piece of paper. The caption read, "Family stands together, no matter what." But what caught my eye wasn't the caption. It was the angle, the way the paper was tilted just enough for me to recognize it. It was a screenshot of my dad's signature, cropped, out of context. I zoomed in, enhanced, tilted. It was a move, a clear, calculated move. They were trying to get ahead of the narrative, trying to spin it like I forged it, like I was the ungrateful son out for revenge. That was the moment something broke in me. Not sadness, not anger, not even betrayal. Resolve. I pulled out my phone and called my lawyer. Not for vengeance. Not yet. But to prepare. Because they wanted a war? They had no idea who they were messing with. I didn't answer any calls that week. Not from Lena, not from Josh, and definitely not from my mom. I ignored every ding, every ping, every just want to talk voicemail that sounded more like a veiled threat than an olive branch. It was easier to stay quiet, to say nothing. But inside, I was unraveling. Each day felt like I was walking underwater, heavy and slow, with invisible pressure pressing against my chest. The real punch to the gut came on Monday morning. I logged into my online banking to transfer funds for the property taxes, figuring maybe I'd pay it out of habit, just to keep things from exploding too fast, when I noticed something strange. A withdrawal. A big one. From an account I hadn't touched in months. I blinked at the screen. $2,400. Transferred via mobile app to Lena's name. I sat back, heart in my throat. How did she? Then I remembered. Months ago, I helped her set up a new budgeting system after one of her freelance gigs fell through. She'd lost a client, couldn't pay rent, and cried over the phone until I offered to help her get back on track. I created joint access to an emergency savings account under my name, just for her to use in case things got bad again. I told myself I was being smart, being generous. I told myself I could trust her. She must have kept the login. I called the bank and froze the account. Reported the unauthorized withdrawal. The rep on the phone apologized and told me they'd look into it. But we both knew how slow that process would be. I hung up without thanking her. That afternoon, I texted Lena a single question. "Did you take money from my savings?" Her response came instantly. "I borrowed it. Mom needed it for a lawyer consultation." My jaw clenched. I typed, deleted, retyped. "You stole it. It wasn't yours. You didn't even ask." She didn't deny it. Instead, she doubled down. "I knew you'd freak out. That's why I didn't ask. You're so obsessed with control, Alex. It's pathetic." There it was again. The family refrain. Control. The word they all clung to whenever I set a boundary or enforced consequences. They called it controlling. I called it survival. The betrayal stung deeper than I expected. Not because of the money, but because, after everything, they still saw me as a bank account with a bad attitude. That night, I sat in the dark and let myself spiral. I thought about cutting them off completely, changing my number, selling the house out from under them just to make a point. I pictured myself standing on the porch with a for sale sign while my mother screamed from the front window. The image should have made me feel better, but it didn't, because I didn't want revenge. Not really. I wanted distance. I wanted peace. And most of all, I wanted to stop needing their approval like it was oxygen. The next morning, I called in sick. I told my boss I had the flu. He didn't believe me, but he didn't press. I packed a duffel bag, grabbed my laptop, and drove 4 hours north to the cabin again. This time, I stayed for a week. At first, I thought I'd go crazy without the noise. No city traffic, no group chats, just trees, wind, and the occasional squirrel scuttling across the roof. But after the second day, I started to feel lighter. I woke up early, drank coffee on the porch, read a book I hadn't touched in years. I even started sketching in an old notepad I found buried in a drawer, something I used to do in college before life got too busy and my family got too loud. One night, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. No agenda, no work, just a blinking cursor. And I started writing. It wasn't anything special, just a few thoughts, memories, things I'd never said out loud. I wrote about my dad, about the quiet strength he carried in his last few months, about how, even when he was dying, he never asked me for anything, but left me the house, the deed, the final vote of confidence no one else in my family had ever offered. I wrote about Thanksgiving, about that photo, about how it felt to be edited out of a life I helped build. It was messy, rambling, personal, but it felt like breathing again. Each day, I added more. Not for anyone else, just for me. I didn't realize it at the time, but that journal, that mess of thoughts and grief and resilience, was the first brick in rebuilding myself. When I returned to the city, I felt different. Not healed, not fixed, but steadier. I reactivated my accounts, changed passwords, closed the emergency savings account. I emailed the bank to follow up on the fraud case and sent a formal request for Lena to repay the money. I knew she wouldn't, but the act of setting the boundary was enough. Then I hired a new lawyer, one that specialized in estate disputes and toxic family dynamics. We went over the original property documents, my dad's note, the transfer agreements, every shred of paper I had that proved my claim. My lawyer, Veronica, sharp as a blade and twice as calm, assured me we had a strong case. They'd have to prove he was coerced, she said, flipping through the files. Which, based on these dates and this note, they won't. They can throw stones. But legally, they're in glass houses. I didn't smile. Not yet. But it was the first time I felt like I wasn't alone in the fight. By February, the dust had started to settle. Lena stopped texting. Josh unfollowed me on everything. My mom sent one last email, short, bitter, and entirely performative. I hope you're happy, Alex. You've divided this family. I didn't respond. Instead, I kept writing. Every morning before work, I'd spend an hour journaling. Then it became 2. Then I started reshaping my entries into essays. Then I submitted one, on a whim, to a small online publication that focused on family estrangement. They accepted it. A week later, they published it under a pseudonym. The response was overwhelming. Dozens of comments from strangers who said they saw themselves in my words. Emails from people who'd gone through something similar. Some even reached out just to say thank you. That night, I cried. Not because of the attention, but because, for the first time, I realized I wasn't broken, just bent. And bending is not the same as breaking. The essay turned into a series, then a regular column. A few months later, an editor from a mid-sized publishing house contacted me and asked if I'd ever considered writing a memoir. I laughed at the idea at first. Who'd want to read about me? But then I remembered the voicemails, the fake smiles in those family photos, the cold silence that followed every moment I dared to speak up. Maybe someone would want to read that. Maybe someone needed to. So I said yes. I signed the contract in early April. The advance wasn't massive, but it was more than symbolic. It meant my story had value, that I had value, even without their approval, especially without it. I still live in the same apartment, still walk past the same coffee shop each morning. But something in me has shifted. I don't flinch when I see a family photo anymore. I don't check my phone waiting for texts that never come. I still miss them, sometimes, in a blurry, echo-like way. But I don't need them. And that, more than anything, is what freedom feels like. I'm no longer chasing peace from people who feed on chaos. I'm building it myself, brick by quiet, steady brick. And just when I thought things had finally leveled out, just when I thought I could finally move on, a certified letter arrived in my mailbox from their lawyer with one sentence that made my blood run cold. We are requesting immediate mediation regarding ownership of the property located at. The envelope was thick, cream-colored with a raised crest on the corner that screamed expensive in the most passive-aggressive way possible. Inside, 2 pages of cold legal jargon with one goal, to scare me. But I wasn't scared. Not this time. I sat on the edge of my bed, the letter in one hand, my phone in the other, rereading the phrase that kept buzzing in my brain. Immediate mediation. It sounded civil, polite even, but the subtext was clear. My family had officially declared war. They weren't just bluffing anymore. They were trying to take the house my dad left me, the house I rescued from foreclosure, the house they used to host their peaceful Thanksgiving without me. And now they wanted it back. Through the courts, I could practically hear my mother's voice in the background of that decision, dripping with self-righteous confidence. We're just setting things right. He doesn't deserve it anyway. At first, I was furious, then oddly calm. There's something strangely empowering about watching someone tip their hand after months of backstabbing. Now that they'd made the first legal move, I could finally stop guessing their intentions and start planning my defense and my offense. I called Veronica immediately. She answered on the second ring. Let me guess. Mediation request. They actually filed it, I said, my voice level. They want to mediate ownership of the house. She didn't sound surprised. I figured they'd pull something like this once they realized you weren't going to back down. Can they win? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Not unless you roll over, she said. Mediation doesn't mean they have a case. It just means they want to settle things outside of court, hoping you'll compromise. I'm not compromising, I said. Good, she replied. Because now we get strategic. Over the next few weeks, I worked with Veronica to gather everything. Every document, every dated email, every note from my dad, even a series of old voicemails where he mentioned the house and how proud he was that I took care of things. We pulled phone records, utility bills, even screenshots of texts where Lena and Josh casually acknowledged I paid the taxes, including the infamous "good luck" screenshot I sent Uncle Rob. But legal battles aren't just about facts. They're about perception, narrative, timing. And if they wanted to make this personal, I was prepared to meet them head on. I spent hours drafting a statement for the mediator, but not one of those cold, lawyer-written blurbs. I wrote it myself, from the heart. I talked about growing up in that house, about the years I spent fixing it, financially and physically, about how I let my mom live there rent-free, out of obligation and love, even when she treated me like an outsider. I didn't paint myself as a martyr. I painted myself as the son who showed up when no one else did. Veronica looked over my draft and nodded. This will hit hard, she said, especially if we let them go first. You think they'll lie? They won't have to, she replied. They'll exaggerate, spin, minimize your contributions, and maximize their own. It's what people do when they're losing. And I wanted them to lose. But I didn't just want to win the house. I wanted to take the mask off, to expose the quiet rot in my family's foundation, the manipulation, the favoritism, the years of rewriting history to make themselves feel better about how they treated me. So I started planning something else, something outside of the legal system. A story. I decided to finish the memoir. The publishing deal was still on the table. My editor had been checking in every month or so, politely nudging me for updates. I'd been dragging my feet, afraid of the emotional cost. But now, with the mediation looming, I knew it was time. I retitled the manuscript, The Leftover Son, and I poured everything into it. The stories I'd buried. The ones I thought no one would believe, like the time I got a job offer in another state and my mom cried for 2 days, not because she'd miss me, but because I didn't ask for her advice first. Or the time Josh crashed my car and told everyone I was the reckless one. Or the night Lena borrowed money to pay rent and then posted Instagram stories from a rooftop bar in Miami. I wrote about the Thanksgiving photo, the cold call from my mom, the voicemail that still sat on my phone like a scar I refused to delete. I changed names, masked details, but the truth was unmistakable. And for the first time in my life, I didn't care what they thought. I sent the draft to my editor on a Friday morning. By Sunday night, she called me in tears. This is powerful, she said. It's raw and honest and uncomfortable in the best way. Are you sure you're ready for people to read this? I'm sure, I said, because I was done hiding. A week before the scheduled mediation, something strange happened. I got a text from Josh. Hey, you free to talk? No apology. No context. Just that. I didn't respond. An hour later, a call from a blocked number. I let it go to voicemail. It was him. His voice was quieter than I remembered. Slower. Hey man, I don't know what mom told you, but I didn't want to get lawyers involved. I told her this was a bad idea. I told her you wouldn't back down. She thinks you owe her. I dunno. I didn't want this to get ugly. That made me laugh. Ugly? We'd passed ugly 10 miles ago, and were headed straight into catastrophic. He ended the voicemail with a muttered, "Call me if you want." I didn't, but I listened to that message 5 times. Not because I was moved, but because I was studying him. His tone, his wording, and it confirmed something I'd suspected for a long time. Josh wasn't the ringleader. He was the weapon, and mom was the one holding him. I shared the voicemail with Veronica. She raised an eyebrow. Do you want to use this? She asked. Not in court, I said, but it's good to know where his head is. 3 days before mediation, Lena called me. No voicemail. Just one long text. You're tearing this family apart. If you go through with this, don't ever expect us to speak to you again. You're dead to me. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I typed one word. Okay. Because if they needed me to be the villain in their story, so be it. I'd be the villain who protected what was his. I'd be the villain who stopped pretending. And I wasn't alone anymore. My publisher had scheduled the book for an early summer release. The column was still gaining traction. Readers had started emailing regularly, asking for updates, sharing their own stories. One woman told me she left an abusive mother after reading my essay. Another man said he showed his sister my words when she accused him of overreacting to being excluded from Christmas. It was no longer just about my story. It was about every person who'd been made to feel like they were too much or not enough. I didn't share these wins with anyone in my family. They wouldn't have cared. But I kept the emails, printed them, taped one to my fridge. Thank you for saying the thing I was never allowed to say. The night before mediation, I barely slept. But I didn't toss and turn from anxiety. I rehearsed. I visualized the room, the faces, the conversation. I imagined my mother twisting the facts, Lena rolling her eyes, Josh pretending to be neutral. And I saw myself, calmly, clearly, holding the truth. The legal truth. The emotional truth. The truth they'd buried for years. And I was ready to dig it up. Because this wasn't just a mediation. It was the stage for the final reveal. And I had one last card to play. A surprise they wouldn't see coming. Mediation was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon in a beige office building downtown. The kind of place with abstract art on the walls and complimentary mints in glass bowls. I arrived 15 minutes early, dressed in a navy blue blazer and carrying a slim folder under my arm. Not too aggressive, not too casual, just enough to look composed and unshakable. Veronica was already there, flipping through her notes with the same quiet intensity she always had. She greeted me with a nod, and I appreciated that she didn't ask how I was doing. That kind of question felt useless at this point. We both knew what this was. The final round. The reveal. We were escorted into a neutral conference room with a long wooden table and padded chairs. Across from me sat my mother, Lena, and a man in a sharp suit who looked like he billed in 15-minute increments. Josh wasn't there. No surprise. He never showed up when things got real. My mother looked rehearsed. Her hair was perfect. Makeup subtle. She wore a muted cardigan and a pearl necklace, like she was auditioning for a Hallmark movie called Grieving Matriarch Falsely Accused. Lena didn't meet my eyes. She scrolled through her phone as if the whole thing bored her. The mediator, a balding man with glasses and the voice of a guidance counselor, opened with pleasantries. Veronica and I stayed quiet, letting them go first. That was our plan. Always let the lie come out before the truth does. Let them dig the hole, then hand them the shovel. Their lawyer opened with a speech that would have been laughable if it wasn't so meticulously crafted. The home in question has been in the family for decades. Our clients argue that the 2017 deed transfer to Mr. Alex Coleman occurred under duress, during a time when the original owner, Mr. Ronald Coleman, was experiencing diminished mental capacity. They allege that Mr. Coleman unduly influenced his father, isolating him from the rest of the family and exploiting his illness to gain control of the property. I blinked slowly, not because I was surprised, but because hearing it spoken out loud felt like touching ice. My mother sniffled. Actually sniffled. As if on cue. Veronica didn't flinch. When the lawyer finished, she leaned forward, hands calmly folded. "We'll address every point," she said. "But first, I'd like to enter into record the following exhibits. The notarized deed, Mr. Ronald Coleman's medical evaluation from 2016 showing no cognitive impairment, a signed letter from his primary care physician affirming his decision-making capacity, and audio files dated from late 2017 in which Mr. Ronald Coleman discusses his intention to transfer the home to his eldest son due to his financial stability and responsible track record." She slid the documents across the table like she was dealing poker chips. The other lawyer's expression tightened. My mother's eyes darted toward the pages. Lena froze. Veronica didn't stop. "We also have multiple bank statements showing Mr. Alex Coleman paid the property taxes, maintenance costs, and emergency repairs on the home for 5 consecutive years, during which the plaintiffs contributed $0. She glanced at me. I nodded. "Lastly," she added, We have correspondence from Ms. Lena Coleman explicitly thanking Mr. Coleman for covering the taxes, which we're happy to read aloud. Lena shot up straighter. That was taken out of context. No, Veronica said simply. It was taken from your phone. The mediator raised a hand, trying to maintain order. Let's allow everyone to speak in turn. So I spoke. I didn't shout. I didn't gloat. I just told the truth. I talked about my dad's last months. About the legal process of the transfer. About the night I found the roof leaking and spent $3,000 fixing it without telling anyone. I talked about the years I paid the bills, quietly, while letting my mom live there out of guilt and obligation. Only to be told I brought too much drama to Thanksgiving. I pulled out the final piece. A handwritten note from my dad. Alex, this house is yours now. Thank you for being the one I could count on. Keep it safe. My mother closed her eyes when I read it. Not from pain, from recognition. She remembered that note. She'd seen it once before. Probably thought I'd lost it. She was wrong. When I finished, there was a long silence. The kind of silence that felt like something had shifted, not in volume, but in gravity. The mediator cleared his throat. Would the plaintiffs like to respond? My mother opened her mouth. But then something strange happened. Lena spoke first. I didn't want to do this, she said, still looking at her phone. This whole thing is stupid. My mother turned to her sharply. Lena. No, Lena snapped. You told me we had a case. You told me Alex manipulated Dad. But that's not what happened. We just didn't like that he had something we didn't. She finally looked at me. And for the first time in years, there was something close to guilt in her eyes. You were the only one who showed up, she said. We didn't. And Mom, you hated that. My mother went pale. Her mouth worked for a moment, but no words came. The mediator raised his eyebrows. So, are you withdrawing your claim? Lena nodded slowly. Their lawyer looked stunned. My mother said nothing. Afterward, Veronica and I left in silence. We didn't need to say anything. We'd won. Officially. The house was mine. Undisputed, legally and morally. But that wasn't the victory I celebrated most. The next morning, my publisher called. We got a green light to go big, she said. National marketing, bookstore rollout, the works. You might want to sit down. I didn't sit down. I stood there in my kitchen, barefoot, staring out the window as she told me the numbers. The pre-orders. The buzz. The fact that one of the biggest morning shows had reached out for an interview. She laughed. You know what this is, right? What? Revenge, she said. But classy. I spent the next few weeks wrapping up the manuscript, finalizing media appearances, and preparing for release. The book hit shelves in early June. Within a month, it was everywhere. Bookstores, podcasts, Kindle charts. Even my old college roommate texted me, Dude, you're viral on TikTok. Apparently, someone had uploaded a dramatic reading of Chapter 4, the one where I wrote about being disinvited from Thanksgiving, and it exploded. Millions of views. Hundreds of thousands of comments. And one by one, messages started rolling in. From strangers. From acquaintances. Even from a few extended family members who'd once stayed silent. But the best message came from Josh. A text. I read the book. I'm sorry. I didn't reply. Forgiveness isn't a text message. It's not owed. And sometimes, it's not even necessary. I never spoke to my mother again. Last I heard, she moved in with her sister across the state. Lena kept her distance. I think part of her meant what she said in that room. But it didn't matter. Because I stopped measuring my healing by their behavior. Instead, I planted roots in the truth. And one summer morning, I sat on the porch of my house, coffee in hand, breeze in my face, and watched the sunrise break through the trees. A house once filled with their noise was finally quiet, peaceful. And for the first time in my life, it wasn't because I was gone. It was because they were. They tried to erase me from the story, so I wrote the ending myself. My name is Elias. I'm 32, and up until a few months ago, I thought I had everything pretty well figured out. I had a stable remote job in tech, a downtown apartment with a skyline view, and a girlfriend who, for nearly 2 years, made it feel like maybe I wasn't wasting my best years chasing people who never planned to stay. Her name was Mara. On paper, she was everything you'd want. Quick wit, soft laugh, sharp mind, and a magnetic charm that could talk her way out of parking tickets and into VIP lounges. She was also the kind of woman who needed space like a fish needs water. At first, I admired it, her independence, her confidence, the way she could just book a last-minute weekend in Sedona or Tulum to rebalance her energy. I thought it was refreshing. Maybe I was even a little envious. We met at a friend's game night, the kind where everyone pretends they aren't sizing each other up between rounds of Cards Against Humanity. She made a sarcastic crack about one of the cards being written by someone who peaked in high school, and I laughed harder than I should have. That was the beginning. She moved in after a year, half her clothes, then her coffee machine, then her entire bookshelf. She never asked. It just happened gradually, like everything with her. Like fog rolling in on a clear morning, you only realize it's everywhere when you can't see your own feet. Mara had a way of making the ordinary feel cinematic. Grocery runs became late-night gelato stops. Rainy Sundays turned into fort-building marathons with cheap wine and indie playlists. But somewhere along the way, something shifted. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was both of us pretending things were better than they were because the alternative was admitting we'd started to drift. She stopped reaching for my hand at crosswalks. I stopped leaving her little notes in the kitchen. She said work was draining her. I believed her. 3 months ago, she sat me down and said she needed a solo trip. To recharge, she said. To find my rhythm again. She framed it like a spiritual reset, complete with vague language about the universe, mindfulness, and needing to get away from the noise. I nodded, told her I understood. I even helped her book the flight. Part of me thought, maybe this is good. Maybe she'll come back lighter. Maybe she'll remember why she picked me. The other part, the part one ignored, felt like I was signing off on something I wouldn't come back from. She flew out on a Thursday morning. Kissed me goodbye. Promised to send photos. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone, she joked. I laughed, because that's what you do when someone you love says something that suddenly doesn't feel like a joke. For the first 2 days, she texted like normal. A picture of her smoothie. A blurry sunset. A hammock selfie. She said she was hiking, meditating, journaling, leaning into silence. Her words. On the 3rd day, her replies slowed down, then stopped altogether. I told myself she was off-grid, detoxing, living her truth. Whatever. I busied myself with work, kept the apartment clean, tried not to stare too long at the empty side of the bed. Then, on the 5th day, I got a text. Not from her. It was from Jonah, an old friend of mine who happened to be vacationing in Ibiza. We hadn't spoken in months, not since he got serious with his girlfriend and dropped off the face of the group chat. But his message hit like a shovel to the chest. Yo, this your girl. Attached were 3 photos. Mara, lounging on the deck of a yacht, wearing the same sundress she packed for her solo retreat. In the background, her ex-tall, smug, sunglasses on at dusk type. The kind of guy who called waiters boss and posted gym selfies with captions like, rise and grind. In one photo, his hand rested casually on her thigh. In another, they were kissing. I stared at the images for a long time. Not out of shock, exactly. More like confirmation. You ever have one of those dreams where you're back in school, taking a test you didn't study for, and you're just waiting for someone to say it out loud? That's what it felt like. Like I'd been holding my breath for weeks and someone finally let the air out. I didn't scream, didn't cry, didn't throw anything. I just stood up, walked over to our shared closet, and started pulling out her things. Her shoes, her jackets, that one candle she swore helped her sleep, out they went, into black trash bags. I called my landlord and asked about early lease termination. Told him it was a mutual split. He didn't ask questions. I paid the fee on the spot. By the time night fell, her key no longer worked, her name was off the lease, and her belongings were neatly lined along the curb, each bag tied shut like a gift I no longer had to open. I even left a note on top. Everything you didn't say, neatly packed. I blocked her on everything except text. Just one thread left open, because I knew she'd use it. She did. The night she got back, my phone lit up like a slot machine. First one call, then another, then 10, then 30. Voicemails, some pleading, some angry, all of them punctuated with a strange kind of desperation. By the time I woke up, she had called 53 times. Her final message was a long one. 3 minutes of voice trembling and excuses and something about soul-searching gone wrong. I didn't answer. Just replied with a single line of text. Your vacation just got permanent. But that wasn't the end. That was just the beginning. Because what I didn't know then was that Mara wasn't the only one keeping secrets, and her little reset was about to unravel a whole mess that involved more than just a fling on a boat. The next morning, I expected quiet. Some lingering texts, maybe. A knock at the door if she had the nerve. But what I got was a firestorm. I was on a Zoom call when I heard the commotion downstairs. I muted myself mid-sentence, walked over to the window, and looked down. There she was, Mara, standing in front of the apartment building, arms crossed, lips pursed like she was trying to win a staring contest with the bricks. She wasn't crying. No mascara smudges, no desperation in her body language. Just pure, boiling offense. The kind of look you give someone when they've dared to ruin your movie ending. I didn't go down. Just watched. A neighbor passed her and pointed at the bags. She said something I couldn't hear, but her hand gestures said enough. Dramatic. Disbelieving. As if this was some great injustice that happened to her. I didn't move. I waited until she finally picked up one of the bags, just one, and stormed off. 30 minutes later, I got another text. I can't believe you're doing this. We need to talk. Please. Still no apology. Still no truth. Just the royal we, like I was automatically included in whatever redemption arc she thought we were owed. I didn't reply. Instead, I called Jonah. Hey, I said. Thanks for the photos. Anything else I should know? He hesitated, then sighed. I wasn't going to say anything at first, man. But yeah, I saw them at dinner 2 nights before the yacht. Holding hands. It wasn't some spontaneous accident. They were together, dude. Like, full-on PDA. I didn't want to start drama, but after I saw your name on her phone lock screen, I figured. I swallowed hard. Did she see you? Oh, she saw me. Did that whole double take, whisper to him thing. They left early. So she knew. She saw someone from my world and still didn't come clean. That told me everything. That this wasn't guilt. It was just damage control. Over the next few days, the silence began to fracture. Mara's best friend, Celeste, texted me out of nowhere. Hey Elias. I know things are messy right now, but I think you're getting a one-sided story. Mara's not some monster. I read it twice. Then once more, just to make sure I was reading the words in the correct order. I didn't respond, but I couldn't resist scrolling back through old group photos. Celeste was always in the background, wasn't she? The +1 to every brunch. The shoulder Mara leaned on when we had fights. The one who laughed a little too hard when I burned the pancakes that one time. Then I checked Instagram. I hadn't looked at Mara's profile since the break. Her latest story was a repost from Celeste, one of those pastel pink graphics with text overlaid. Sometimes you need to lose everything to find what truly matters. I don't know why, but that made me laugh. Not a bitter laugh. Just this hollow, airless thing that escaped my chest without permission. Because that quote, that was exactly what I'd been feeling. Except we'd clearly taken opposite roles in the metaphor. Then came the email. A formal one. From her lawyer. Apparently, Mara was contesting the lease termination. Said I'd kicked her out illegally, that she wasn't properly notified, and that her personal items were disposed of in a vindictive manner. She wanted reimbursement for emotional distress and lost property. Lost property? I'd bagged every single thing she owned, down to her monogrammed hairbrush and her half-used fancy shampoo that smelled like a rosemary funeral. Nothing was damaged. Nothing tossed. She just didn't like how clean the break was. I called my landlord. Explained everything. He sighed. She's technically not on the lease, he said. You added her as a cohabitant, not a co-tenant. She's got no legal claim. She can bark, but she can't bite. Still, the fact that she'd escalated this to lawyers made it clear. This wasn't about fixing things. This was about rewriting the narrative. She wasn't trying to win me back. She was trying to win, period. I got a message that night from an unknown number. It was just one sentence. You always make yourself the victim. No name. No context. But I didn't need it. The venom in that message was unmistakable. It wasn't Mara. It was her sister, Lila. The one who once told me during Thanksgiving, you're too safe for her. She needs chaos, or she gets bored. Guess she was right. Thing is, I wasn't done being safe. Because that message? That attempt to rewrite the story like I was the unstable one? That was when I decided I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to make sure no one ever confused me for the bad guy again. Not her friends. Not her lawyer. Not even Mara herself. And to do that, I had to finally unpack the one thing I'd been avoiding. Because this yacht stunt wasn't new. It was a pattern. And I had proof. From the last 6 months. I didn't sleep much that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, Mara's words echoing in my head. You always make yourself the victim. It wasn't just an insult. It was a narrative shift. It was her way of dodging guilt, like a magician redirecting the audience's attention just before the real trick. But this wasn't a magic act. This was my life. And I'd spent too long being reasonable. Calm. Quiet. Measured. I'd always been the one to de-escalate, to give her space, to talk later. I let things slide because I didn't want to seem controlling or paranoid. I thought giving someone freedom was a sign of trust. What I didn't realize, until now, was that she took that freedom and ran with it, not away from noise or pressure, but toward opportunity. So I got up, made coffee, sat at the kitchen counter, and opened my laptop. 6 months. That's how far back I decided to go. I pulled up our shared Google Calendar first. Mara had always insisted we keep one. For alignment, she'd said. I thought it was a sweet quirk of hers, a way to feel like we were building a life together, even when our days were busy. But as I went through the entries, a pattern began to form. Business trips, retreats, spa weekends, all hers. Then I opened our shared expense tracker. We'd started using one when she moved in, just a simple app to split rent, utilities, groceries. I hadn't really looked at it in a while. I just paid what she told me to pay. But now I looked closer. 2 months ago, hotel in Napa Valley. I never went. 3 months ago, $4.23 dinner in Miami. She told me she was visiting her cousin. 4 months ago, charges from a rooftop bar I'd never heard of. On a night, I remember sitting alone at home, thinking she was at a yoga workshop. I pulled up my saved emails, digging into confirmation receipts she had forwarded me over the past year. Most of them were for mutual plans, but a few stood out, reservations she asked me to help cover until her paycheck hit. I started cross-referencing those with the dates she'd been out of town. Then I found it. An old email from a boutique hotel in Mexico. January. She'd forwarded it to me asking if I could book it with my card, just in case the rates jumped. She promised she'd pay me back. She never did. What stood out wasn't the email itself, but the name on the guest registration confirmation. 2 guests. 2. I scrolled further and found something that chilled me. Attached at the bottom of the hotel confirmation was a thank you message from the concierge. It included a small photo, a couple's dinner on the beach. Firelight. Champagne. 2 figures seated on pillows, backs turned to the camera. Her dress was unmistakable. White. Open-backed. The same one she wore when we celebrated our anniversary the year before. I saved everything. Screenshots. Emails. Receipts. I created a folder and labeled it Mara, Truth. Because at this point, I knew what was coming. She wasn't just trying to guilt me, she was trying to build a version of events where I was the unstable one. The cruel one. The guy who overreacted and tossed her out in a fit of rage. I could see it forming already in the comments on her latest posts, friends saying things like, "You deserve peace," and "Never let someone silence your truth." So I made a plan. Not revenge. Not yet. Just clarity. I reached out to a mutual friend of ours, Rachel. She was neutral, thoughtful, the kind of person who still believed in talking things through. I hadn't spoken to her since the breakup because I didn't want to pull anyone into the mess. But now I needed someone to see what I was seeing. I messaged her, "Hey Rachel, I know you're probably hearing stuff from Mara. I'm not trying to drag you into anything, but I think you should see this." I attached 3 screenshots. One from the yacht, one from the hotel in Mexico, one from the dinner bill in Miami. She didn't respond for hours. When she finally did, her message was simple. "I'm so sorry, Elias. I didn't know." And then, a minute later, she told us you were controlling, that you didn't trust her and she left to clear her head, that you blew up when you assumed she was cheating. I sat back in my chair, letting that sink in. She was spinning this story to everyone, every friend, every relative. She was rewriting history before I even had time to react. And worst of all, she prepared this version before she even left. She knew what she was going to do, and she knew how to make me the villain in the retelling. That's when I realized she didn't just cheat. She plotted. She built herself an exit ramp, then made sure I looked like the traffic jam behind her. But if she thought I was going to just sit back and let her light the match while painting me as the fire starter, she was wrong. Because there was one more piece left. One thread I hadn't pulled yet. And it was sitting in her old laptop, the one she left behind. Still logged in. Still full of secrets. I stared at the silver laptop for a long time before I opened it. It was sitting at the bottom of one of the trash bags I dragged out to the curb and had barely missed being taken by the city. Maybe she meant to come back for it. Maybe she didn't care. But the thing about Mara? She was always digital first. She journaled in Notion, messaged her therapist through a wellness app, and kept a running document of life lessons she wanted to someday turn into a book. I wasn't looking to snoop. I wasn't hunting for drama. I just wanted answers. I powered it on. No password. She trusted me that much, at least. Or maybe she was just careless. Either way, the moment it booted up, I felt that odd jolt of guilt, like I was about to read someone's diary. But that guilt evaporated the moment her desktop flickered to life. There were two folders sitting front and center. The first was titled House Stuff, Finances, Utility Bills, Our Lease Agreement, Everything. I opened it briefly, scrolled through familiar PDFs, then closed it again. The second folder was called Reset 2023. That one made my stomach knot. Inside were screenshots, notes, photos, messages, not just of the trip, not just of her and her ex, but of us, me. Quotes from our conversations, clipped and pasted into a running doc labeled Relationship Reflection. I opened it. The entries were dated, like journal logs. Each one started with a heading like May, dinner fight about my work trip, or July, Elias dismissed my meditation practice. And under each one was her interpretation of the argument. No context, no nuance, just paragraphs of her casting herself as a stifled woman on the verge of spiritual awakening, and me as the well-meaning but ultimately small-minded boyfriend who couldn't keep up with her growth. It wasn't just warped, it was crafted. She was rewriting history not for healing, but for justification. Then I found a voice memo buried in her audio files. I clicked play. It was her. Soft voice. Calm. Collected. Okay. If I'm ever in a position where I need to defend myself, if he gets petty, if he tries to expose me, or whatever, I'll have my notes. I'll have proof. He's too logical, too reactive. If I position it as emotional distance and spiritual mismatch, people will understand. They want to side with the person trying to grow. My jaw locked. She had planned the narrative before she even booked the ticket, before the trip, before the yacht, before the text stopped. She didn't just cheat, she constructed a backstory to protect herself from the fallout. I backed away from the laptop like it was radioactive. And then, I got cold. Not angry, not heartbroken, just cold. The kind of clarity that clicks into place when there's nothing left to feel. She wanted to paint me as the possessive ex? The bitter one? The victim-complexed guy who snapped and kicked her out? Fine. I was going to give her the ending she didn't see coming. But not with yelling. Not with chaos. With control. I packaged everything. Every screenshot. Every receipt. Every journal entry she twisted. Every charge she asked me to cover and never reimbursed. Every audio file. And every timestamped proof of her planning this months in advance. I put it all into a clean, well-organized Google Drive folder titled, For When the Truth Matters. Then I wrote a post. Not a rant. Not a smear campaign. Just a story. I posted it on my private blog. The one I barely used anymore. The one most people forgot I had. I wrote it like a memoir, clean, direct, but brutally honest. I included context, receipts, dates, quotes. I stripped out any emotion. I let the facts speak. And then I sent the link. Not publicly. Not to her. I sent it to the 5 people she was leaning on to spin her version of events. Rachel, Celeste, her sister Lila, her cousin Mia, and her former therapist wellness group, which she had, according to one of her own notes, recently joined as a speaker. No message. No caption. Just the link. Then I waited. The fallout didn't come in a flood. It came in silence. First, Rachel texted me. You didn't deserve that. I'm sorry I believed her. Then Mia messaged. I had no idea it went that deep. Thank you for being honest. Then Celeste blocked me. No surprise there. But the next morning, I got an email from Mara. Subject line. Why? The body was just 2 lines. You knew I was hurting. You didn't have to ruin me. You could have just let it go. I stared at that message for a long time. Then replied. You were never hurting. You were staging. Rehearsing. And I didn't ruin you. I just stopped protecting your version of me. She didn't reply. That was 3 months ago. Since then, the apartment has felt quieter than ever, but not empty. Peace has a sound. It's the absence of walking on eggshells. It's the quiet hum of the fridge and knowing no one's going to accuse you of stifling their growth when you ask where they were at 2 a.m. I'm not dating anyone new. I've been hiking more. Riding again. I took a solo trip, not to recharge, not to fake a crisis, but just to breathe. Sometimes people ask what happened between Mara and me, and I tell them the truth. That she left to find herself. And I found out who she really was. My name's Evan, I'm 24 years old, and this is the story of how my dad's fiancée tried to turn my childhood home into her personal kingdom. It started on an ordinary Sunday afternoon. I had come home from my job early, grabbed some takeout, and was sitting in the living room flipping through old photo albums. Those albums were always there, stacked neatly in the corner shelf, full of birthdays, graduations, and summer trips. For me, they weren't just pictures. They were proof that this house had always been my anchor. It was the only place that felt like mine, even when life outside was unpredictable. My mom passed away when I was a teenager, and after that, the house became quieter, almost sacred. Dad kept going, working long hours, and I tried to keep myself busy with school and part-time jobs. Over the years, it was just the two of us, until he met Laura. That was her name, Laura, the fiancée. From the start, something about her rubbed me the wrong way. She had this air of entitlement, like she was auditioning for the role of queen of the house, rather than trying to blend into the family. But Dad seemed happy, and I wanted him to have that, so I bit my tongue. Still, little things added up. She'd rearrange furniture without asking, tossing out pieces my mom had chosen. She'd complain that I didn't contribute enough when I was still finishing college and working 2 jobs to pay my tuition. She'd sigh loudly when I came in late from work, like my schedule inconvenienced her. It was the type of behavior you notice, but tell yourself not to overthink. Until one day, it escalated. That Sunday, I was sitting there, flipping through pictures of me and Mom at the lake, when Laura walked in. She didn't greet me, didn't ask what I was looking at. Instead, she pointed at me, her perfectly manicured finger aimed like I was a trespasser. "From now on," she said, voice dripping with smug authority, "you'll be paying rent if you want to stay here." I froze, the photo album heavy on my lap. Rent? In my own house. My dad's house. The house my mom's laughter once filled? I glanced at Dad, who was standing near the doorway, hands shoved into his pockets. He looked down, avoiding my eyes, silent. That silence stung more than Laura's words. If he had laughed it off, or told her to stop, maybe I would have brushed it aside. But he just stood there, as if he'd already given her permission to say it. Laura smirked, folding her arms. "It's time you start pulling your weight," she added, as if I'd been freeloading. That was rich, considering I had paid for groceries countless times, fixed things around the house, and even covered some of Dad's bills when work got slow. I remember the way the walls around me suddenly felt smaller, closing in. This wasn't just a house. This was my home. Every corner had my childhood imprinted on it. The scuffed hallway where I used to race toy cars. The kitchen where Mom taught me how to make pancakes. The backyard where Dad once built me a treehouse. And here was this woman, who hadn't been around for any of it, declaring herself judge and jury of who deserved to live here. I felt heat rising in my chest, but I kept my voice calm. I closed the album carefully, set it aside, and looked Laura straight in the eye. "Is that so?" I asked. Her smile widened, like she'd won something. Dad still said nothing. That silence, that approval of hers, cut me deeper than I could admit. I didn't argue. I didn't shout. I just sat there, my mind racing. I thought about the years of sacrifices, the nights I stayed up studying by this very lamp, the mornings I left for school before sunrise. I thought about how hard I worked to prove myself, not just to the world, but to Dad too. And yet, here I was, being treated like some intruder in my own story. I took a slow breath, and that's when I gave an answer that changed everything in that house forever. But before I tell you what I said, you need to understand just how far things had already gone behind the scenes. I leaned back that day, letting Laura's words hang in the air like smoke. I didn't give her the satisfaction of reacting right then. But from that moment forward, the air in the house shifted. It wasn't just home anymore. It was a stage where Laura kept testing the limits, and my dad kept shrinking into the background. Over the next few weeks, the small jabs grew into something bigger. She started with the chores. Every time she walked past my room, she'd throw in a pointed comment. "You know, it wouldn't kill you to vacuum once in a while." Or, "I noticed the trash was full this morning. Must be nice to live rent-free and still skip out on responsibilities." It wasn't about the chores themselves. I did my part, always had. It was about control, about her trying to rewrite the script so I looked like the lazy one, the unwanted guest. What made it worse was Dad's silence. He'd be sitting in his recliner, watching TV while she lobbed her little remarks at me, and he'd just let them land. He wouldn't step in, wouldn't tell her she was out of line. He'd just sip his coffee, eyes glued to the screen, as though if he pretended hard enough, the conflict would dissolve on its own. Then came the favoritism. Laura had a son from her first marriage, Trevor, a year younger than me. He wasn't around much at first, but when he did start staying over, suddenly the rules bent for him. He could leave dirty dishes in the sink for days, and Laura would laugh it off. He's just tired from school. If I left a single plate unwashed because I had a late shift, she'd stand in the kitchen doorway with her hands on her hips, sighing theatrically. Some people really don't know how to be part of a household. It didn't stop there. Dad had always promised me the old study would eventually be mine, a quiet space for when I wanted to work on my projects or maybe even start my own business. I'd helped him clean it out years ago, dusting shelves and sorting through boxes of my mom's books. That room held meaning for me. But one afternoon, I came home to find Trevor lugging a gaming chair inside. Laura beamed, announcing, "We thought it'd be perfect for Trevor's setup. You don't mind, do you?" I did mind. I minded so much it felt like my chest was being crushed. But I said nothing in that moment because my dad was right there, nodding like it was the most natural thing in the world. Nights became the hardest. I'd hear them downstairs, laughing, ordering takeout, planning renovations. I'd catch snippets. Laura talking about repainting the living room. Trevor suggesting knocking down a wall to make more space for his stuff. And my dad? He'd chuckle along, tossing in comments about how the place could use a refresh. I'd lie awake in my room, staring at the ceiling, remembering how different things used to be. How Dad and I would sit at the kitchen table, eating leftovers and talking about my classes, or how he'd tell me stories about when he was young. Those moments had been replaced with Laura's voice echoing through the halls, drowning out everything familiar. The breaking point, though, came during a family dinner. Laura had decided to host one, inviting a few of her relatives. She set the table with new dishes she'd bought. Apparently the ones Mom had chosen weren't modern enough. I was already on edge, but I sat down quietly, determined to keep the peace. Halfway through the meal, one of her cousins asked how things were working out with me still living there. Laura smiled sweetly, glanced at me, and said, "Oh, Evan? He's adjusting. We've finally got him to start paying his way around here." The table erupted in approving nods. My fork clattered against my plate. I hadn't agreed to pay rent. Not a single word had been exchanged about it since that Sunday. But here she was, parading me in front of her family like some unruly tenant she'd graciously whipped into shape. I looked at my dad, waiting for him to correct her, to say something, anything, that would set the record straight. Instead, he chuckled weakly and muttered, "Yeah, he's figuring it out." That was the moment something inside me cracked. It wasn't just the lie, or the favoritism, or the manipulation. It was the realization that Dad had chosen silence so long it had turned into compliance. That he was willing to let her rewrite my place in this house while he stood by. I didn't argue at that dinner. I didn't confront anyone. I just smiled faintly, pushed my plate back, and excused myself early. But as I climbed the stairs, their laughter carrying up after me, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. This wasn't just about Laura anymore. It was about Dad too. And if they thought I'd roll over quietly, they didn't know me at all. That night, I sat in my room, staring at the family photo I'd left on my nightstand. Me, Dad, and Mom at the beach when I was 10. I could almost hear her voice telling me not to let anyone take away what mattered most. And in that silence, a plan started to form. The weeks after that dinner blurred together, but the tension in the house only thickened. I tried to keep to myself, focusing on work, bringing home groceries, even fixing the leaky faucet in the upstairs bathroom without being asked. But no matter what I did, it was never enough. Laura's smile was always waiting for me, sharp as glass, and Dad's silence grew heavier by the day. Then came the moment that split everything in half. The betrayal so deep it left me staring at the walls of my own room, wondering if I even knew who my father was anymore. It started on a Friday afternoon. I had just gotten off a long shift and drove home, exhausted but relieved to be done for the week. When I pulled into the driveway, I noticed a moving truck parked out front. My stomach tightened instantly. No one had mentioned moving anything, and the sight of strangers hauling boxes through the front door made my heart pound. I rushed inside, and there it was, Trevor, standing in the hallway with a smug grin, directing the movers. My old room, my childhood room, was wide open, and I saw boxes labeled Trevor's clothes, gaming setup, and desk. The posters I had grown up with, the shelves my mom had once dusted, had been stripped bare. My things, my bed, my dresser, my boxes of memories, were stacked messily in the hall, like garbage waiting to be hauled away. I froze, gripping the doorframe, my voice barely steady. What is this?" Laura appeared at the top of the stairs, arms folded, lips curled in that same victorious smirk I'd seen too many times. "Oh, good. You're here," she said lightly, as though we were discussing dinner plans. "We decided it was time Trevor had a proper room. You'll be moving into the basement." The basement. The damp, unfinished space with concrete floors and one small window that barely let in light. It wasn't a bedroom. It was storage, cold, unwelcoming, and full of boxes from years past. I stared at her, my voice trembling now. "This is my room. I grew up in here. Everything." "Evan," she cut me off, her tone sharp. "You're an adult. It's time you learned that nothing in life is permanent. Trevor's still in school. He needs the space. And frankly, it's only fair. You're lucky we're letting you stay at all." I turned to Dad, desperate for him to say something, anything. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, his shoulders slumped, his face pale. He didn't meet my eyes. He didn't even open his mouth. He just let it happen, like he had let everything else happen. That silence felt like a knife. I wanted to scream, to shout, to demand he stand up for me. But instead, I felt my chest hollow out. Every memory tied to this house, every birthday morning, every late-night talk with my mom in this very room, was being packed into boxes and shoved aside for Trevor's convenience. The movers brushed past me, carrying Trevor's new desk into the room. He shot me a grin as he unboxed his computer, already claiming the space as his own. "Thanks for the upgrade, man," he said casually, like I had agreed to this, like I had somehow given him permission to erase me from my own history. That night, I sat in the basement surrounded by the faint smell of dust and mildew, staring at the pile of my belongings. My bed frame leaned crooked against the wall, my dresser wedged between old boxes of Christmas decorations. There was no space for me here, not really. And yet Laura had made it perfectly clear this was all I was allowed. I lay awake on the thin mattress, listening to the laughter upstairs, Trevor and Laura watching a movie, Dad's low chuckle blending with theirs. That sound, once comforting, now felt cruel. For the first time, I realized I wasn't just losing my room. I was losing my father. And in that hollow space, something hardened in me. If they wanted me to be invisible, they had no idea what kind of storm they had just unleashed. The first week in the basement was the worst. It wasn't just the cold air that seeped into my bones or the faint smell of damp cement. It was the crushing weight of realizing that my own father had allowed it. I would lie awake on that thin mattress, staring at the exposed pipes running across the ceiling, listening to the muffled sounds of life upstairs that no longer felt like mine. Every laugh, every clink of dishes, every footstep overhead reminded me that I had been pushed down, literally and figuratively. The mornings became a quiet torture. I'd come upstairs to make coffee and find Trevor lounging in my old room, door wide open, music blasting, the smell of fast food wrappers drifting into the hallway. He'd call out casually, "Morning, basement dweller," like it was a joke we shared. Laura, always nearby, would chuckle and shake her head like Trevor's remarks were harmless. Dad would sip his coffee silently, eyes glued to the newspaper. I never once heard him tell Trevor to stop. At work, I found myself distracted. My coworkers would ask if I was okay, and I'd brush it off with a smile. But inside, I carried that heaviness, the kind that gnaws at you until even small tasks feel monumental. I began staying late at the office, volunteering for extra shifts, not because I needed the money, but because it delayed the inevitable walk back into that house. One evening, after another long shift, I sat in my car outside the house, engine running, lights off. I watched the glow of the television flickering through the living room curtains, heard faint bursts of laughter drift out when someone opened the door. I sat there for nearly an hour, staring at the place I had once called home, feeling like an outsider watching a family that no longer included me. When I finally went inside, Laura was in the kitchen with her sister, sipping wine and talking about the renovations she wanted to make. "This wall could come down," she said, gesturing to the dining area. "It'll be perfect once Trevor officially moves in full time. We'll have so much more space." Her words hit me like a punch. Once Trevor officially moves in full time. It wasn't just a temporary arrangement. She was laying claim to the house, piece by piece, as if my mom's memory, my childhood, even my dad's ownership didn't exist. That night in the basement, surrounded by stacked boxes, I opened one marked Mom's Things. Inside were photo albums, her old scarf, a few letters she had written to Dad, and a framed picture of the three of us at the lake when I was 7. I held that photo in my hands until my vision blurred. I could almost hear her voice reminding me that this house was more than just walls. It was supposed to be a sanctuary. But it wasn't anymore. Something shifted in me then. The grief turned into resolve. I realized I couldn't keep waiting for Dad to step up. He had made his choice, silence. If I wanted to protect what was left of my dignity, maybe even reclaim what this house meant to me, I'd have to do it myself. I didn't storm upstairs or confront anyone that night. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and started digging through old documents. Mortgage papers, tax records, the deed. I wanted to know exactly what tied this house together, who truly had rights to it, and where Laura's supposed authority began and ended. As I read through those papers, another thought crept in. Maybe I didn't need to fight them directly. Not yet. Maybe the best revenge would come quietly, methodically, one piece at a time. So while upstairs they laughed, planned, and celebrated their little victories, I sat in the cold basement, silently piecing together a plan. It was the lowest I had ever felt, but in that low point, something dangerous was born. Patience. Something happened after those long nights in the basement. Maybe it was the quiet, maybe it was the sting of betrayal finally hardening into something useful, but I started to see things differently. The house that once felt like everything, the core of my identity, began to shrink in importance. Laura wanted me small, invisible, boxed into a damp corner of my own life. And for a while, she succeeded. But the longer I stayed quiet, the more I realized silence didn't mean weakness. Silence meant preparation. I started spending less and less time at home. Not just because I couldn't stand the smug look on Trevor's face when I passed him in the hallway, or the way Laura sighed dramatically when I opened the fridge, but because I had somewhere better to be. Work became my sanctuary. I poured myself into every shift, stayed late, volunteered for weekend projects. My manager noticed. Within 2 months, I was offered a promotion, a salary position with real benefits. The kind of step forward I'd been chasing since college. The day I signed the paperwork, I sat in my car afterward and just let out this long, shaking breath. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I wasn't trapped. My bank account reflected the change, too. With each paycheck, I built a small cushion, a sense of security, power even. I didn't flaunt it at home. I still carried myself quietly, still endured Laura's digs and Trevor's jokes. But inside, I was changing. Every cruel remark she threw at me only strengthened my resolve. Every smirk Trevor tossed my way made me more determined. And every silence from Dad reminded me that if he wouldn't stand up for me, I'd stand up for myself. I started reconnecting with people I'd let drift away. Old college friends, coworkers who'd invited me out before and I'd always declined. I said yes more often, to dinners, to weekend trips, even to networking events that once made me nervous. Slowly, I built a circle of people who saw me for who I was, not the version Laura painted in this house. One friend in particular, Mark, worked in real estate. Over beers one night, I told him about my situation, not in dramatic detail, just enough to explain why I was so driven to get out. He leaned back, nodding, and said, "You know, with the way you're working now, you could be in a place of your own within the year. Maybe sooner." That thought lodged itself in my mind like a spark. A place of my own. Not a basement, not a corner I was allowed to occupy, but something I chose, something I built. Back at home, I played the part Laura expected. I kept my head down, nodded when she boasted to her relatives about how Evan's finally learning responsibility, and pretended not to notice when Trevor called me tenant under his breath. But while they thought they were breaking me down, I was building myself up. I upgraded my wardrobe bit by bit. Nothing flashy, just sharper. A well-fitted suit for work. Better shoes. Laura noticed, of course. One morning she raised an eyebrow and said, "Trying to impress someone?" I just smiled faintly and shrugged. The truth was, I was impressing myself. For the first time since my mom passed, I felt like I was stepping into a version of me she'd be proud of. Then came the small victories that no one in the house even noticed. I paid off my old student loan faster than expected. I got approved for a credit line that would have been unimaginable a year earlier. And I started saving with intention, not just for escape, but for leverage. Because the more I thought about it, the more I realized leaving wasn't the only option. Laura wanted me gone because my presence threatened her claim on the house, on Dad, on the life she was trying to script. But what if, instead of disappearing quietly, I positioned myself where her power couldn't touch me? That idea stayed with me, quietly, like a shadow. One evening, after another long day, I came home to find Laura and Trevor in the living room with Dad, flipping through catalogs for new furniture. Laura held up a swatch of fabric, chirping about how they'd redo the living room once the paperwork goes through. I paused in the doorway. "Paperwork?" I asked. She smiled sweetly, too sweetly. "Oh, nothing you need to worry about. Just making things official." Dad's eyes flicked toward me, then quickly away. And just like that, I knew, whatever she was planning, it wasn't just about paint colors. I excused myself, calm on the outside, but inside, every nerve was buzzing. My rise wasn't just about money or confidence anymore. It was about timing, about being ready when the mask finally slipped and her true intentions came to light. Because something told me that moment was coming faster than I thought. I couldn't get the word paperwork out of my head. Laura had said it so casually, like it was nothing, but the way Dad's eyes darted away told me everything. It wasn't nothing. That night, after everyone went to bed, I crept upstairs. The house was quiet, the kind of silence where every floorboard creak sounds like thunder. I moved carefully, slipping into the study, my mom's old room, the one Laura had already started turning into her personal office. Papers were spread across the desk, manila folders stacked neatly, and on top of them lay a packet stamped with the logo of a law firm. I scanned the first page, and my stomach dropped. It was a draft of a cohabitation agreement. Buried in the legal jargon was the line that made my pulse race. In the event of marriage, joint ownership of the property located at our address. My chest tightened. She wasn't just moving in. She was maneuvering her way into permanent control of the house. My mother's house. The home Dad and I had built our lives in. And Dad was going along with it. I closed the folder carefully and slipped back into the basement, my heart pounding. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling pipes, feeling both furious and oddly clear-headed. Laura thought she was being clever, but what she didn't know was that I'd been quietly preparing. The next morning, I made a call to my friend Mark, the one in real estate. Over coffee, I laid everything out. How Laura was trying to secure ownership, how Dad's silence was essentially handing her the keys. Mark listened carefully, then leaned forward. "Do you know whose name is on the deed right now?" "Yes," I said firmly. I checked. "It's only Dad's." "Good," he replied. "Then listen carefully, because this is where you stop playing defense." Over the next hour, Mark explained my options. If Dad went through with the marriage and signed that agreement, Laura would have a legal claim to the house. But until then, there were ways to protect it, ways Dad might not even realize existed. And more importantly, there were steps I could take to put myself in a position of power, whether Dad wanted to acknowledge it or not. That conversation lit a fire in me. I started spending my evenings not in the basement sulking, but at the library and online, reading everything I could about property law, inheritance, and real estate leverage. I learned about trusts, about transfer on death deeds, about the power of timing when it came to legal documents. At the same time, my work life kept rising. The promotion had already stabilized me, but now I had something more, a growing reputation. I was being invited to industry events, shaking hands with people who actually saw value in me. And the more I built outside that house, the less Laura's smug remarks mattered. Still, I played my role carefully at home. I didn't confront her. I didn't let on that I knew about the paperwork. I let her keep thinking she was winning. If she thought I was still that quiet, cornered kid in the basement, she wouldn't see me coming. The real turning point came 2 weeks later when I received an invitation from my manager to attend a leadership seminar in another city. It wasn't just any seminar. It was a high-level event where I'd be rubbing shoulders with executives, investors, and business owners. My manager even hinted that if I impressed the right people, there could be a fast track to a senior role. When I packed my bag that Friday, Laura stood at the door, arms folded, smirking. "Off on a little work trip? Don't stay away too long. We've got big changes coming around here." I smiled faintly, holding her gaze. "Oh, I know," I said. And I meant it. Because every step I was taking, every document I read, every contact I made, wasn't just preparing me to leave. It was preparing me to return with leverage she couldn't touch. That weekend at the seminar was eye-opening. I met people who had built empires from nothing, who had turned setbacks into fortunes. I soaked in every lesson, every story, and by the time I got back, I wasn't the same person who had left. I was sharper, hungrier, and most importantly, I had connections. Connections that would matter very, very soon. Because when I walked through the front door Sunday night, suitcase in hand, I noticed something new pinned to the fridge, an official-looking envelope with the law firm's logo on it. And I knew the clock had started ticking. The envelope on the fridge didn't disappear, it multiplied. Within a week, more letters from the law firm started showing up, each neatly stacked in Laura's little office corner of the kitchen. She had stopped being subtle. She would even leave them half open, like she wanted me to notice. Every time she caught me glancing at one, she'd flash that sly smile, the kind that said, "I've already won." But she didn't know how much I'd been preparing. By this point, I wasn't just surviving in that basement. I had turned it into my war room. My laptop sat on a folding table surrounded by neat stacks of notes, property laws, case studies, financial plans. I had spreadsheets mapping out timelines, expenses, even backup contingencies. And I had Mark, my friend in real estate, feeding me insights on how to move at the right moment. The key, he said, was precision. Don't confront her head on. Let her think she's got it locked down. Then, when the timing is perfect, pull the rug out from under her. And that's exactly what I did. It started small. I began asking Dad subtle questions when Laura wasn't around. Not confrontational, just gentle reminders. Hey, Dad, do you remember when you and Mom bought this place? What year was it again? Or, do you still have that copy of the original mortgage? I'd love to see how much things have changed since then. Each time, he'd soften a little, reminiscing, and for a flicker of a moment, I saw the man who used to tell me stories at the kitchen table. But when Laura was in the room, I went silent. Let her think I was shrinking further. Let her keep underestimating me. Behind the scenes, though, I was moving quickly. With Mark's help, I arranged a consultation with a lawyer who specialized in estate planning. I laid out everything. How my mom had originally been a co-owner, how Laura was angling for joint ownership through marriage, how Dad's silence was enabling it all. The lawyer listened carefully, then nodded. You have more leverage than you think, she said. Especially if your father hasn't signed anything yet. That was the key. Nothing had been signed. And I knew Laura's type well enough. She was probably counting on Dad's passivity, his unwillingness to rock the boat, to eventually get what she wanted. But passive men still sign papers when handed to them at the right time. I couldn't afford to let it reach that point. So I devised a plan. Step 1 was building undeniable proof of my financial independence. I pulled records of my steady income, my promotion, my clean repayment of debts. I even opened a modest investment account to show I wasn't just stable, I was growing. Step 2 was gathering the history of the house, the timeline of ownership, and evidence of my contributions to maintaining it over the years. Step 3 was the trickiest, setting the stage for Dad to make a choice without Laura hovering over his shoulder. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. One evening, Laura announced she was taking Trevor on a weekend trip to visit colleges. She boasted about how exciting it was to look at dorms and campuses, adding a pointed, "Of course, Trevor deserves a real start." I just nodded, hiding the satisfaction curling in my chest. That weekend, while the house was quiet, I sat down with Dad at the kitchen table. The same table where he and Mom once sat together. I laid out everything, calmly, factually. I showed him the draft agreement, the highlighted clause about joint ownership, the risks he hadn't considered. I didn't accuse him. I didn't shout. I just spoke the truth. "Dad," I said quietly, sliding the papers toward him, "if you sign this, the house won't just be yours anymore. It won't be ours. It'll be hers. And once that happens, nothing stops her from pushing me out completely, or worse, selling it out from under us." He looked pale, his hands trembling slightly as he flipped through the pages. For the first time, I saw a real doubt flicker across his face. I didn't realize," he whispered. I leaned in. "You don't have to fight her. You just have to protect what's already yours. What Mom left us." The silence stretched between us, heavy and fragile. Then, slowly, he nodded. "What do we do?" That was the opening I'd been waiting for. With the lawyer's help, we drafted a living trust that secured the house in Dad's name and designated me as the beneficiary. It wasn't about cutting him out. It was about shielding the house from anyone else's hands. The lawyer walked him through every step, making sure he understood, making sure it was his decision. And when he finally signed the papers, I felt a weight lift off my chest I hadn't realized I was carrying. The house was safe. When Laura and Trevor returned that Sunday, she was all smiles, chattering about their trip. She didn't notice anything different. She didn't see the new trust paperwork locked safely away, or the quiet confidence in my posture as I carried my things upstairs, not into the basement, but into the spare room Dad insisted I take back. She still thought she had me cornered. And that was exactly how I wanted it. Because the real reveal, the part that would shatter her smug confidence, was still to come. Laura never hid her confidence. She strutted around the house in those weeks, certain her plan was nearly finished. She dropped comments about our future renovations, and every time the mail came, she tore open the envelopes with the law firm's crest, humming as if victory were already signed and sealed. Trevor, emboldened by her, acted even worse, leaving trash in the living room, blasting music at midnight, calling me basement boy, even though I hadn't slept downstairs since Dad gave me the spare room back. But I stayed calm. I let them believe the stage was set, that I was still the background character in their story. The moment came one rainy Thursday evening. Laura called a family meeting in the living room. She had the draft cohabitation agreement spread across the coffee table, her reading glasses perched on her nose, and Trevor smirking from the armchair like this was entertainment. Dad sat stiffly in his recliner, eyes darting nervously toward me. Laura tapped the papers. "So," she began, her tone syrupy but firm, "I think it's time we make this official. Once your father and I are married, it only makes sense we share the property. It's the grown-up, responsible thing to do." She glanced at me, lips curling. "And it ensures that certain arrangements remain fair for everyone." Trevor snorted. Translation: "You finally get your eviction notice, bro?" I didn't flinch. I leaned forward, folded my hands on the table, and said evenly, "That won't be happening." Laura blinked, as though I'd spoken in another language. "Excuse me." I looked at Dad, gave him a small nod, and then turned back to her. "The house isn't part of any agreement you make. It's already protected. It's in a trust now, in Dad's name, with me as the beneficiary. Legally, this place isn't yours to touch. Not now, not ever." The room went still. Trevor's smirk vanished, his eyes darting to his mom. Laura's face drained of color, then flushed a furious red. What did you?" she whipped toward Dad. "You let him manipulate you into this? After everything I've done for this family?" Dad's voice, quiet but firm for the first time in months, cut through her outrage. "Enough, Laura. This house was Margaret's and mine. It's Evan's home, and it always will be." For a moment, no one breathed. The rain outside tapped against the windows, filling the silence Laura's voice once dominated. She sputtered, shaking her head, flipping through the papers as though she could undo them by sheer will. "This isn't fair. This isn't how it's supposed to go." Trevor muttered something under his breath, but when I met his eyes, steady and unflinching, he looked away. Laura shoved the papers aside, her composure crumbling. "If this is how it's going to be," she snapped, grabbing her purse, "then maybe you don't deserve me." She stormed out, slamming the door so hard the walls rattled. Trevor, pale and fuming, followed reluctantly, mumbling about staying at a friend's place. And then it was just me and Dad. He looked at me across the table, his shoulders heavy, his face lined with something that wasn't just guilt, it was grief. For what he'd let happen, for how long he'd stayed silent. "I should have protected you sooner," he said quietly. I swallowed hard, the photo of Mom from my nightstand flashing in my mind. "You did, Dad," I said gently. "Maybe not the way I wanted, but you stood up when it mattered most." For the first time in years, we sat together in that house and talked, really talked. About Mom. About the years we'd both spent drifting in silence. About rebuilding what Laura had nearly destroyed. The house was quiet again, but not empty. It felt like home. And as I walked upstairs that night, past Trevor's abandoned gaming chair in my old room, past the walls that had watched me grow up, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Peace. Laura's scheme had crumbled. Trevor's smirks had vanished. My father had finally chosen me. The house was safe. Our home was ours again. And I knew my mother would have been proud. "My name's Daniel, I'm 29, and if you've ever found yourself sitting at a folding stool, near a public bathroom, at a family event you helped pay for, wondering how you ended up being treated like an afterthought by people who used to braid your hair or teach you how to throw a football, then yeah, you'll probably understand this one. It all started with my cousin Melissa's wedding. Melissa and I were tight as kids. She used to call me D, and we had this little game where we'd swap lyrics to pop songs until someone messed up. But that was back when life was simpler. Before college. Before money. Before her mom, and Sylvia, started treating my side of the family like the charity branch of the family tree. My parents never had much, but they gave what they could. My dad fixed cars, my mom worked nights at the hospital. I got through school on a scholarship, paid my own way, and eventually started a small IT consulting business that, after years of grinding, finally took off. But success changes how people look at you, especially family. Suddenly you're not the quiet one, or the nerd, you're the one who's doing well, which quickly turns into the one who can help out, and faster than you can blink, you're the invisible wallet everyone thinks they're entitled to. Melissa got engaged to this guy named Brett, tall, smug, with that kind of beard that looks like he watched too many business podcasts. Whatever. I didn't judge. I got the invite months ahead, a fancy card wrapped in twine and wax seal. I figured she wanted me there. I was wrong. 2 weeks before the wedding, I get a call from Aunt Sylvia. I could already hear the fake warmth in her voice. "Oh, Daniel, we're just so excited to see you at the wedding." Melissa was wondering, would you be willing to help with a few expenses? Nothing big, just the cake and the photographer deposit. I should have said no. I should have remembered the way Melissa hadn't really called me in the last year, or how Aunt Sylvia only ever reached out when something was needed. But I was tired, it was late, and something about hearing my aunt use that gentle, syrupy voice made me say, "Sure, just let me know the numbers." She sent over a spreadsheet. A literal spreadsheet. And I stared at it in disbelief. The little help was $4,100, $1,700 for the cake and desserts, $1,300 for the catering deposit, and the rest for miscellaneous venue fees. I paused. I hovered over the reply button. But then I thought, this is Melissa's wedding. Maybe I'll finally be seen again. Maybe it'll mean something. So I paid. No thank you note, no call. Just a short, received email from the planner. Wedding day came fast. The venue was beautiful, rustic barn, floral arches, fairy lights strung across wooden beams. I arrived 15 minutes early, wearing the suit I reserved just for family events, the one I keep trying to outgrow with gym visits that never quite stick. No one greeted me. No hugs. No, "Hey, D, you made it." Instead, I saw Melissa across the courtyard in her gown, radiant, laughing with a cluster of friends and family. I raised a hand, but she didn't notice, or pretended not to. I found my name card on the seating board. It was tucked on the bottom right corner. Daniel Evans, table 8. Now, if you've been to weddings, you know the closer your table is to the cake, the closer you are to the family circle. I looked around. Table 1 was up front, right near the couple. Table 8? It was barely indoors. I made my way over, and froze. Table 8 wasn't a table. It was a bar stool, near the staff exit, right next to the bathroom line. My heart sank. I stood there for a second, trying to convince myself it was a mistake, that maybe someone moved things around. But then I heard her voice. "Oh good, you found your seat," Melissa said, appearing beside me. "We just had so many guests show up. We had to make some adjustments." I looked at her. A bar stool by the bathroom? She gave a sheepish shrug and said, "Well, Brett's cousin flew in from Miami, and my college roommate came last minute. You understand, right?" I didn't respond. I just nodded, quietly. She smiled like I'd just done her a favor, then walked off. I sat. The metal stool rocked a little every time someone flushed. I stared at my glass of water, wondering how I could have been this naive. 10 minutes later, a server passed by with drinks. I asked if I could get a wine. She blinked. "Sorry, you're not on the drink list. You'll need to go to the cash bar." I stared at her. "I'm not on the list?" She nodded. This area wasn't part of the catered zone. Cash bar. No wine. A stool. No family. Just me. An hour later, it got worse. Dinner was being served in courses. Plates were brought out, beef medallions, grilled vegetables, artisan rolls. I was skipped. Twice. When I flagged a waiter, he hesitated, then said, "Oh, sorry. I was told you were self-catered." I laughed, thinking it was a joke. But his face didn't change. Self-catered. I grabbed a napkin and walked to the buffet table. hoping maybe they had a backup set up. A few finger sandwiches were left for the staff. I grabbed two and returned to my stool. It was then I heard the laughter. My cousin Brandon, Melissa's brother, walked past, smirking. He leaned toward the table behind me and said, "Guess Daniel finally found his place in the family." They laughed, and I just sat there, chewing through stale bread, wondering why I ever thought I belonged. But then came the moment, the one that changed everything. As the cake was wheeled in, a three-tiered monstrosity with gold trim and fresh roses, the planner walked up to me, clipboard in hand, her face a little flushed. "Excuse me," she said. "Are you Daniel Evans?" I nodded, slowly. She tapped her pen against the clipboard. "Hi. Sorry to bother you during the reception, but we're just confirming the remaining payment for the cake, catering, and venue services. The previous deposit was received, but the remaining balances." I raised a hand and sipped my drink. I could feel the weight of a dozen eyes turning toward us. "I'd suggest," I said, calmly, "you ask the actual family." And I set my drink down. Her face went pale. Behind her, Melissa turned from the cake and saw the planner talking to me. Her eyes narrowed, her lips starting to part in confusion. I could feel it, like the moment before a storm, when everything goes still and cold. Melissa blinked twice, then handed her bouquet to a bridesmaid and began striding over. I could tell the planner was getting nervous, glancing between me and the bride, unsure of what exactly she'd just walked into. "Daniel," Melissa called, her voice rising, just loud enough to draw the attention of the nearby tables. "What's going on? Is there a problem?" I turned to face her slowly, careful to keep my expression neutral. There was a time I might have folded in moments like this. Smoothed it over, shrunk myself, but not tonight. The planner wanted to know who'd be covering the remaining $4,100, I said, casually. Since I'm just the guy sitting near the restroom, I figured she should check with the actual family. Her face flushed immediately. "Daniel, you agreed to cover the costs. You said you'd help." "I did help," I replied, sipping the last of my wine. "You got your deposit. You got your cake. You got your catering. You even got a stool for me near the toilets." That was cute. Aunt Sylvia was making her way over now, dragging Uncle Robert along, her heels clicking like a metronome of incoming passive aggression. "Daniel," she said in a tone that dripped with condescension masked as concern, "this is really not the time for drama. Melissa's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Why are you making it about yourself?" I tilted my head, pretending to consider her question. "I'm not. In fact, I've barely spoken to anyone all night. Didn't want to take attention away from the happy couple. But when your wedding planner corners me with a clipboard asking for thousands of dollars while I'm chewing on a crusty sandwich, I figure it's fair to speak up." Melissa's fiancé, Brett, in all his smug, undershaved glory, joined the circle. "Look, man," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder like we were best bros. "I get that you're feeling a little left out, but this is really not cool." I stood up, slowly, deliberately. His hand fell off my shoulder like it had touched something hot. "Left out," I said. "No, Brett. Left out is when someone forgets to invite you to their bachelor party. This is being deliberately humiliated." Melissa scoffed. "Humiliated? You were seated, weren't you? Next to the bathroom," I said, stepping closer. "Not even part of the catered guest list. No wine. No meal. You even told the staff I was self-catered." At that, Melissa looked genuinely confused. "We had to make room. You should have told me you were bringing a +1. "I didn't bring a +1, I said. "I brought $4,100. The planner stepped back awkwardly, clearly regretting ever approaching me. The guests had started to notice something was going down. Conversations quieted. Heads turned. Aunt Sylvia hissed, "Daniel, you're embarrassing yourself." I let out a dry laugh. Embarrassing myself? Oh, I think that ship sailed somewhere between the dry sandwich and the bar stool. Brett looked like he was about to say something, but I raised a hand to cut him off. "Let me make something very clear," I said, now loud enough for nearby tables to hear. "I was asked to help, and I did. I never asked to be treated like royalty, but I also didn't expect to be treated like a stray dog. You want my money? You don't get to spit on me while cashing the check." Melissa's jaw clenched. "So what? You're just walking away?" "No," I said, turning back to the planner. "I'm staying for the show, but I won't be paying another cent. If there's an issue with the venue or the cake, I suggest you talk to the bride. She's the one who sat her financial backer by the toilets." The planner nodded awkwardly and walked off, Melissa tried to call after her, but she was already lost in the crowd. That's when the murmurs started. Guests were whispering. Some cousins looked uncomfortable. One of Melissa's bridesmaids gave me a sympathetic shrug, mouthing, "That's messed up." Even Uncle Robert looked unsure now, rubbing the back of his neck like he wanted to disappear. Melissa crossed her arms. "You know, Daniel, this day isn't about you." "You're right," I said, turning to go. "It's about family. Real family. Shame you forgot what that actually means." I walked away before she could respond. Back to my sad little stool. But something felt different now. I wasn't shrinking. I wasn't eating in shame. I was just waiting. Watching. The storm had cracked, but the thunder was still coming. Not 10 minutes later, the planner returned. This time, she didn't look unsure. She looked panicked. "Mr. Evans," she said, her voice tight. "I'm so sorry to bother you again, but the card we had on file was declined. The venue is asking for full payment by tonight, or they'll require an early shutdown. I've asked the bride and groom, but..." I raised an eyebrow. "They can't pay." She looked at me like she wished she'd asked literally anyone else for a job today. "They say you're the primary on the agreement." I nodded slowly, letting the silence settle like ash. Melissa was now arguing with Brett in the background. Aunt Sylvia was on the phone with someone, face pale. Guests were clearly beginning to catch on that something had gone very, very wrong. "I'd love to help," I said, finally, rising to my feet. "But I'm just the guy sitting near the restroom. Remember?" The planner gave me a strained smile, the kind people give when they're about to cry in a walk-in freezer. She muttered something about checking with the venue manager and backed away like I had contagious responsibility. I watched her disappear into the hallway as the soft, expensive music kept playing like everything was fine. It wasn't. Across the room, Melissa's perfect little reception started to fracture at the seams. I saw her snatch her phone off the gift table and start furiously typing. Brett, looking less like a groom and more like a panicked intern, was pacing by the bar. Guests were pretending not to notice, which made it more obvious. Whispering. Side glances. One of the older guests, and Nancy, I think, actually leaned over to my dad and asked, "Is everything okay?" "Melissa looks like she just found out the honeymoon got canceled." Dad just shrugged. He didn't know the details. None of my immediate family did. I'd kept them out of the loop on purpose. I didn't want them to stop me. My phone buzzed. "Melissa, you are seriously out of line. Fix this. Now." I looked at the message, shook my head, and locked the screen without replying. Because she still didn't get it. None of them did. They thought I was a resource, a walking debit card in a dress shirt. For years, I tolerated it. I played the peacemaker. I helped with emergencies, sent just a little something when the holidays came around, stayed quiet when my name got conveniently skipped over during public thank yous. But not tonight. Tonight, I'd finally drawn a line, and the fallout had only just begun. From the corner of my eye, I saw Aunt Sylvia now whispering to Uncle Robert with that frantic tone rich people use when they realize something they thought was handled by the help is now a full-on liability. Then the DJ's mic crackled. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, clearly improvising, "if we could ask everyone to return to their seats for the couple's first dance." That was not the plan. I remembered the itinerary on the fancy trifold card at each place setting. The first dance was supposed to come after dinner. They were stalling. Sure enough, a few of the catering staff had stopped serving. Some were in a huddle near the kitchen doors. One guy, a busser barely out of high school, walked right out the front with his apron still on. I stood up and walked toward the back of the room where the planner had gone. I passed table 3, where one of my second cousins leaned toward me and muttered, "What's happening?" Like this was a soap opera and I was the main character. At the hallway entrance, I stopped just short of the open door to a small office labeled venue manager. Inside, the planner was sitting on the edge of a desk, hands fidgeting. A man in a suit, probably the manager, was flipping through the contract folder, sighing. "No, it's not covered," he said, clearly annoyed. "The card on file was only for the deposit. Balance due was scheduled for tonight. If that payment doesn't go through, we'll have to halt services. That includes catering, DJ, everything." I waited until he finished speaking before I knocked lightly and stepped inside. "Sorry to interrupt," I said, "but I thought I should make something clear." The planner straightened up. "Mr. Evans, Daniel." The manager gave me a cautious glance. "I'm not paying the rest," I said. "I was asked for a deposit as a gift. That's it. The agreement should have their names on it too, right?" The manager tapped the folder. "It does. Bride, groom, and you." Then you'll have to take it up with them, I said. I'm done being their wallet. The manager leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Understood. In that case, we'll need to suspend services if no payment is made within the next 30 minutes. The planner looked like she might cry. This is going to be messy. I gave her a sympathetic smile. Yeah, that's how truth usually feels the first time it's said out loud. Then I walked out. Back in the reception area, Melissa was standing near the cake table, phone still in hand, fury radiating from every inch of her. She caught sight of me immediately and stormed over. Daniel, we need to talk. Let's, I said calmly, stepping a few feet away from the guests but not so far we couldn't be overheard. That was important now. I wanted witnesses. You agreed, she hissed, to help with the wedding. You can't just back out in the middle of it. I raised an eyebrow. Help? Not fund. There's a difference. But you paid the deposit. I did. And then I got demoted to barstool duty. No dinner. No drinks. No seat at the table, literally. And not one word of thanks. She groaned, as if I were the problem. Look, I'm sorry about the seat. I didn't plan the layout, okay? You had time to assign everyone else a table. I checked the chart. You had people from Brett's CrossFit gym at table 4. His CrossFit gym, Melissa. She flinched, but didn't deny it. I gave you $4,100, I continued. More than your college bestie, more than Aunt Nancy, more than Uncle Robert and his collection of bad jokes combined. And in return, I got treated like a stain on your guest list. She said nothing. You know what the worst part is? I asked. I wasn't even mad at first. Just disappointed. But now? I'm actually glad this is happening. Because maybe this is the first time in your life you're going to learn that money doesn't come from nowhere. That people don't just owe you because you smile and act sweet when it benefits you. Her lips parted to fire back, but then Brett ran up to us. Melissa, he said, out of breath. They're cutting off the food service. Her eyes widened. What? They just told the caterers to pack up unless payment is made. She turned back to me. You did this. No, I said. You did this. I just stopped cleaning up your mess for once. I left them standing there, stunned. The music still played, but now it felt weird, like a soundtrack trying to cover a disaster. Guests were starting to realize something was happening. Waiters were quietly rolling food trays away. A few people had already grabbed their jackets and started heading for the doors. Back at my stool, I finally sat down again, crossed one leg over the other, and took a slow sip of my water. It tasted cleaner now, because the reckoning had just begun. Melissa just stood there, frozen, her eyes locked on the empty space where the caterers had been. The ambient music tried its best to paper over the awkward silence growing in the room, but it was like dressing a gunshot wound with a paper towel, utterly useless. Guests were no longer whispering. They were openly talking now. A few started checking their phones, likely debating how long they should stick around before leaving under the excuse of an early morning. I watched from my stool, still planted beside the bathroom, still untouched, still symbolic of how I'd been treated all night. But something about the position felt different now, like it wasn't shameful anymore. It was deliberate, intentional. This wasn't the seat of the forgotten. It was the throne of someone who'd finally stopped allowing himself to be used. Melissa and Brett had disappeared through a side door with the planner and the venue manager, probably scrambling for solutions. Aunt Sylvia lingered behind, trying to assure concerned guests that everything's fine, even as one of the bartenders began putting away bottles. But nothing was fine. That's what made it so satisfying. 15 minutes passed. The first dance never happened. No toasts, no cake cutting, no bouquet toss. Just a sinking ship and a bride clinging to a ceremony that had started slipping through her fingers the moment she forgot who helped her build it in the first place. My phone buzzed again. Another text. Melissa, please come talk to me. We can fix this. Don't do this to me. Not us. Not the wedding. Me. I didn't reply. Instead, I stood up and walked over to my dad, who was sitting quietly at a nearby table, looking like he was trying to pretend none of this affected him. You all right? I asked, gently. He looked up. Should I be asking you that? I smiled. Actually, I feel better than I have in years. He nodded slowly, studying me. Then, almost to himself, he said, about time. That caught me off guard. What do you mean? I asked. He gave a small shrug. You've always been generous, Danny. Too generous. Even when people treated you like furniture, you just kept showing up. I don't think you ever realized they stopped respecting you a long time ago. That hit hard. He patted my shoulder. But tonight? You made sure they noticed. Just then, The side door creaked open again. Melissa emerged first. Her hair was slightly frizzed, makeup not quite smudged, but no longer picture perfect. Brett followed behind, red in the face, jaw tight. The planner looked like she wanted to teleport out of existence. Melissa walked toward me directly. She stopped a few feet away, trying to force a smile, though it came out more like a pained grimace. "Daniel," she said, "can we talk? Just for a minute." I stayed still. "Whatever you need to say, you can say it here." She looked around. Guests were watching. Of course they were. But she was beyond pretending now. I didn't think this would happen," she said, eyes welling up. "I didn't think you'd do something like this." That hit me harder than I expected, but not in the way she probably hoped. "No, Melissa," I said, keeping my voice steady. "You didn't think. You assumed. You assumed I'd keep paying while being treated like an inconvenience. You assumed I wouldn't speak up, that I'd just smile through it like always." She opened her mouth, then closed it. There was nothing to say. "We just spoke to the venue manager," Brett chimed in. "They're giving us until midnight to wire the rest of the funds, or everything shuts down." I nodded. "And?" He blinked. "Well, we're asking if you can." "No," I said, cutting him off. "You're not asking. You're expecting." Melissa's eyes were pleading now. "Danny, please. This is my wedding." "And this was supposed to be a celebration of family," I replied. "But the moment you decided I wasn't family enough to sit at a table or to get a meal or even a glass of wine, you made your choice. I didn't mean to hurt you. That's the thing," I said quietly. "You didn't even think it could hurt me." There was silence between us. "I won't make the payment," I said finally. "You'll need to figure something else out." Melissa's face crumpled then, tears forming, jaw quivering. It wasn't a performance anymore. This was panic. Real panic. And it didn't feel good to watch. I didn't hate her. I didn't want to. But I also wasn't going to rescue her from the consequences of her actions. She turned away. Brett followed behind, muttering something under his breath I didn't bother catching. The next hour was a slow, surreal collapse. The music faded out. The DJ quietly began packing up. A server wheeled the untouched cake away after a hushed conversation with the planner. One of the bridesmaids started crying. Uncle Robert left without saying goodbye. Aunt Sylvia finally stopped smiling and instead pulled Melissa into a quiet corner, probably to deliver one of her signature, passive-aggressive scoldings about appearances. Eventually, the venue manager announced the reception was ending early due to unexpected circumstances. That was the final nail. Most guests filtered out quickly, murmuring among themselves, offering awkward half-smiles to whoever was left. I stayed behind for a few minutes. My dad, mom, and a couple cousins from my side of the family stayed with me. We didn't say much. Just sat there in the now-too-quiet hall, sipping coffee while chairs were folded up around us. "Think she'll ever speak to you again?" my cousin Leah asked quietly. "Maybe," I said, "when she learns what an apology sounds like." She nodded. "Think she'll ever pay you back?" That one made me laugh. The final poetic moment came as I was leaving. On the edge of the dance floor, I noticed the original seating chart, printed in calligraphy and framed in gold. I walked up to it. Sure enough, every name was there, elegantly scripted under their respective tables. Except mine. I wasn't listed at all, not even at table 8. They hadn't forgotten me. They'd erased me. And now, they were paying for it, every cent of the $4,100 and then some. In embarrassment. In awkward explanations. In a ruined wedding story they'd have to retell every time someone asked, "So what happened with the reception?" I walked out of the venue that night feeling lighter than I had in years. Not because I'd gotten revenge, but because I'd finally stopped volunteering to be hurt. They made me feel like I didn't belong. So I left. And for once, I was proud I did. My name's Lucas, I'm 32, and if you had asked me a year ago what my relationship with my family was like, I probably would have shrugged and said, complicated. Not terrible, not great, just complicated. My dad, Richard, was a larger-than-life kind of guy. He built a company from the ground up, the kind of old-school entrepreneur who worked his fingers raw and never let us forget it. He loved his work more than almost anything else, but deep down, I know he loved his kids, me and my older brother, Nathan. The problem was, Dad never really treated us equally. Nathan was the golden child, the one who always seemed to be standing in the spotlight. I was more like the guy holding the light from behind the curtain. Growing up, that dynamic shaped everything. At school events, Dad always made sure Nathan's achievements were known to everyone, while my own accomplishments, usually quieter, more behind the scenes, were brushed over with a quick nod. Nathan was the one who got the car at 16, the lavish graduation gift, the praise at family dinners. I wasn't ignored exactly, but let's just say, when you're constantly standing next to someone being showered in applause, it's hard not to feel like an afterthought. Still, I didn't resent Dad for it as much as I probably should have. I understood why. Nathan was loud, confident, and always knew how to work a crowd. He was the natural heir to the family business, or so everyone thought. I, on the other hand, preferred to put my head down and actually do the work. I was the detail guy, the fixer, the one who made sure Nathan's big, flashy promises could actually be delivered. Maybe I wasn't the star, but I was part of the machinery that kept things running. That was enough for me. Or at least, I thought it was. Everything shifted when Dad passed away. It wasn't sudden. We had known his health was failing for months. But even when you expect it, nothing can prepare you for the finality of it. The funeral was tough. Seeing the man who had built so much, who had been this towering figure in my life, lowered into the ground, it left me hollow. I thought grief would bring me and Nathan closer. That maybe for once, we'd drop the roles we'd been forced into since childhood. For a brief moment, when we hugged at the gravesite, I thought I saw a glimpse of that brotherly bond one had always wanted. But then came dinner at Nathan's house the night after the funeral. His wife, always impeccably dressed, greeted me at the door with that tight smile she reserved for moments when she wanted me to know I wasn't entirely welcome. The table was set like something out of a magazine, wine glasses sparkling, silverware perfectly aligned. But the atmosphere was stiff, cold, like everyone was waiting for something to happen. Halfway through the meal, Nathan leaned back in his chair, swirling his glass of wine as if he were already the head of some empire. Then he looked at me with this smug grin and said, "So, I guess it's official now. Dad left the company to me." He let the words hang in the air like a gavel striking down. I blinked. "What do you mean?" He smirked wider, pulling a folded set of papers from his jacket pocket and sliding them across the table toward me. "You're just an employee now. Here's your new contract." He actually chuckled, as if this was all some kind of game. I picked up the papers, scanning them. Sure enough, it was a contract demoting me from the executive role I'd been holding for years to a glorified middle manager position, complete with a pay cut. My stomach twisted. It wasn't even about the money. It was about the insult, the dismissal of everything I had worked for. Nathan leaned forward, eyes glittering with triumph. "It's nothing personal, little brother. Just business. Dad always said I was the one meant to lead, and now it's finally in writing." He tapped the contract with his finger like it was some kind of trophy. I looked up at him, forcing my expression into neutrality. "Interesting," I said softly, folding the papers neatly. Then I leaned back and let a grin spread across my face. Because here's the thing Nathan didn't know. Before the funeral, just days before Dad passed, he and I had signed something. Something my brother had never even seen coming. And sitting at that dinner table, watching Nathan bask in his own arrogance, I knew one thing for certain. The game had only just begun. And that's when the story really started. I didn't react that night the way Nathan probably expected me to. If anything, my calmness seemed to irritate him more than if I had exploded. He kept watching me across the table, waiting for me to crack, waiting for the little brother he could gloat over. Instead, I just nodded, thanked his wife for dinner, and left quietly. But inside, I could feel something simmering. The days after the funeral were a blur. Grief still hung over me, but it was quickly being overshadowed by something else. The way Nathan was moving fast to consolidate power. It was almost unsettling how quickly he stepped into the role of the man in charge. He didn't wait for the dust to settle or for people to process Dad's passing. He dove headfirst into reshaping the company, making decisions unilaterally, and making sure everyone knew he was the boss now. I found out about his first move not through him, but through an email blast he sent to the entire company. The subject line read, "A new era begins." I opened it with dread. The message was full of flowery words about legacy, leadership, and honoring our father's vision. But buried inside were real changes, a restructuring plan that effectively stripped me of half my responsibilities, assigning them to Nathan's handpicked executive team. Most of these executives were his friends from college, guys who had never set foot inside our company before. One of them, if you can believe it, had been Nathan's old fraternity buddy, The same guy who once bragged about dropping out of 3 jobs because he wasn't a morning person. I tried not to let it get to me, but the worst part wasn't even the changes, it was how he announced them. He didn't tell me first. He didn't even consult me. I had to read it along with every other employee. The humiliation burned, especially when I walked into the office the next day and was met with awkward glances from people who didn't know how to address me anymore. It wasn't just at work, either. Nathan started throwing his weight around in the family, too. At Sunday lunch with relatives, he made a grand show of toasting to Dad's legacy and the responsibility now resting on my shoulders. He didn't mention me once. My aunt leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, Lucas. You'll find your place." I forced a smile, but inside, my hands clenched under the table. Then came the staff meeting that really showed me how far he was willing to push it. Nathan called everyone into the conference room, standing at the head of the table like some king addressing his subjects. From this point forward, he announced, all major decisions come through me. I'll be handling client relationships, strategic planning, and growth initiatives. He paused, giving me a sideways glance before adding, Lucas will focus on operations and compliance. The less glamorous stuff, but still important, right? He said it with that mock-encouraging tone, like he was patting a dog on the head for sitting still. I felt the eyes of the team on me. Some were sympathetic, others confused, but most were silent. Nobody dared to challenge Nathan, not when he was riding this wave of authority. I kept my face neutral, but inside, it felt like someone had reached into my chest and twisted. I had built those client relationships. I had handled those negotiations. To see them ripped away and rebranded as Nathan's vision was crushing. Outside of work, Nathan didn't stop. He started renovating Dad's house, our childhood home, without asking me. I drove by one day to find a construction crew tearing down the old porch swing Dad and I used to sit on when I was a kid. When I asked Nathan about it, he shrugged. It's outdated. We're modernizing. Besides, I'm the one in charge now. He said it so casually, like it was his birthright. The favoritism from extended family grew louder too. My uncle pulled me aside at a gathering and said, "You should be proud of your brother. He's really stepping up." Proud. I wanted to laugh. Step up? Nathan was trampling over everyone to claim a throne he thought was his by divine right. And yet, I stayed quiet. I let him bask in the attention. I let him believe he had me cornered, that I was just another employee, just another family member living in his shadow. All the while, I thought back to the papers Dad and I had signed before the funeral. It wasn't just any paperwork. It was something that changed everything. And as Nathan grew bolder, more arrogant, and more careless in how he treated me, he had no idea that each smug word, each humiliating gesture, was only tightening the noose he'd tied around his own neck. But I'll get to that. For now, the tension kept rising, like a storm building on the horizon, quiet at first, then impossible to ignore. And the more Nathan pushed, the more I knew the storm was going to break in a way he never expected. And then came the board meeting. That was the moment everything shifted. The board meeting was supposed to be routine. That's how Nathan had framed it, at least. Just a quick update, he said with that breezy confidence of his. But I had been around long enough to know that Nathan never called a meeting unless he wanted to put on a show. He thrived on theatrics, on having an audience. The conference room was packed that morning. The board members, some longtime allies of Dad, others newer faces Nathan had charmed, sat in their polished leather chairs. The air smelled faintly of coffee and the lemon polish the janitorial crew used on the long oak table. I walked in and took my usual spot, trying not to notice how Nathan had positioned himself at the head like a king on his throne. He opened the meeting with a speech. Always the speech. He talked about new horizons, bold leadership, and a vision for the future. His words were rehearsed, delivered with the kind of charm that could almost mask the fact that they were empty. People nodded, some clapped lightly. I just sat there, feeling the unease grow in my stomach. Then came the moment. Nathan smiled, glancing at me before turning to the board. As you know, my father built this company with his own 2 hands. It's a legacy I intend to carry forward. But legacies evolve, and sometimes difficult decisions must be made for the sake of growth. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. And then he dropped the bomb. Effective immediately, he said, his tone suddenly sharper. Lucas will be stepping down from his executive role. He'll remain with the company, of course, but in a reduced capacity. Operations manager. He let the words sink in, like he was proud of the knife he had just plunged into my back. I froze. Around the table, there was a ripple of shock. Some board members exchanged glances, others shifted uncomfortably. But Nathan wasn't done. He pulled out a folder, flipping it open as if he were unveiling a prize. "The board has already reviewed this," he said smoothly, "and with their approval, the transition will be seamless." He gestured to the documents. I hadn't seen those papers before. My heart pounded as I realized what he had done. Somehow, he had gotten the board, at least some of them, on his side without ever telling me. He had gone behind my back, painting me as a liability, and now he was presenting it as if it were a fait accompli. I felt heat rise in my face. "You blindsided me," I said, my voice low but firm. "We were supposed to make decisions like this together." Nathan gave me that smile, the one he'd perfected since we were kids. The smile that said, "I win, you lose. Don't take it personally, little brother. It's just business. You've always been good with the details, but leadership," he shrugged. "Leadership requires a bigger vision. And frankly, Dad always said I had that, not you." The betrayal hit me like a punch to the chest. This wasn't just a demotion. This was erasure. Years of hard work, loyalty to Dad, sacrifices I had made for the company, all brushed aside with a flick of Nathan's pen and a rehearsed speech. One board member, Mr. Callahan, an older man who had known me since I was a teenager, cleared his throat. "I'm not sure this is wise. Lucas has been integral to our operations." Nathan cut him off smoothly. "Of course, and that's why he'll continue to contribute. But leadership needs clarity. One vision, one voice." Dad understood that. I could see it in the eyes of some of the board members. They were uneasy, but Nathan's charisma and the way he framed it made it hard for them to challenge him openly. He had cornered me, and he knew it. I sat there in silence, my mind racing. Betrayal wasn't even a strong enough word. This was theft. He had stolen not just my position, but the respect, the trust, the recognition I had spent years building. Nathan leaned back, smug, and said, "Lucas, you'll thank me one day. Less stress, less responsibility. You'll have more time to, I don't know, find yourself." He chuckled, and a couple of the newer board members gave awkward laughs, as if they weren't sure whether it was a joke or an order. I didn't laugh. I didn't even blink. Inside, though, I felt something shift. The betrayal cut deep, but beneath the sting, another feeling was growing. A cold, steady determination. Because while Nathan thought he had outmaneuvered me, he had no idea about the one thing that could unravel everything he had just claimed. And as I left that boardroom, with my so-called new role hanging over me, I knew the time for patience was ending. Nathan thought he had won, but he had just set the stage for the move that would change everything. The betrayal was complete. The only thing left was to decide how and when I would strike back. And then, just a week later, he made it personal in a way that left no doubt. This wasn't about business anymore. It was war. The week after that board meeting felt like the longest of my life. Walking into the office was like walking into someone else's kingdom. My nameplate was still on the door, but the title beneath it had been changed, Operations Manager. A demotion in black and white, visible for everyone who walked past. I caught a few employees lingering outside my office that first morning, whispering. They quickly looked away when I met their eyes, but the damage was done. The humiliation was suffocating. People who used to greet me with respect now seemed hesitant, unsure if they should treat me like a leader or just another middle manager. Meetings I had once led were suddenly invite-only, and I wasn't on the list. My calendar, which used to be packed with strategic sessions and client calls, now sat half empty. The silence of my office was deafening. Nathan, of course, made sure to rub it in. He would stroll by with his new executive team, laughing loudly, tossing out comments designed to sting. One afternoon, he stopped at my door, leaned against the frame, and said with a smirk, "Don't look so glum, Lucas. Some people thrive in the shadows. It suits you." His entourage laughed, and they moved on as if I were invisible. I wish I could say I brushed it off, but the truth is, it broke me down in ways I hadn't expected. I started dreading going to work. I stayed up at night staring at the ceiling, wondering how my own brother could be so ruthless, how he could strip me of everything Dad and I had built together without a second thought. And worst of all, I wondered if maybe everyone had been right all along. Maybe I was never meant to lead. The weight of it all carried into my personal life, too. Friends reached out to offer condolences about Dad, but I pulled away. I couldn't bring myself to admit how bad things had gotten. Even simple conversations felt impossible. Every word stuck in my throat because how could I explain that my brother, my own flesh and blood, had not only taken everything from me, but done it with a smile? At family gatherings, the dynamic was just as toxic. Nathan had become the center of attention, the golden heir who had stepped up. Relatives clapped him on the back, praising his leadership. When I tried to chime in, even casually, the conversation would pivot back to Nathan. My mom, still grieving, looked at him with pride. She barely noticed me sitting in the corner, quietly pushing food around my plate. The lowest point came one Thursday evening. I stayed late at the office, mostly to avoid going home to an empty apartment. As I walked through the quiet halls, I saw the conference room lights on. Inside, Nathan was meeting with the executives. I stopped at the glass window, unseen, and listened. "Lucas just doesn't have what it takes," Nathan was saying. "He's good at the grunt work, but leadership? No." Dad knew that, and now the board knows it too. Honestly, keeping him around is charity at this point. Laughter rippled through the room. I felt my throat tighten. Charity. That's what he thought of me. Not a partner, not a brother, just dead weight he was gracious enough to keep around. I went home that night and sat in the dark, staring at my phone. I thought about calling him, screaming at him, demanding he stop dragging my name through the mud. But what good would that do? Nathan thrived on conflict. He'd twist it into another story, another excuse to make me look weak. Instead, I did something different. I got quiet. I pulled out the folder Dad and I had signed before the funeral. I hadn't opened it since that day. The pages were crisp, untouched, but the words on them were like a lifeline. Dad hadn't left everything to Nathan. Not even close. He had trusted me with something my brother didn't know about. Something that could change everything if I played it right. But I knew I couldn't rush. Nathan had the board, the staff, and the family eating out of his hand. If I went at him head on, I'd lose. I had to be smarter. Patient. I had to let him think he had won completely. Let him get comfortable, arrogant, sloppy. So, I started planning. Quietly, in the background, while letting the world believe I had accepted my new role. At work, I smiled when people handed me busy work. At family dinners, I nodded when Nathan bragged about his latest big deal. Outwardly, I was the picture of defeat. Inwardly, I was laying bricks. It wasn't easy. Every day felt like swallowing broken glass. But little by little, I started collecting pieces of information. Small cracks in Nathan's empire that nobody else noticed. A client unhappy with how he handled a contract. An executive making sloppy mistakes Nathan was too arrogant to catch. I kept records, tucked them away. I let him believe I was down and out. I let him believe I was harmless. But deep down, I knew something Nathan didn't. Rock bottom wasn't the end for me. It was the foundation. And the first sign that things were about to shift came when I stumbled across a file Nathan never meant for me to see. One that revealed just how reckless he really was. And that was the moment I realized his empire wasn't as unshakable as it looked. That file was the crack in the wall I had been waiting for. It wasn't even dramatic at first glance, just a mislabeled folder in our shared drive, one Nathan's assistant must have uploaded carelessly. But when I opened it, what I found made my pulse race. It contained correspondence between Nathan and a major client, one of our longest-standing accounts, and the tone was disastrous. Nathan had overpromised on delivery timelines, cut corners on quality assurances, and brushed off the client's concerns with the kind of arrogance only he could muster. The emails read less like professional communication and more like a king scolding a servant. I read every word, my stomach tightening. This wasn't just sloppy, it was dangerous. The client was on the verge of walking, and if they pulled out, it would hit our quarterly revenue hard. Worse, Nathan had tried to cover it up by shuffling numbers and reports he sent to the board. He was playing with fire. And suddenly, I realized something. I had leverage. That night, instead of stewing in bitterness like I had for weeks, I pulled out a notebook and began sketching a plan. My quiet suffering had turned into quiet strategy. I couldn't take Nathan head on. Not yet. But what I could do was start building my own foundation, one that had nothing to do with his approval or the scraps he tossed me. The first step was rebuilding my network. I reached out discreetly to old clients, ones I had nurtured relationships with for years. Not to talk about Nathan or the company, but just to check in, to remind them I was still here, still reliable. Many of them sighed in relief just to hear my voice. "We miss working with you, Lucas," one said. Another admitted, "Your brother's been difficult." Those little comments were like kindling on a spark. At the same time, I began documenting everything. Every misstep Nathan made, every careless email, every decision that put the company at risk. I archived it all. Quietly, patiently. While Nathan strutted around in his tailored suits, bragging about innovation and growth, I was building a case brick by brick. But it wasn't all about the company. I realized I had been letting him define my entire identity, and that had to change. I started focusing on myself again. I began running in the mornings, something I hadn't done since college. I cleaned up my apartment, started cooking instead of ordering takeout. Even these small acts felt like reclaiming pieces of myself Nathan couldn't touch. My energy came back. My confidence, something he had chipped away at for years, started to flicker to life again. People noticed. A few employees who had always respected me began stopping by my office again. "Hey, Lucas, can I run something by you?" They'd ask quietly, like they knew I was still the person who could get things done. I gave them guidance, asked questions, helped them solve problems, and I didn't breathe a word of it to Nathan. Slowly, a quiet current of loyalty began flowing my way. One moment, in particular, lit a fire under me. A younger staff member named Carla knocked on my door one afternoon, her voice low. "I don't know who else to tell," she whispered, sliding a folder onto my desk. Inside were more errors, mistakes from one of Nathan's new executives that had nearly cost us a contract renewal. "If this keeps happening," she said, "we're in trouble." I nodded, thanked her, and reassured her I'd take care of it. When she left, I sat there staring at the folder, my heart steady. This wasn't just about me anymore. Nathan's ego was putting the whole company in danger, and people were starting to notice. And they were coming to me, not him. Outside of work, things shifted too. A friend introduced me to a small group of entrepreneurs who met weekly to share ideas and strategies. At first, I felt like an imposter. After all, wasn't I the failure brother, the one shoved into the shadows? But when I shared insights from my years in operations, they listened intently. One of them even said, "You should run your own thing, Lucas. You've got the brains for it." The words stuck with me, bouncing around in my mind long after I left the cafe that night. For the first time in months, I felt like I had options. Real options. Not just surviving under Nathan's thumb, but creating something of my own, or using the power Dad had given me in that signed folder to finally take back what was mine. And just as I began to rise quietly, Nathan handed me another gift, though he didn't realize it at the time. He announced a massive expansion project, something flashy, designed to cement his image as a bold leader. But the numbers didn't add up. He was pouring resources into it recklessly, ignoring risks, and betting the company's future on a gamble. The board was dazzled by his presentation, but I saw the cracks instantly. And as I looked at the spreadsheets late one night, it hit me. This was it. The moment I had been preparing for. The storm I had been waiting to break was right on the horizon. Nathan thought he was untouchable, but with every arrogant step he took, he was walking straight into the trap he didn't even know existed. And I was finally ready to set it. The expansion project was Nathan's crown jewel, or at least that's how he sold it. A brand new headquarters in the city's financial district, complete with floor-to-ceiling glass windows, a rooftop lounge, and offices designed for the future of innovation. He unveiled the glossy renderings at a company-wide meeting, his voice booming through the microphone as he painted a picture of legacy and power. Employees clapped, the board looked dazzled, and Nathan basked in the spotlight like an actor taking his bow. But beneath the glittering facade, the numbers screamed trouble. He was borrowing heavily against company assets, mortgaging the stability our father had built over decades. Worse, he had projected revenues based on shaky deals that hadn't even been signed yet. It wasn't vision, it was recklessness dressed up in confidence. And almost no one saw it. Almost. I spent hours poring over the documents, quietly pulling financial statements, cross-checking numbers. And that's when I stumbled on something bigger than I could have hoped for. Nathan hadn't just miscalculated. He had falsified. He had adjusted figures in quarterly reports to make the company look more profitable than it actually was. On paper, it looked like we were thriving. In reality, cash flow was dangerously thin. It hit me like a thunderclap. Not only had Nathan set himself up for failure, but he had given me the ammunition to destroy him, legally, financially, and reputationally. But I knew better than to rush. If I went public too soon, he'd spin it, call it a misunderstanding, or worse, claim I was bitter and trying to sabotage him. No, I had to be methodical, invisible until the very moment the curtain came down. Around this time, something unexpected happened. The board chair, Mr. Callahan, the one who had voiced concern at my demotion, asked to meet privately. We met at a quiet diner outside the city, the kind of place where no one would overhear us. He stirred his coffee slowly before speaking. "Lucas," he said, "I've been around long enough to see patterns. Your father trusted you, even if he didn't always say it out loud. Your brother," he sighed, "he's reckless. The board is starting to notice cracks. If you've got something we need to see, now's the time to prepare it." His words confirmed what I already felt. The tide was shifting. Nathan's arrogance was beginning to wear thin, and people were looking for an anchor. That anchor could be me, if I played it right. I walked out of that diner with a strange calm settling over me. For months, I had felt powerless, stripped of dignity, watching Nathan dismantle everything I cared about. But now I had something my brother couldn't touch: foresight. While he chased glory, I was gathering evidence, allies, and patience. I doubled down. I began working late nights, not on the tasks Nathan dumped on me, but on building a meticulous dossier. Every inflated number, every misleading report, every reckless promise, documented, organized, airtight. I even had testimonies from employees quietly slipping me information, people too afraid to speak out, but desperate for someone to stop the chaos. At the same time, I started laying the groundwork for my own future. The entrepreneurs I had been meeting with each week, I invested more of my time there, helping them refine strategies, connecting them with resources. And slowly, I built a reputation outside the company as someone reliable, sharp, and steady. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just Richard's son or Nathan's brother. I was Lucas. And then came the moment that sealed it. I revisited the folder Dad and I had signed together before the funeral. My father had anticipated this. The document wasn't just sentimental, it was legally binding. It granted me joint controlling interest in the company, equal to Nathan's. He had never intended for one of us to dominate the other. He wanted balance. But Nathan had kept it hidden from the board, spinning his narrative that he was the sole heir. When I read those words again, my chest tightened. All this time, Nathan had been playing king, but legally, I was sitting on half the throne. He didn't even know it. The pieces were falling into place. The board was wavering, employees were whispering, clients were restless, and I held a document that could upend everything Nathan thought he had secured. The setup was almost complete. All that remained was timing, waiting for the perfect moment when Nathan's own arrogance would leave him most exposed. And that moment was coming faster than even I had predicted, because Nathan had just announced a lavish, groundbreaking ceremony for the new headquarters, an event he invited the press, the board, and all our biggest clients to attend. He wanted to show the world he was untouchable, and I knew that was where I'd take him down. The day of the groundbreaking ceremony was warm and bright, the kind of weather publicists pray for. Nathan had spared no expense. A massive white tent was set up at the construction site, lined with velvet ropes and champagne tables. Cameras were already rolling as suited board members mingled with clients, their shoes crunching against gravel. There was a stage at the front with a gleaming podium and a row of golden shovels stuck upright in the dirt like trophies waiting to be claimed. I arrived quietly, dressed simply in a dark suit. No entourage, no flash. Most people barely noticed me at first. After all, Nathan was the star of the day. He stood at the center of everything, his tailored suit catching the light, shaking hands and flashing that politician's smile. "Our future begins here," he boomed to anyone who would listen. I stood off to the side, watching, calm, detached. But beneath that calm, every detail I had prepared for weeks was clicking into place. The ceremony began with Nathan's grand speech. He spoke about legacy, about vision, about how this building would stand as a monument to our father's dream. The crowd clapped dutifully, though I caught more than one board member glancing at each other with subtle unease. They'd begun to notice what I had noticed long ago. Nathan was heavy on showmanship, light on substance. Then came the moment he'd been waiting for, the ceremonial turning of the soil. Cameras clicked as he gripped one of the golden shovels, his executive team crowding around him. He flashed that wide grin, ready for the photo that would splash across press releases and financial magazines. That's when I stepped forward. "Before we proceed," I said, my voice carrying through the microphone I had arranged with the event staff beforehand, "I think it's important we clear up a matter of transparency." The crowd stilled. Heads turned. Nathan froze, shovel in hand, his smile faltering as he saw me standing at the podium. I laid a folder on the surface, my voice steady, deliberate. Our father's company was built on honesty and hard work. He valued truth above all else. Which is why it's troubling that recent reports submitted to this board, our clients, and even our employees contain inaccuracies. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Cameras swiveled toward me. I opened the folder and began reading, not my words, but Nathan's own emails, his doctored reports, his reckless promises to clients. Each word was evidence, each sentence a nail in the coffin he had built himself. I projected the documents onto the screen behind me, their damning contents blown up for everyone to see. Numbers altered, revenues exaggerated, contracts mishandled. Nathan tried to interrupt, stepping forward, face flushed. "This is slander," he barked. "You don't know what you're talking about, Lucas. Sit down." I didn't flinch. On the contrary, I replied, pulling out the final document, the one Dad and I had signed. Our father knew leadership required balance. He entrusted this company not to one son, but to both of us, jointly. Nathan chose to hide this from the board. Gasps filled the tent. The board members leaned forward, eyes locked on the paper I held. The seal, the signatures, the date. Unmistakable. Nathan's face went pale. For once, he had no smooth words, no rehearsed lines. Just silence. I let the moment hang, then said quietly but firmly, "This company deserves honesty. It deserves stability. And it deserves better than reckless gambles dressed up as vision." The board chair, Mr. Callahan, rose slowly from his seat. "I think," he said, his voice cutting through the stunned murmurs, "we've seen enough." The cameras flashed wildly as Nathan stood there, shovel limp in his hand, the golden symbol of his triumph now useless. Around him, whispers turned into open discussions. Clients muttered, shaking their heads. Executives who once laughed at his jokes avoided his eyes. For the first time, Nathan wasn't the center of the spotlight. He was trapped in it. And as I closed the folder and stepped away from the podium, calm and unshaken, I caught his gaze. His eyes burned with disbelief, with rage, with the realization that everything he thought was his had just slipped through his fingers. The revenge wasn't loud or messy. It was quiet, precise, devastating. Exactly how it needed to be. But the fallout, that was only just beginning. The hours and days after the ceremony unfolded like watching a tower collapse in slow motion. Once the first crack appeared, there was no stopping the rest. The press wasted no time. By the next morning, headlines blared with phrases like "financial mismanagement" and "company air under fire." Nathan's carefully polished image, the one he had built with tailored suits and rehearsed speeches, was shredded overnight. Clients began calling the board directly, demanding answers, some even threatening to pull their contracts entirely. The emails I had exposed were circulating online within hours, picked apart by analysts who all came to the same conclusion. Nathan wasn't just reckless, he was a liability. The board convened an emergency meeting that week. Nathan stormed in, his face blotched red, his voice rising as he blamed me, the employees, the press, anyone but himself. But the evidence was irrefutable. For every accusation he hurled, I had a quiet, documented response. When the chair finally called for a vote, the outcome wasn't even close. Effective immediately, Nathan was removed as CEO. The fury in his eyes when the verdict was announced was something I'll never forget. He slammed his fist against the table, shouting about betrayal, about how Dad would have wanted him in charge. But no one was listening anymore. The golden boy had fallen, and the room that once echoed with his voice now hummed with relief that he was gone. For me, the fallout was different. The board turned to me, not as a backup plan, but as the steady hand they desperately needed. I didn't gloat, didn't raise my voice. I simply accepted, quietly, and set about doing what I'd always done best: rebuilding, stabilizing, fixing what Nathan had broken. The clients who had nearly walked out began returning, not because of promises or showmanship, but because they trusted me. Employees who had been drifting under Nathan's leadership began stopping by my office again, this time not with fear or secrecy, but with hope. As for family, the shift was just as dramatic. Relatives who once toasted Nathan and barely glanced my way suddenly remembered my name. My mother, teary-eyed, pulled me aside one evening and said, "Your father would be proud of you." For the first time in a long while, I believed it. Nathan, on the other hand, disappeared from the spotlight. Rumors swirled, failed ventures, debts piling up, friends distancing themselves. His wife left quietly a few months later, unable to endure the unraveling any longer. He called me once, late at night, his voice hoarse and bitter. "You think you've won?" he spat. "This isn't over." But it was. Because victory wasn't about crushing him. It was about restoring what mattered. About honoring Dad's legacy not with flashy gambles, but with the quiet strength he had instilled in me all along. Months later, I stood in my father's old office, the same one Nathan had once claimed as his throne. The shelves still smelled faintly of leather and tobacco, the desk polished smooth by years of use. I placed the signed document Dad and I had prepared into the drawer, locking it away. Not as a weapon anymore, but as a reminder. I sat back in the chair, sunlight streaming through the window, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the forgotten son or the shadow in someone else's story. I felt like myself. And as I looked out over the company my father built, now in my hands, I whispered the only words that felt right. "It's safe now, Dad." My name's Kenneth, but everyone calls me Ken. I'm 60 years old, and I've never really been the center of attention type. I'm more the show up early, leave late, clean the dishes no one notices kind of guy. For most of my life, that's how I operated, with my family, my friends, my job. I worked in logistics for 34 years before retiring last fall. Not glamorous, but I was good at it. Solid, reliable, predictable. The guy who'd pick you up from the airport even if your flight landed at 2 a.m., no questions asked. So when my 60th birthday started inching closer, I wasn't expecting fireworks. But my family made a bigger deal of it than usual, teasing me for weeks. My daughter Lily would grin and say, "You'll never forget this one, Dad." And my son Josh, always the loud one, kept nudging me with lines like, "Big 6-0 coming up. You ready to cry like a baby when you see what we planned?" I figured they were planning a dinner, maybe even a surprise party. My wife, Dana, would just smile whenever I asked and say, "It's all coming together." She had that twinkle in her eye she used to have when we were still dating back when surprises meant weekend getaways and not forgetting to put the bins out. Now, a bit of context. I've always been the planner in the family. Every holiday, every birthday, every vacation itinerary down to the minute, I made it all happen. Cabo had been on my mind for a while. It wasn't a bucket list trip or anything, but Dana always talked about the ocean there, the cliffs, the colors. I had spreadsheets of resorts, maps of scenic drives, even a folder on my desktop called Cabo 60. For months I chipped away at the planning, budgeting, booking excursions, cross-referencing the weather. I never explicitly said, "This is for my birthday," but it was implied. Everyone knew. They'd glance at my laptop and say, "Ooh, is that the trip?" And I'd nod and go, "Yup, gonna be the big one." So when my birthday finally arrived, early April, cold snap still lingering, I was genuinely excited. I hadn't felt like that in a while. I put on a new shirt Dana bought me, one of those linen button-downs she said made me look like retired George Clooney, and waited downstairs with my coffee, expecting something. Balloons? A pancake breakfast? At the very least, my family bursting through the door yelling surprise. But no one came. The house was quiet. Too quiet. I wandered around thinking maybe they were hiding, or maybe I'd walked into my own surprise party too early. But the lights were off. The dining table was bare. There was no note on the fridge, no "back soon," scribbled on a napkin. Just my phone buzzing with a single calendar alert. Flight to Cabo, 3 p.m. I remember blinking at it for a second, confused. Then it hit me like a slap. That wasn't a reminder. That was a receipt. I opened the shared family calendar, something I'd insisted we use years ago when Lily kept forgetting dentist appointments. And sure enough, there it was. Dana, Lily, and Josh all listed on the same 3 p.m. flight. Same airline. Same day. Same destination. I sat down. I didn't feel angry at first, just this hollow sort of confusion. I checked every corner of the house, still half convinced this was some elaborate joke. Maybe they were at the bakery picking up a cake. Maybe they were waiting at the airport to surprise me with a blindfold and a boarding pass. Then I opened Instagram. Josh had posted a story. I tapped it, heart racing. It was a shaky video of him on a resort balcony, shirtless, drink in hand, yelling, "Best family vacation ever." Then, in this part I'll never forget, he turned the camera on Lily and Dana, clinking glasses, both smiling. Dana shouted over the wind, "Cabo 2024, baby." And Josh added a caption, "minus the mood killer." I stared at that for what felt like a lifetime. Mood killer. I didn't need to ask who that was meant for. I didn't comment. I didn't text. I just sat with it. I remember getting up to pour myself another coffee, hands trembling a little, but otherwise numb. That kind of silence, when it's not just around you, but inside you, it's almost louder than yelling. I thought back to every dinner I'd paid for, every holiday I organized, every early morning airport run, every time I'd stepped aside so someone else could feel special. And now, on my 60th birthday, the people I'd given everything to, planned everything for, had taken the trip I built from scratch and left me behind like I was baggage that exceeded the weight limit. The first day, I didn't answer any calls. Not that there were many. My sister sent a text, "Happy birthday, big bro." I just replied, "Thanks." She didn't know. None of my extended family did. That evening, I ate leftover chili and watched a documentary about orcas. I couldn't bring myself to turn on the porch light. Day 2, I got a text from Dana. "Signal's bad here, but hope you're doing something fun today." I read it twice. Fun? That was the word she chose? That same day, I got a notification that Lily tagged me in a Facebook memory from a family trip to Yosemite 5 years ago. The caption read, "Wish you were here." I didn't react. Just let it fade. Day 3, things shifted. It started with a missed call from Dana. Then another. Then a string of messages, first polite, then urgent. "Hey, can we talk? Please call when you get this. We didn't think you'd be so upset. Please. We need to fix this. Say something." That was the moment something inside me flipped. Not snapped, but flipped, like a switch I didn't even know was there. I stood in the middle of our living room, looking at the dusty decorations from last Christmas that no one ever helped me put away, and felt a strange calm wash over me. They wanted me to say something? I would, but not in the way they expected. And that was when I started planning again. I didn't respond to Dana's messages. Not yet. I needed time, not just to cool off, but to think. That calm I felt on day 3? It wasn't peace. It was clarity. There's a difference. I wasn't interested in yelling or crying or playing the part of the wounded husband. That's what they expected. Some emotional outburst they could label as overreacting. I've seen how they work. They push the boundaries, call it a joke, and if you react, suddenly you're the problem. But I had something better than an outburst. I had time, patience, and access to all the systems in our lives they never bothered learning because Ken always handles it. Over the years, I'd become the quiet engine behind our household. Finances, utilities, subscriptions, travel points, family accounts, cloud storage, even our smart home system. It was all in my name. Not to be controlling, just convenient. Dana always said she hated the tech stuff, and the kids, well, they barely noticed as long as Wi-Fi and Netflix worked. That night, I logged into our family cloud drive and opened the Cabo 60 folder. My itinerary, hotel confirmations, dinner reservations, excursion receipts, they were all there. I'd even mapped out the exact day and time for a private sailing trip along the coast, complete with snorkeling and a catered lunch. It was scheduled for tomorrow, 11 a.m. They'd be on that boat, clinking drinks, laughing, probably telling some warped version of the story, "Oh, Dad didn't really want to come," or "He would have just complained about his knees." I could practically hear Josh mimicking me with that stupid voice he always used when he was trying to be funny. I hope they've got orthopedic seating on this dinghy. They had no idea that every one of those reservations was under my name. I made a few quiet changes. First, I canceled the catamaran. Not just canceled it. I called the operator directly and asked for a refund under the reason, "Event no longer includes honored guest." She laughed politely and said she understood. Then, I logged into our joint travel card, still technically in my name, and paused it. Nothing dramatic. Just a quick freeze. Enough to make their next round of beachside cocktails bounce. The resort? Also booked with points from my account. All I had to do was transfer them out. Done in 30 seconds. I wasn't even angry. It felt like filing paperwork. That night, I moved into the guest bedroom. I didn't cry. I didn't drink. I just laid there, thinking. I thought about my father, how he used to say, being needed isn't the same as being appreciated. I used to brush that off, thinking he was just bitter. But now I got it. It's easy to feel important when people depend on you, but the second you stop offering, that's when you learn how invisible you really are. The next morning, day 4, I brewed my coffee and turned on the security cam notifications. Dana had asked me months ago to install smart cameras at the house. Not for security, she said, but to keep an eye on deliveries. She hated missing her packages. At 7:14 a.m., the front camera lit up. A black SUV pulled into the driveway. Josh got out first. His face looked strained. Then Lily, dragging a roller bag. Dana came out last. She looked tired. No makeup, hair in a messy bun, sunglasses even though the sky was gray. They stood at the door for a while, checking their phones. Josh rang the bell. Then again. I didn't answer. Instead, I watched from the upstairs hallway, behind the curtain, completely silent. They stood there for 5 more minutes. Then Dana tried the door. It was locked. She turned to the others, saying something I couldn't hear, and pulled out her phone. My phone lit up instantly. We're home. Please, Ken. Just talk to us. Then, I didn't think it would hurt you this much. It was supposed to be fun. You were never clear you wanted to come. I put the phone face down. They eventually left. I heard Josh mutter something as they walked off, probably another jab. I went downstairs after they were gone and saw a small white box left on the welcome mat. I brought it inside and opened it. A cupcake. Vanilla, with blue frosting and a single candle. No card. Just a sticky note that said, "Let's not make this a big deal. Please." That's when the first crack hit. Not in my voice, not in my resolve, just in the illusion I'd been living under for years. The illusion that I mattered to them in the way they mattered to me. That if I ever truly needed to be seen, they'd do it. I placed the cupcake in the trash, took a breath, then opened my laptop again. I didn't send them a message. I didn't leave a note. Instead, I opened the family drive, went to the shared memories folder, and quietly deleted every photo I'd ever uploaded of our vacations, holidays, birthdays, everything I had taken. They were all backed up elsewhere. I'm not cruel, but they didn't deserve to access the life they edited me out of. Then I did something even quieter. I changed my will. You see, I'd never bothered to update it since Lily graduated. It still had them listed as co-beneficiaries. All 3. I sat with that for a while. Thought about Dana's smile when she told me it's all coming together. How rehearsed it felt now. How hollow. I called my lawyer. Asked for a private meeting. And for the first time in decades, I didn't leave them in the loop. That afternoon, Dana came home alone. She knocked on my bedroom door. Her voice was softer than I'd heard in years. Ken? Please, can we talk? Please. I know I messed up. I stayed silent. She lingered for a moment. I heard her sniff once. Then her footsteps trailed off. I sat on the edge of the bed, hands folded, thinking of all the birthdays I'd spent making everyone else feel special. All the sacrifices. The times I stayed up late baking for school events. The weekends I gave up to drive them to dance practice, soccer games, airport pickups. Not for thanks. Just for love. Now, for once, I wanted to see what happened when I gave. Nothing. The phone buzzed again that night. A new message from Josh. Dad. You're being petty. It was just a trip. You're seriously ruining the family over a misunderstanding. I didn't reply. But in my head, I finally said something I'd been holding back for years. No, Josh. You ruined it. I just finally noticed. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. The house was still dark and quiet, the way it used to be when the kids were little and I'd sneak out to shovel snow or start breakfast before anyone else was up. But this time, I wasn't doing anything for anyone. I sat in the kitchen, hands wrapped around a hot mug, letting the silence settle in. It didn't feel empty anymore. It felt earned. By 9 a.m., Dana tried again. She knocked, lightly, this time, and spoke through the door. I've made coffee, she said. There's banana bread. You can have the first piece. She waited. I didn't answer. Eventually, I heard her walk away. She tried again at lunch. This time, she came with the soft, apologetic tone I'd heard her use on neighbors or friends she wanted something from. Ken, I'm so sorry. Truly. I don't know what I was thinking. I just wanted to give the kids a break. That's all. I never meant to hurt you. Can we talk? Please. I kept quiet. Not because I wanted to be cruel, but because I wasn't ready. She had said, a break. That was what Cabo was, a break from me. After everything I'd done to make that trip happen, she decided it would be better without me there. And then posted the photos. Smiled for them. Raised a glass. Didn't think once about how that would feel. In the afternoon, I drove out. I didn't say where I was going. Didn't leave a note. I just needed space. I parked by the lake 20 minutes from town, where we used to take the kids to skip stones when they were younger. I sat on the same bench where I taught Lily to tie her shoelaces. That memory hit me hard, her little hands fumbling with the laces, her head tilted just like mine when she was concentrating. I had been the constant. Every scraped knee, every broken bike chain, every canceled trip or sudden bill, I handled it. I was the one they leaned on, silently, fully, without ever really saying thank you. Maybe they thought I'd always be there. Maybe they'd grown so used to me handling everything that they forgot I had feelings, too. That I could be hurt. And what gnawed at me the most wasn't even the betrayal. It was the realization that none of them thought I would react. They had gone to Cabo, fully confident that I'd either shrug it off or, worse, blame myself. And the moment I didn't play along, the moment I stopped feeding the illusion, they panicked. On the way home, I stopped by my sister's place. Emma and I hadn't always been close, but she had an honesty about her I respected. I told her what happened, not in detail, just the broad strokes. She stared at me, stunned. "Wait, they actually left without you?" she asked, her face hardening. "On the trip you planned?" I nodded. "That's insane, Ken. That's not just inconsiderate, that's vicious." We talked for hours. For the first time in years, I felt like someone was actually hearing me. Emma didn't try to defend them. She didn't say, "I'm sure they didn't mean it." She just shook her head and said, "They took you for granted. And they finally pushed too far." When I got home, it was past 10. The house was dark again. I walked in, dropped my keys, and noticed something new on the dining table. A handwritten letter. The envelope read, "Please read this, Ken." I didn't touch it. Instead, I went upstairs, took a shower, and lay down. I needed more than apologies. I needed a shift, something real. Not words, not tears, not banana bread and forced coffee chats. I needed them to understand who I was, what I'd given, and what they lost when they left me standing in an empty house on my 60th birthday, holding nothing but a calendar notification and a memory of a vacation I was never invited on. The next day, I opened the letter. It was 6 pages long. Dana had poured it all out, her guilt, her confusion, her justifications. She admitted she thought I wouldn't mind staying behind, that I'd need the rest, that I'd seem tired. She wrote about how the kids just wanted one last family trip before they started moving away, and she thought, maybe it'd be easier if it were just the 3 of us. Easier. That word stayed with me. She said I'd been so quiet lately, and she interpreted that as detachment, not burnout. She wrote that the kids still loved me, that they just didn't know how to show it, that they assumed I was okay with taking a backseat because that's the role I'd always played. She ended it with, "You've always been the strong one, Ken. But maybe we forgot that strength still feels pain." It was the first honest thing in 6 pages. Still, I didn't respond. Not yet. Because even though they were finally realizing something was broken, they hadn't seen the full weight of what they'd shattered. They thought they were dealing with a hurt feeling, a bruised ego. What they hadn't realized yet was that they were facing something far more dangerous. A man who had spent his life building a home, finally starting to ask if it was time to leave it. I waited another 3 days. No response from me. No calls. No texts. I didn't touch the letter again. I let it sit on the kitchen counter like an unpaid bill, evidence of something overdue. Dana and the kids tiptoed around the house like it was a museum filled with fragile things. Josh had gone back to his apartment by then, but Lily stayed around, cooking small meals, offering me tea, trying to make herself useful. I didn't ignore her out of cruelty. I just wasn't ready to pretend. It wasn't about punishment. It was about making space for them to feel what I had felt, abandoned, forgotten, misjudged. On the 4th morning, Dana finally broke. I was sitting on the back porch drinking coffee, wrapped in a flannel even though the sun was out. She stepped outside, arms folded, eyes tired. "I can't take the silence anymore," she said quietly. "Ken, I know you're hurt. I know we messed up. But please, please talk to me." I didn't look at her right away. I just sipped my coffee, letting the warmth settle. Then I said, calmly, "You didn't just forget my birthday. You edited me out of my own life, out of my own family." She stepped closer. "It was one mistake." "No," I said, finally looking up. "It was the clearest mistake. But it wasn't the first. And I don't think it was accidental." She blinked, stunned. "What does that mean?" It means, I said slowly, that somewhere along the way, you all decided that I was just the guy who provides. Not the one who needs love, or attention, or even a seat at the table. Just the planner, the problem solver, the guy behind the camera. Dana opened her mouth, then closed it. She sat down on the step beside me. I didn't mean for it to get like this. I believed her, but that didn't make it okay. Later that night, we had a full conversation. The kind we hadn't had in years. Raw. Long. No one stormed out. No one raised their voice. But the damage was laid out in the open like broken glass. I told her everything. The exhaustion. The feeling of being erased. The way they'd made a joke out of me being the mood killer when I'd spent months building that trip like it was the last thing I had left to offer. She cried. Not performatively. Not to win me back. Just quietly. I saw her throat catch when I said, "It's not that you left me out. It's that you never thought twice about it." The next weekend, I met with Josh and Lily together. They showed up late. Of course, some things don't change. They looked nervous, like I was going to disown them on the spot. "I owe you a real apology," Josh started, avoiding eye contact. "That post, it was a joke. A bad one. I didn't mean it like that." I nodded. "But you posted it anyway, and then toasted on a boat I planned." He flinched. Lily reached for my hand. "I didn't know what you were going through," she said. "But now I see it. You always gave. We just got used to it." "I'm so sorry, Dad." It wasn't a speech. It wasn't groveling. But it was something. "I don't want to be needed anymore," I told them. "I want to be wanted." They both nodded. Then I said the part I'd been holding in. "I'm selling the house." Their faces froze. "Wait, what?" Lily said. "I've been thinking about it for a while," I replied. "This place, it's full of memories. But lately, it feels like a museum where I'm the only exhibit no one visits. I want something smaller. Somewhere new. Just for me." Josh looked down. "But this is the house we grew up in." "No," I said gently. "This is the house I built. You just stopped seeing it." They didn't argue. I think they knew there was no convincing me this time. That was the difference. For the first time in years, they understood. My silence hadn't been passivity. It had been restraint. Within a month, I listed the house. Dana and I decided we needed time apart. She didn't beg me to stay. Maybe because she finally understood that the distance had started long before Cabo. I found a cottage by a lake. Nothing fancy. Just quiet. A porch that catches the sunset. A place where no one expects me to fix anything except the occasional loose floorboard. Lily visits sometimes. Brings me books, bakes bread, sits on the porch with me. She doesn't try to fix it. She just shows up. That means more than she knows. Josh hasn't come by yet, but he texts. Not long, rambling messages, just simple check-ins. "How's the fishing? Watched a game today. Made me think of you." I don't need more than that. Not right now. As for Dana, we still talk. She's taking therapy seriously. She sends me voice memos sometimes, memories from before everything felt transactional. Some are hard to hear. Some make me smile. I don't know where we'll end up, but I know we both needed the silence to remember the sound of each other's voice. And me? I turned 60 sitting in an empty house. But in that silence, I found something I never knew I was missing: my own voice. My own space. My own worth. Now, every morning, I wake up to the sun bleeding over the lake. I brew my own coffee. No calendar reminders. No smart home alarms. Just me. The man who was once the engine behind a family that forgot how to look back, now finally learning to move forward on his own terms. And that, strangely enough, feels like the best gift I've ever given myself. There's a moment in every relationship where the mask slips. You don't always notice it right away. Sometimes it's subtle, like a passing comment you brush off. Other times, it hits you like a sucker punch. For me, it happened at a dinner table with 15 people watching, a birthday cake lit up in front of her, and my heart breaking in real time. My name's Shane. I'm 28, and I'm the kind of guy who never makes a scene. I'm the one who holds the camera, who drives everyone home, who listens more than he talks. I don't fight. I don't scream. But that night, I learned that silence can be louder than any outburst. Before I go further, let me take you back a bit. I met Lana 3 years ago at a mutual friend's game night. She had this magnetic energy, witty, stylish, made everyone laugh with those perfectly timed sarcastic one-liners. I was quieter, more reserved. I worked as a systems analyst, spent more time with Excel spreadsheets than people, and probably said thank you too often. But for some reason, she gravitated toward me. We exchanged numbers after the second game night, and 3 months later, we were calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend. At first, it felt like a dream. Lana made me feel alive, like I'd finally stepped out of the background and into something brighter. But over time, I started noticing things. Small things. Subtle digs in front of friends. Jokes that landed just a little too hard. "You're lucky I like nerds," she'd say with a playful shove. Or, "That shirt's cute. Looks like something my dad would wear." I laughed along. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Laugh it off. Don't make a big deal. Don't ruin the mood. And honestly, most of the time, it didn't feel cruel. Lana was the kind of person who poked fun at everyone, and it was part of her charm. But every now and then, something in her tone shifted. It would sting for a second longer than it should. I told myself it was just my own insecurity talking. We'd been together for over 2 years when her 27th birthday rolled around. She wanted to do something low-key but classy, so she booked out a private room in a restaurant downtown. Candlelit tables, dimmed lighting, the kind of place where dessert costs more than a tank of gas. She looked stunning, as always. Black dress, gold earrings, perfectly done nails. And when she walked in, everyone turned to look. I felt proud just standing next to her. Her friends had already filled up the long table by the time we arrived. I recognized most of them from previous get-togethers, people she'd grown up with, co-workers from her marketing firm, and a few of her Instagram-famous friends who'd probably live-streamed their entrance. Her parents came too, looking like they'd stepped out of a catalog. Her mom in a white blazer and heels, her dad in a crisp blue button-up. They gave me the usual nod hello, barely breaking eye contact with their phones. They'd never warmed up to me. Maybe because I wasn't a finance bro with a jawline sharp enough to cut glass. I had picked up the cake earlier that day, a custom thing with her favorite chocolate ganache and gold lettering, and I'd paid for the dinner in advance. It wasn't cheap, but I wanted her to feel special. I was raised to believe that when you love someone, you show up for them. You take care of things, even if they don't ask. The dinner went as expected. A lot of inside jokes I wasn't a part of. Conversations that circled around people I didn't know. Every time I tried to chime in, the topic shifted. It wasn't malicious, just exclusive. Lana thrived in that world. I was just visiting. She introduced me twice as my Shane, like I was a pet she was proud of. Her friend Brittany asked me what I did, and when I explained my job, she gave me a smile and said, "Wow, I'd fall asleep at my desk." Everyone laughed, including Lana. I laughed too. What else could I do? Then came the moment. Dessert had been served. The waitress dimmed the lights, and the birthday cake was brought out, candles flickering as everyone sang. Lana looked radiant, blowing out the candles in one perfect breath. Her mom stood to make a toast, something about how proud they were of her, how she was always destined for greatness. Her friends clinked glasses. I leaned over and whispered, "Happy birthday, babe." She smiled, that teasing glint in her eyes, and then, like she had planned it, rehearsed it even, she turned to me and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "You're lucky I even date you." And then she laughed. Not a soft giggle. A laugh. Loud and sharp. Her friends joined in. Even her mom let out this tight chuckle, like she didn't want to be the only one who didn't find it funny. The whole table turned into a ripple of amusement. I sat there, stunned. I think my mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. I scanned the table. Some people looked awkward, a few shifted in their seats, but no one said anything. No one stood up for me. Not even Lana. Especially not Lana. Something cracked inside me then. Not loudly. Not dramatically. More like the soft snap of a thin wire that had been stretched too far for too long. I took a breath. Pushed my chair back slowly. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. I stood up. Didn't yell. Didn't flip the table. Didn't even look her in the eye. I just said, "Thanks for the reminder." And I walked out. No goodbye. No scene. Just gone. I didn't even realize how cold the night air was until I hit the sidewalk. I kept walking, my hands shaking now, my phone buzzing in my pocket. I didn't check it. I needed air. Space. Time to think. 3 hours later, I was home, sitting on the edge of my bed, replaying the moment over and over like a looped video. The way she laughed. The way they all did. I didn't know what hurt more, her words or their silence. That's when my phone lit up again. This time, it was from her best friend, Tessa. We weren't close, but we'd talked enough over the years to have a decent rapport. She texted me just one sentence. "Do you want to know what she told everyone after you left?" I stared at it. My chest tightened. I didn't respond right away. My thumb hovered over the keyboard for a full minute before I finally typed. Sure. The three dots popped up almost instantly. Then came her reply, and what she said made my hands go cold. I stared at the screen, the glow of Tessa's message lighting up the dark room. My thumb hovered over the screen, unwilling to scroll down. You know how your gut sometimes knows something before your brain catches up? That was me in that moment. I hadn't even read the message yet, and my stomach was already in knots. The preview said enough. She told everyone after you left. My mind was racing through possibilities, each worse than the last. Maybe she told them I was being dramatic, that I'd embarrassed her, that I was too sensitive and made her night all about me. Or worse, maybe she'd been planning something more deliberate than a careless comment. Finally, with a dry swallow, I opened the message fully. She said, "Well, looks like he finally got the hint. I've been trying to get him to break up with me for months." I read it twice, maybe 3 times. The words didn't make sense at first, like reading a foreign language where all the letters are familiar, but the meaning slips through your fingers. My brain just stalled. Then it hit me. This wasn't just a joke gone too far. She hadn't just made a cruel comment in a room full of people. She had meant it. She wanted me gone. And worse, she'd weaponized her humiliation of me to get what she wanted. My walking out hadn't been a surprise or an overreaction. It was exactly what she wanted. I didn't respond to Tessa right away. What do you say to that? Thanks for the heads up. Cool, totally fine. I set the phone down and just sat there. For maybe an hour. Maybe 2. At some point, I heard a car pass by outside. At another point, I realized I hadn't blinked in what felt like 5 minutes. Then the anger started bubbling up. Not rage. Just this slow, burning heat in the chest. My ears felt warm. My vision got tunneled. All the small things started flashing back in my head like warning signs I'd ignored. The comments. The jabs. The way she rarely introduced me by my name. The way she forgot our anniversary this year and just said, "It's not a big deal, right?" The fact that I couldn't remember the last time she had done something kind without a camera or an audience around. And maybe worst of all, the realization that I had seen it coming and did nothing. The next few days were a blur. I didn't hear from Lana. Not a call. Not a text. Not even a meme sent out of habit. After 2 years of living like we were in sync, I was just erased. I kept checking my phone like an idiot, hoping maybe she'd say something, anything. An apology. A defense. Some kind of explanation. But she'd said it all that night, hadn't she? He finally got the hint. Tessa messaged me again on Tuesday. "Hey, just wanted to check in. That wasn't cool what she did." I didn't laugh, for the record. "Thanks," I replied. Then a few seconds later, another message. "Can I ask something kind of personal?" "Sure. Did you know she was seeing someone else?" I didn't breathe for a second. "What? Sorry. I thought maybe you knew. There's this guy from her office. David. I'm not sure if anything physical happened, but she's been hanging out with him a lot. Like dinners and drinks and work trips that weren't really work." "You're saying she cheated?" "I'm saying she emotionally checked out a long time ago and didn't have the guts to say it." I felt my jaw clench. That slow-burning anger I'd been pushing down started rising again. My mind was doing that thing it always did, trying to rationalize, trying to play devil's advocate. Maybe it's just a rumor. Maybe Tessa's wrong. Maybe I misunderstood. But no, this wasn't about a rumor. This was a pattern. It all made too much sense. The late nights. The last-minute plan changes. The way she'd started dressing up more for quick work meetings than for our actual dates. I needed to talk to her. Not to scream. Not to argue. But to confirm what I already knew in my gut. I texted her late that night. "Can we talk?" No response. The next morning, still nothing. But then I saw it. A tagged photo on Instagram. Lana, sitting next to some guy I didn't recognize at a rooftop bar. Drinks in hand. That same head-tilted smile she used in every photo where she was trying to look effortlessly glamorous. The caption was something stupid like Monday nights, and half the comments were fire emojis and queen, and that top is everything. My stomach turned. I clicked on the guy's profile. Public. Name, David Lang. Marketing director. Same firm. Of course. Half his pictures were from team building events in Napa or New York. The rest were gym selfies and close-ups of cocktails. And there she was, in more of them than I expected. A glass raised. A hand on his shoulder. Posing with 2 other girls in one photo, with him right behind her in the background, looking a little too familiar. I didn't need confirmation. I already had it. But like a fool, I still hoped she'd talk to me. Explain. Deny. Lie. Anything. On Friday, 5 days after the dinner, I got a text. Hey, sorry it's been a weird week. I think we need to talk, but maybe not in person. That was it. I replied, are you seeing David? She took a full hour before responding. It's complicated. I stared at the screen. Just those 2 words. It's complicated. Not no. Not I would never. Not you're wrong. Just that. Something snapped in me then. Not broken, just restructured. Whatever hope I had left, whatever pieces of me were still waiting for this to work out, got buried under that single sentence. I didn't respond. And suddenly, I was back in my apartment with too many memories and not enough explanations. That weekend, I finally opened the drawer where I'd been keeping the envelope. It was Lana's birthday gift. I hadn't given it to her yet. I'd planned to give it to her after the dinner, once we were alone. I thought it'd be more personal that way, more special. Inside the envelope was a weekend getaway package, 2 nights at a secluded spa resort up in the mountains. Booked and paid for. I'd added a note that said, just us. No phones. No cameras. Just peace. I held the envelope in my hand for a long time. Then I tore it in half. And again. And again. That should have been the end of it. But life has this way of pulling you back in when you think you've finally stepped away. The next morning, I got a call. Not a text. A call. It was from my mom. She said Lana had stopped by the house. Let me backtrack a little. My family isn't the closest, but we're civil. My mom's the kind of woman who believes in appearances more than authenticity, and my dad is, well, a man of few words, most of them mumbled behind a newspaper. Lana had met them a few times over the years. My mom adored her. She once said Lana had ambition, which was code for she fits the image I want to project. So when Lana showed up unannounced at their house, smiling, holding a bottle of wine like she was coming to Sunday brunch, my mom welcomed her in like nothing had happened. She told me she misses you, my mom said over the phone. That she made a mistake. That she thought you were drifting apart and she didn't know how to handle it. I didn't say anything. Just listened. She says she wants to talk. Face to face. Just the 2 of you. I swallowed hard. Did she tell you what happened at the dinner? There was a pause. She said you overreacted. Of course she did. Did she tell you about David? Another pause. Longer this time. She said he's a colleague. That nothing ever happened. I wanted to scream. Instead, I just said, she lied. But this wasn't the breaking point. Not yet. The breaking point came a week later, when I got a message from my younger brother, Ben. Ben's 24. Smart kid, but always chasing shortcuts. He's had a different business idea every 6 months since he was 19, and he never sticks with any of them. I've helped him out financially a few times. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't stand seeing him crash and burn. He texted me a picture. It was Lana and him at a party, arms around each other. Captioned, power couple energy. At first, I thought it was a joke. Maybe an old photo. Maybe photoshopped. But then I saw the comments. Friends tagging each other. Someone wrote, wait what? With laughing emojis. Another person wrote, bro Shane's ex? And Ben had replied, wasn't serious anyway. That was the moment everything tilted. I called him. Straight to voicemail. I called again. Then I got a text. Don't be weird about it. It's not what it looks like. I replied, what I asked it then? She's single. You're single. Chill. That was the breaking point. Not the dinner. Not the cake. Not even David. It was Ben, my own brother, standing next to the girl who humiliated me, who cheated, who manipulated everyone around her, and smiling like he'd just won something. He hadn't won. Not yet. But I just decided I was done being quiet. I was done being the guy who walks away. For the first time in years, I was completely alone. Not in the physical sense. There were still people around me, texts coming in from old college friends asking how I'd been, coworkers nodding politely in the break room. But emotionally, I was a ghost. I moved through my life like I was watching someone else live it. I stopped checking social media. I stopped responding to group chats. I even stopped going to the gym, which used to be my only way of blowing off steam. There was too much noise in my head and nowhere to put it. The fallout from the Lana and Ben situation hit harder than I expected. At first, I told myself it was just betrayal. Simple, cold, easy to name. But it was more than that. It was disorientation. Like I'd been living inside a house I thought I built brick by brick, only to find out someone else had swapped the walls while I slept. Lana had mocked me publicly and tried to spin it as a joke. She was probably telling her friends I was emotionally unstable or too sensitive. And Ben, my own brother, my own blood, he didn't even have the decency to apologize. Just a shrug in emoji form and silence after that. I avoided family for a while. My mom sent texts, voicemails. Just come for dinner, sweetie. We don't have to talk about anything serious. But I knew what she meant. Let's pretend it didn't happen. Let's keep the family machine running, even if the engines rusted through. I wasn't ready to sit at a table where someone might mention Lana's name without choking on it. At work, I faked it, smiled when needed, hit deadlines, took a few sick days here and there, claiming a stomach bug when I really just lay in bed staring at the ceiling. I told myself I just needed time, that the hurt would fade, that eventually I'd laugh at how naive I'd been. But the truth was, the silence hurt more than the betrayal. No one reached out. No one checked in. I'd spent years supporting other people, listening to them vent, helping them move apartments, lending money I never expected back, and when I needed someone, I was met with air. The rock bottom moment came about 2 weeks after everything blew up. I'd ordered takeout, eaten it straight from the container, and left the mess on the coffee table. I was lying on my couch, TV playing a rerun of a show I didn't care about, when I got an alert on my phone, a Venmo request. From Ben. He'd requested $60. The note said, Ubers and drinks. Lana's idea, winky face. I stared at it for a full minute. I thought my heart might stop. Not because of the money, $60 wasn't going to bankrupt me. It was the note, the smugness, the cruelty. He was rubbing it in, proud of it, like he wanted to see how far he could push before I snapped. And maybe, for a moment, I wanted to. I wanted to drive to his apartment and confront him. Yell. Break something. Make him feel something. But then I realized that's what he wanted. He wanted me off balance. Humiliated. Furious. Because in his warped little world, if I reacted, I lost. So I didn't respond. I blocked him. I deleted the request. And then I turned off my phone and sat there in the dark, staring at my own reflection in the black TV screen. That night, I slept for 12 hours straight. The next morning, something had shifted. I can't explain it easily. It wasn't a dramatic, I'm going to turn my life around kind of moment. It was quieter, more practical. I got up, cleaned my apartment. I threw out the half-empty bottles of shampoo Lana had left behind, boxed up the hoodies she used to wear, and put it in a donation bag. I changed my bed sheets. Bought new ones, actually, dark green, thick cotton. They felt like armor. I made myself a real breakfast. Eggs, toast, fresh coffee. I didn't even look at my phone until after I'd eaten. For the first time in weeks, I felt awake. That day, I made a list. Not a revenge plan or anything dramatic. Just a list of all the things I had let slide while I was with Lana. Cancel and use gym membership I'd kept because she liked the sauna. Reconnect with Josh and Andy, my 2 best friends from college. I'd been ghosting them. Revamp resume. Take 1 solo weekend trip, no excuses. Start side project. That budgeting app one kept putting off. It wasn't a long list, but it was mine. And for the first time in a while, that felt like enough. Reaching out to Josh and Andy was awkward at first. I sent them a simple message. Hey, I've been kind of MIA. Went through some stuff. Would be cool to catch up. They responded within minutes. Apparently, they both assumed I was just busy or deep in relationship bliss and didn't want to bother me. We set a call for Saturday. That call changed everything. We talked for 4 hours. Not just about Lana. Honestly, I barely mentioned her. We talked about work, life, weird stuff we saw on Reddit, dreams we used to have in college. Josh told me he was building a home music studio, and he had just started training for a triathlon. I hung up the call with this weird ache in my chest, but it wasn't sadness. It was the realization that I had drifted so far from who I used to be, so quietly, that I hadn't even noticed. The next few weeks were a slow build. I started going for walks every morning. Just half an hour around the block with a podcast in my ears. I rejoined a different gym. Smaller, local, no frills. I wasn't trying to reinvent myself. I just wanted to feel solid again. Like I belonged in my own skin. The side project became my therapy. I dusted off the budgeting app idea I'd shelved over a year ago and started sketching it out again. It wasn't fancy, just a clean interface that helped people track small daily expenses without the bloat of other apps. I called it Sense. Yeah, a little cheesy, but it felt right. I posted a prototype on a few forums, mostly to get feedback. Surprisingly, people liked it. I wasn't planning to turn it into a full business, at least not yet, but the support gave me a quiet thrill I hadn't felt in years. It reminded me that I had value beyond being Lana's boyfriend or Ben's boring brother. I had skills, ideas, drive. About a month after that horrible dinner, I got a call from a recruiter. A small tech firm was looking for a new project lead for their internal systems, and someone had recommended me. I never found out who. Maybe a coworker. Maybe a manager I thought had forgotten my name. The interview went well. Better than well. I got the offer a week later. Better pay, better hours, and way more freedom to build things from scratch. I said yes before they even finished explaining the benefits package. I moved into a new apartment shortly after, just a few blocks away from my old place, but it felt like crossing a border. This one had more light, real hardwood floors, and no ghosts. I bought a bookshelf, a real one, filled it with everything from science fiction to cookbooks. I even adopted a dog from the shelter, a scruffy mutt named Leo who took up too much space on the couch and barked at vacuum cleaners. But beneath all of that, something else was brewing. Not resentment, not even vengeance. Clarity. I wasn't looking to get even with Lana or Ben. I was past that. But something still sat in my chest like a stone, the way they both got to walk away unscathed. Laughing, smirking, untouched, like my pain was just a byproduct of their entertainment. That wasn't okay, and I wasn't going to let it stay that way. Not out of spite, but out of principle. See, when someone burns you, it's easy to get caught up in the flames. But sometimes, the best revenge isn't fire. It's patience, and I was done being passive. It was time to start watching. Not waiting. Watching. I didn't wake up one day with some genius revenge blueprint. That's not how it works. At least not for me. There wasn't a lightning bolt of inspiration or some dramatic movie montage. It started slow, just moments. Little fragments of curiosity. A question here. A connection there. And then, gradually, it began to form. A setup isn't always about explosions or payback. Sometimes it's about information. About understanding what really happened, because you can't take your power back if you don't know where it was stolen. And somewhere between moving on and moving up, I realized I didn't just want peace. I wanted clarity. I wanted truth. And if the opportunity came, I wanted them both, Lana and Ben, to understand that I wasn't the same Shane who quietly slipped out of that dinner party. I wanted them to feel what it was like to have the ground pulled out from under them. Not by force, but by fact. It started with Tessa. We hadn't talked since her last message, but she'd kept watching my stories. I don't usually post much, but lately I'd been sharing updates. Nothing obvious, just casual shots of Leo at the park, late-night coffee runs, pieces of the budgeting app taking shape on my laptop. I could tell she was still watching, still curious. So one evening, I sent her a message. Hey, you free for coffee sometime? She replied 10 minutes later. Thought you'd never ask. We met at a quiet little place halfway between her place and mine. No cameras. No Lana. Just two people sitting down with a couple lattes and a strange kind of unspoken understanding between them. She didn't waste time. I'm just gonna say it, she said, pulling her hair back and leaning in. I'm sorry for what happened. I knew she was getting mean, but I didn't know how far it had gone until that night. I nodded slowly. You didn't laugh. I didn't, she said. But I didn't say anything either. And I should have. Her honesty disarmed me. I wasn't there to guilt her. I wasn't even mad at her. If anything, I respected her more for showing up now. I took a sip of my coffee and then said, Can I ask you something weird? She raised an eyebrow. Try me. What do you know about her and my brother? Tessa looked uncomfortable for a second. She tapped her fingers on the side of her cup. It's messy, she said. I don't know everything. But I know they started talking more after the breakup. At first, she told people it was innocent. That Ben was checking in on her. Then she showed up to a party with him, and everyone just kind of accepted it. I nodded. Do you think it started before the breakup? I'd bet money on it, she said. Lana's not the type to wait around. She was already emotionally out the door months before that dinner. You could see it in how she treated you. It was like she was trying to push you out without having to be the bad guy. I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth. Not from the coffee. You still talk to her? I asked. Barely. She doesn't like being around people who challenge her version of the story. I raised an eyebrow. What's her version? Tessa gave a small, bitter laugh. That you were clingy, controlling, jealous. That she tried to be kind, and let you down easy, but you made it difficult. I let out a breath through my nose and looked away. Tessa leaned in again. But Shane, no one really believes it. I mean, some of her friends do, sure. But the ones who've known her long enough? They know she rewrites reality whenever it suits her. It was validating. A relief, even. But it still didn't answer the bigger question burning in my head. Why Ben? Why my brother? Tessa must have seen the look in my eyes, because she said, "You really want to understand this, don't you?" "I need to," I said. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her phone. "There's something I didn't tell you," she said. "I wasn't going to get involved, but I think you deserve to see it." She opened her gallery, scrolled for a bit, and then handed me the phone. It was a screenshot of a text conversation. From Lana. The date was 2 weeks before the birthday dinner. I swear, he's like a puppy. So desperate to please. I keep dropping hints, but he just won't leave. Ben's way more fun. Shane's like wallpaper. My heart sank. Another screenshot followed. This time from Ben. "You're not going to back out, right? I already told Mom you and I were hanging out. She thinks it's just friendly. LOL. I handed the phone back slowly. So it wasn't just a drift. It wasn't just carelessness. They were coordinating. This was planned. And now, it was personal. I thanked Tessa. I didn't say much more than that. She didn't push. We both knew what this meant. And from that moment on, I stopped playing defense. I started planning. The first step was distance. I made it clear to my parents that I wasn't attending any family events where Ben might be present. I didn't give them details. I didn't need to. They weren't exactly confrontational people. They wanted peace, and if that meant pretending their sons weren't at war, so be it. But behind the scenes, I was collecting pieces. Tessa sent me more screenshots. Messages, photos, even audio clips from old group chats where Lana mocked me. One of them was particularly brutal. She was laughing with a friend and said, "He's sweet, but boring. Like, I could marry him and fall asleep at my own wedding." She said that while I was planning to propose. I never told anyone that before. I had the ring, hidden in my desk drawer. I'd been waiting for her birthday to pass. I figured the weekend trip would be perfect. I ended up returning the ring a few weeks after our breakup. The jeweler asked if something was wrong with it. I just said, "Wrong person." The second step of the setup involved something I hadn't touched in years, my family's trust. My grandfather had left a sizable inheritance that was split between the grandkids, but with a catch. None of it was distributed until we turned 30. Until then, it was managed by a family-appointed trustee. Our uncle. I hadn't thought about it in ages. But something about Lana's obsession with image and money made me wonder. I called my uncle and asked if he could send me a breakdown of the trust allocations. I framed it as financial planning. He was happy to oblige. When I got the document, I saw something that stopped me cold. Each grandchild was supposed to receive an equal portion. Except Ben's was bigger, by $25,000. I called my uncle again. "Hey, quick question," I said. "Why does Ben's portion have a boost?" There was a pause on the other end. "Huh," he said. "That doesn't sound right. Let me check." A day later, he called back. "So you were right. There was a recalculation done 2 years ago. Your mother asked me to reallocate based on need and potential." I didn't think anything of it at the time. My mouth went dry. "She told you I didn't need it?" "More like, Ben needed it more." I thanked him and hung up. Now I knew, not just what they did, but how they thought. Ben and Lana believed I was a stepping stone. Steady, reliable, safe, and disposable. They thought they'd win. But here's the thing about quiet people like me. We listen, we learn, we wait, and eventually, when the time is right, we act. I wasn't ready to strike yet. Not without a plan that left no room for them to wriggle out. I didn't want drama. I didn't want a scene. I wanted irrefutable impact. So I kept building. The app, Sense, took off faster than expected. A few influencers in the finance space picked it up. Nothing huge, but enough to drive consistent downloads. A freelance writer from a tech blog reached out for an interview. I accepted. Shared my story. Not the breakup, but the inspiration. Feeling invisible in your own life. Tracking every penny just to feel in control again. People related. Investors began circling. Small ones. Friends of friends with seed funding looking for their next bet. I wasn't asking for millions. Just enough to grow the dev team, add a few features, maybe expand the brand. By the end of the month, I'd formed an LLC, registered the trademark, and quietly made a list of every person who doubted me. Lana, Ben, even my mom. I wasn't going to gloat. I wasn't going to rub it in. I was going to let the truth speak for itself. But the real opportunity, the perfect opportunity, came when I learned something through a mutual friend. Ben was planning to propose to Lana at our family's lake house, the one that still had my name on the deed, because my grandfather left it to both of us, 50-50, and I had never signed off on transferring full ownership. They didn't know that, but they were about to. The first time I visited the lake house, I was 9. It was early spring and still too cold to swim, but my grandfather handed me a set of oars and told me to row anyway. If you're gonna love something, he said, you gotta know how to work for it. That place wasn't just a summer escape. It was a symbol, the one piece of family history untouched by drama, scandal, or lies. And now, somehow, it was about to be the setting for Ben's proposal to my ex-girlfriend. The same woman who humiliated me in front of a room full of people. The same brother who called me wallpaper. The same people who treated me like a stepping stone. They chose my grandfather's house. My house. And they thought I'd do nothing. That was their first mistake. Ben must have assumed that because I hadn't said anything in months, I'd moved on. He probably figured the legal stuff around the lake house had sorted itself out. After all, I hadn't been there in years. But legally, my name was still on the deed. 50%. No renovations could happen without my signature. No bookings. No events. No weddings. They didn't know that I'd quietly updated the house's ownership files and flagged the property with the county for maintenance concerns, specifically, outdated plumbing and a roof inspection request I'd filed 6 months ago that had finally kicked in. All of it was about to matter, because Ben had planned the entire proposal as a surprise getaway weekend. Just Lana, a private chef, some fake rose petals, and one borrowed family heirloom ring, my grandfather's ring, the one originally intended for me. Yeah, I know. That was the second mistake. He didn't even ask. He just took it, told my mom he wanted to honor Grandpa. And she, being the kind of woman who's more invested in optics than outcomes, said yes. She didn't even think to ask me. But Tessa had heard about it. Word gets around, especially when it involves Lana posting cryptic Instagram stories like, "Can't wait for this weekend." Ring, with champagne emojis. Tessa sent me the date, the time, and the whole plan. Ben was taking Lana up Friday night. The proposal was scheduled for Saturday evening, during sunset, by the dock. The ring was already packed. The chef had been hired. The photographer, an old college friend of Ben's, was booked. And the only thing they didn't account for? Me. I waited until Friday morning to make the call. The local maintenance office answered on the third ring. "Hi, this is Shane Reynolds. I filed a work order a few months ago for the property at 112 Shady Pines Lane, the lake house." "Ah, yeah? I see it here. Plumbing and roof inspection. Still pending. I need to escalate it. I'm co-owner, and the house is being used this weekend without my consent. I believe that's in violation of our co-ownership agreement." There was a pause. "Would you like us to schedule the inspection?" "Please," I said. "Tomorrow. First thing." I hung up and exhaled slowly. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't even angry anymore. I was calm, in control, focused. Then I called the security company. The lake house had cameras, not for spying, just basic ones for motion detection and property safety. Ben had probably assumed I didn't check them anymore. But I did. That night, I watched from my laptop as his car pulled into the gravel driveway. Lana stepped out first, wrapped in some designer jacket, high heels clicking on the stones. Ben followed with a smug grin and a bouquet of flowers. They unlocked the door, walked in, and disappeared from view. They looked happy, like nothing had ever happened. But tomorrow, they'd remember me. The next morning, I woke up early, drove 2 hours north, stopped at a gas station a few miles from the lake house, and parked behind the building. I wasn't going to the house. I didn't need to be there. I just needed to be close enough to feel it. At 8:12 a.m., the maintenance van pulled into the driveway. I watched it on my phone. The feed was crystal clear. A minute later, the door opened, and Ben came stumbling out in a hoodie and pajama pants, clearly annoyed. Lana followed, arms crossed. I couldn't hear the conversation, but I could imagine it. The county inspector introduced himself, held up a clipboard, and pointed to the roof. Then the plumbing hatch. Then handed Ben a yellow form. A notice of temporary usage suspension pending inspection results. Translation? They had to leave. No dinner. No rose petals. No proposal. And definitely no ring. I sipped my coffee and watched them pace the porch, arguing. The best part? Lana stormed off first. She got into the car, slammed the door, and refused to get out. Ben stood there, helpless, gesturing wildly at the inspector, who had already turned his attention to the roof tiles. By 10 a.m., they were gone. That should have been enough. But the story wasn't done yet. I still had one more card to play. On Sunday, I emailed my mother. The subject line was simple. Regarding the ring. The body? Hi, Mom. I heard Ben took Grandpa's ring for a proposal. I assumed this was a misunderstanding, as the ring was passed to me after Grandpa passed. It's clearly listed in his will. Since it's technically theft, I'd like it returned by the end of the week. Otherwise, I'll be filing a formal report. Hope you understand. Shane. No emotion. No blame. Just facts. She replied 3 hours later. I had no idea it was left to you. I'll make sure Ben returns it. Please don't escalate. 3 days later, the ring was delivered to my office in a padded envelope. No note. No apology. But it didn't matter. I dropped it off at a jeweler the same afternoon and had it locked in a private safe deposit box. For me. For someday. For someone who actually deserved it. And just when I thought it was all done, I got a message from an unknown number. It was Lana. Was this all you? The lake house. The ring? The email to your mom. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I replied. I told you once. Thanks for the reminder. That was it. No gloating. No victory lap. Just the same words I'd said the night she humiliated me, now returned with full weight and clarity. I blocked the number and never heard from her again. As for Ben, we haven't spoken since. I heard through a cousin that Lana dumped him a few weeks later. Told him she wasn't ready for something serious. No one seemed particularly shocked. My mom tried to reach out once or twice after that. Passive-aggressive texts like, hope you're doing okay, and family is still family, but I didn't respond. Family is earned, not inherited. And the people who stood by and watched me get cut down aren't owed anything from me now. I've rebuilt my life in full. The app is thriving. I hired a small team, 2 developers and a part-time content manager. We're launching a new version next month. I started dating again, slowly, intentionally. No more illusions. No more masks. Leo's still here, snoring at the foot of my bed every night like a furry little guardian. And me? I'm not angry. Not anymore. Because the best revenge isn't rage. It's reinvention. And I've never felt more like myself. I used to think silence was weakness. But now I know silence is power. Especially when it follows your final words. Thanks for the reminder. My name is Nate. I'm 29, and for most of my adult life, I've been the kind of guy who tries to keep the peace, even when it costs me. I don't like drama. I don't raise my voice. I was raised to think that keeping my head down and not making waves was the same thing as being mature. But lately, I've started to wonder if all that calm just made me an easy target. I live with my parents. Not because I'm lazy, not because I'm mooching, but because in 2021, my dad lost his job and my mom's hours were slashed at work. They were on the verge of losing the house. At the time, I had just started a solid job in IT and had a good amount saved up. So I stepped in. Quietly. I offered to cover the mortgage just for a few months while they got back on their feet. That was the plan. That was 3.5 years ago. They never really got back on their feet, and I never stopped paying. I didn't mind at first. I was glad to help, and honestly, I thought they appreciated it. I even liked the idea of being the one they could count on, the son who always stepped up. But something changed over the years. Their gratitude turned into entitlement. Their tone shifted. Little digs here and there. Like when I bought a new laptop and my mom scoffed, must be nice not having to pay rent. Or when my dad would bark out orders like I was some lazy teen again. Nate, take the trash out. You're not doing anything all day anyway. I told myself it wasn't worth arguing. I told myself they were just stressed. But then last Thursday happened. We were having dinner, me, my mom, and my dad. Nothing fancy, just some overcooked chicken and microwaved veggies. The TV was playing some game show in the background, and I was half tuned out, staring at my plate. That's when my mom, totally out of nowhere, dropped her fork with a dramatic clatter and said, "You know, you really should be more grateful." I blinked. Grateful? She nodded, eyes locked on me like I was some kind of ungrateful stray they'd taken in. Yes, we've let you live here all these years without paying a dime. Most parents would have kicked you out ages ago. My stomach dropped. I couldn't believe she said it. At first, I actually thought she was joking, like maybe this was some kind of messed up attempt at humor. But no, she was serious. My dad just kept eating, didn't even look up. I didn't say anything. Not at first. I just slowly reached down to my bag. I had brought it to the table out of habit and pulled out a manila folder. I had printed out the bank statements that morning because something in my gut told me I might need them soon. Maybe I'd finally gotten tired of pretending none of this bothered me. I slid the folder across the table toward her without a word. "What's this?" she asked, eyebrows drawn tight. "Those," I said calmly, "are all the mortgage payments I've made since April 2021. Every single month. Auto-paid from my account. You can check the routing numbers if you want." My dad finally looked up. "What are you talking about?" I shrugged. "I've been paying the mortgage. You stopped making payments when Dad lost his job, remember? You were a month away from foreclosure. So I covered it. And I kept covering it." Mom's face went pale. "That's not possible. Your father hasn't made a single payment since March 2021, I cut in. I checked. The silence was deafening. The kind of silence that hums in your ears and makes your skin itch. My dad's jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything. My mom just stared at the folder, flipping a page, her hands trembling slightly. "But if you say so," I added, standing up and pushing in my chair, "I'll stop." I turned and left the room, walked upstairs, and shut the door behind me. I didn't slam it. I didn't yell. I didn't even cry. I just sat on my bed and stared at the ceiling, feeling like something inside me had snapped loose. 10 minutes later, there was a soft knock on my door. Then another. Then voices, my dad, trying to sound casual, asking if I wanted dessert. My mom, whispering something I couldn't make out, her tone unusually soft. Another knock. Then another. Like they were trying to pretend it hadn't happened, trying to slide back into normal. But nothing was normal anymore. And what they didn't know was that I had already started looking for apartments. I had savings. I had options. And after years of keeping quiet, I finally had clarity. Because the thing about being the peacekeeper is you start to notice when the people around you mistake your kindness for weakness. And once that line's been crossed, it's hard to unsee it. I didn't open the door. I just sat there, listening to the sound of my parents knocking, and finally realizing I wasn't trapped here anymore. I didn't sleep much that night. Even with the door locked and the hallway lights off, I could hear the muffled footsteps outside my room every hour or so. A soft knock. The whisper of voices. Then silence. My mind wouldn't shut off. I kept going over everything again and again. The look on my mom's face when she opened the folder, the stunned silence from my dad, the weight of years of unspoken resentment pressing down on me like a wet blanket. By morning, the energy in the house had shifted. It was oddly quiet. Too quiet. Normally, my mom would be bustling around the kitchen by 7 a.m., running the dishwasher, listening to her morning radio show. But today? Nothing. Just the hum of the fridge and the creak of old floorboards. I stayed in my room and worked remotely like usual, pretending I didn't hear the soft knock around 9 a.m. or my dad's hesitant voice through the door. "Hey, Nate. Got a minute?" I didn't respond. A few hours later, I heard my phone buzz. It was a text from my mom. "We need to talk. Please come downstairs. When you're ready." No demands. No attitude. Just that. I left her on read. That afternoon, I started packing. Not everything, just the essentials. Clothes, laptop, chargers, passport, that old box of letters from college I never had the heart to throw out. I tossed them into 2 duffel bags and slid them under the bed. Then I opened Zillow and bookmarked 4 one-bedroom apartments within 20 minutes of work. I even called one of the leasing offices and scheduled a tour for the weekend. For once, I didn't feel guilty about making an escape plan. Later that evening, I finally went downstairs. I needed water, and maybe, deep down, I wanted to see if their attitude had actually changed or if it was all performative. My dad was in the living room pretending to watch sports, though he flinched slightly when I walked by. My mom was at the dining table again, the same one from the night before, a new folder in front of her, thicker than mine, full of handwritten notes and envelopes. She looked up and gave me a careful smile. "Nate, I'm glad you're up." I just nodded and headed toward the fridge. She cleared her throat. "I owe you an apology." That froze me mid-step. We didn't know. About the payments. We truly thought. Her voice cracked slightly. "Your father told me he was handling it. That he'd worked something out with the bank. I never saw the statements." I didn't say anything. I just sipped my water and waited. "We were wrong," she said, quieter now. "And last night, what I said was out of line. I was frustrated, and..." "Frustrated with what?" I finally asked. That you've been living in this house for 3 years without realizing someone else was keeping it from foreclosure? Or frustrated that the person saving you isn't the golden child you expected? She winced. My dad, still planted on the couch, muttered, "It wasn't intentional, Nate. I was going to tell you. We were just embarrassed." I turned to face him. Embarrassed is one thing. Telling me I should be grateful? That's something else. There was a beat of silence. Then my mom spoke again. "Are you leaving?" I didn't answer. Not directly. Instead, I walked over to the dining table and set my phone down. Opened my banking app. Swiped through 3 years' worth of automated withdrawals, highlighted in green, mortgage payment, $2,350, paid. Again and again and again. I tilted the phone toward her. "I could stop this right now," I said. "I haven't yet, but I could." They both looked terrified. Genuinely terrified. Like they were only now realizing how close they were to losing everything. "I'm not a wallet," I added. "I'm not a kid, either. And if either of you had bothered to ask, really ask, what I've been doing to keep this house going, you might have shown some respect instead of treating me like a freeloader." My mom reached out slowly. "We do respect you. We do." I shook my head. "No, you need me. That's different." She pulled her hand back, quietly folding it in her lap like a child scolded by a teacher. For the first time, my dad didn't argue. He just stared down at his knees, rubbing a spot on his temple like it hurt to even be present. Then came the real kicker. "Nate," my mom said after a long pause, "if we gave you the house, would you stay?" I blinked. "What?" "The deed," she said quickly. "It's still in both our names. But if we signed it over to you, officially, would that change anything?" My stomach twisted. It wasn't just the desperation in her voice. It was what the offer really meant. Not an apology, not a moment of honest remorse, but a bargaining chip. Something transactional. Still trying to negotiate with the son they'd written off 24 hours ago. I didn't respond. Not right away. Instead, I turned, walked back upstairs, and sat on the edge of my bed. I stared at the duffel bags under it, then at the Zillow tab still open on my laptop screen. One listing in particular stood out. Hardwood floors, pet-friendly, 5 minutes from a decent cafe I liked. Available immediately. My phone buzzed again. A text from my dad this time. "We're sorry. Please don't leave. We'll do whatever it takes to fix this." And that was the moment, the exact moment, I realized the balance of power had finally shifted. I sat there staring at the text, not replying. The words, "we'll do whatever it takes," echoed in my head. But it was too little, too late. And the worst part was knowing they meant it now only because they were afraid. Not because they suddenly respected me. Not because they had reflected. Just fear. Panic. Desperation to cling onto the lifeline they didn't even realize they'd been leaning on all this time. And I couldn't stop thinking, what would have happened if I hadn't brought those bank statements? If I just swallowed their insults again? Would they have ever acknowledged me at all? Probably not. By Friday morning, I had toured one of the apartments I found online. Clean, spacious, a third-floor unit with a little balcony and quiet neighbors. The leasing manager, Melissa, was this cheerful woman in her 40s who seemed genuinely excited to help. I didn't even have to think twice. I signed the papers right after the tour. The security deposit wasn't an issue. The first month's rent was affordable. I had more than enough to furnish it. And for the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. I didn't tell my parents. Instead, I played it cool all weekend. I let them believe they had time, that I was still deciding, still weighing their offer. My mom suddenly started leaving folded laundry outside my door. My dad knocked Sunday morning and offered to make breakfast. He hadn't done that since I was 13. The eggs were overcooked, but that wasn't the point. The point was, they were trying. Too late, but trying. That night at dinner, another awkward meal of silence and artificial smiles, my dad brought out a legal pad. It was filled with scribbled notes, clauses, property value estimates. "So, I've been looking into transferring the deed," he said carefully, like he was approaching a wild animal. "We'd need to get it notarized, maybe involve a real estate attorney. But we want to make it right." I didn't touch my food. I just listened. "We figured, if we did that," he continued, "you'd feel more secure, more respected. You know, have control over things." My mom chimed in softly, "We know we messed up, but we want to fix it. We can start fresh." And that's when I smiled. Because they didn't realize the house was never the point. It was never about ownership. It was about respect, recognition, basic decency. I didn't want their property. I wanted them to see me as more than the convenient punching bag who happened to keep the roof over their heads. And now they were dangling the house like it was a bribe. A last-ditch effort to win back the golden goose before it flew off. I appreciate that, I said, my voice level. Really? But I've already made plans. My mom's fork clinked against her plate. What do you mean? I move out next Friday. The room fell so quiet, I could hear the refrigerator humming in the kitchen. My dad opened his mouth like he wanted to object, but couldn't find the words. My mom stared at me like I had just told her I was moving to another continent. You already signed a lease? She asked. I nodded. But we thought, she cut herself off, swallowing hard. We thought we still had time. That's the thing, I said, you've had time. Years of it. They were both frozen, like the foundation beneath them had suddenly cracked. But, I added, I'm not trying to punish you. I'm just done pretending everything's okay when it's not. My dad let out a sigh, deep and long, like the air had been punched out of him. My mom started tearing up. I saw her reach for a tissue she had tucked under her sleeve. We need you, Nate, she whispered. I nodded slowly. I know. And that's the problem. I stood up. Dinner was untouched. My appetite was gone. I wasn't angry anymore. Not like before. I wasn't even sad. Just tired. Tired of carrying weight that wasn't mine. Tired of being needed but never appreciated. Tired of being the fallback plan for two people who only ever seemed to notice me when something went wrong. I paused at the hallway, then looked back at them. I'll keep paying this month, I said quietly. You've got until the end of July to figure it out. After that, the payments stop. My dad didn't speak. My mom nodded, tearfully. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like a guest in my own home. I felt like the one in control. The one setting boundaries. The one choosing when to walk away. As I went upstairs to start packing more seriously, I could hear them murmuring in the kitchen, hushed and panicked. Probably running numbers. Probably realizing what life was going to look like without me. They didn't know I had already rented a U-Haul. They didn't know I had made copies of every relevant document, just in case. They didn't know I had also called the mortgage company last week to remove myself from any legal obligations tied to the house. But they'd find out soon. I didn't look back when I closed the door behind me on moving day. Friday came like a slow storm. I'd arranged everything with quiet precision, booked the U-Haul for 9 a.m., hired a couple guys off TaskRabbit to help load the bigger furniture I decided to take, and signed the final paperwork for the apartment the day before. I didn't want drama. I didn't want a big goodbye. I wanted silence, closure, clean air. Still, despite all my planning, I had to walk past them to leave. My dad stood by the doorway, arms crossed but slack, like he couldn't decide whether to act offended or defeated. My mom was sitting on the bottom stair with her hands wrung tight, knuckles white. Her eyes were red. I'm not sure if she'd slept. I half expected one of them to block the door, maybe throw out some desperate, "We love you," last-ditch attempt to guilt me into staying. Instead, they just watched. My dad cleared his throat when I reached for the doorknob. You really going through with this? I nodded. I am. He looked like he wanted to say more, maybe launch into one of his old rants about family and loyalty, but the words died in his throat. Maybe he sensed it wouldn't work this time. I left instructions on the table, I added. How to reset the mortgage payments. The bank will talk to either of you now, I made sure of it. My mom opened her mouth, but I shook my head before she could speak. Please don't ask me to reconsider. I'm not doing this to hurt you. Then why? She whispered. Why now? I exhaled slowly. Because I finally realized I'm not part of this family. Not really. I'm just the safety net. The one who bails everyone out. And I've accepted that. But I'm done playing that role. She didn't argue. That stung more than I expected. I turned the knob, stepped outside, and closed the door gently behind me. No slamming. No screaming. Just finality. The new apartment was blissfully quiet. It wasn't fancy, a bit older, with creaky floorboards and a cracked tile near the bathroom, but it was mine. The first night, I ordered takeout from my favorite Thai place, lit a candle, and watched reruns of an old sitcom I used to love in college. I didn't even unpack most of the boxes. I just sat on the floor, leaning against a wall, letting the quiet wrap around me like a weighted blanket. No one knocking on my door. No one shouting from the hallway. No one asking me to cover the power bill just one more time. It was intoxicating. For the first time in years, I woke up Saturday morning without that heavy pit in my stomach. I made coffee, played music too loud, danced around the kitchen like a fool. I was happy. Not euphoric, not the Instagram kind of fake joy, just genuinely at peace. And that's something I hadn't felt in a long time. But, of course, peace never lasts forever. By Monday, the texts started coming in. First, it was a photo from my mom, a letter from the bank. It was a past due notice. Then, Mom texted, "Did you really take your name off the account? We can't log in anymore." I didn't respond. An hour later, my dad sent this. "Come on, Nate. You didn't have to burn the whole house down. Just talk to us." I ignored that too. Then came the guilt-tripping text from Mom. "We're trying our best. Things are just really tight right now. Could you at least help with this month's payment? I mean, we gave you everything growing up. This is how you repay us." Dad texted, "You're not punishing us. You're punishing your family." Family. That word again. Used like a club. A leash. I didn't reply. I just turned off read receipts and muted the thread. A week later, I got a call from my Uncle Greg, Dad's older brother. He's one of the few relatives who's always been decent to me, and he'd heard through the grapevine that I'd moved out. He asked if we could get coffee. I figured, why not? We met at a local cafe, and after 5 minutes of small talk, he leaned in and asked, "You really moved out? For good?" I nodded. "Yeah, I had to." He sat back, folded his arms, and said, "Good." That surprised me. He chuckled at my expression. "Nate, your parents have always leaned too hard on you. We all saw it. But they made it look like they were helping you, not the other way around. So why didn't anyone say anything?" I asked. He sighed. "Because you didn't seem like you were drowning. You smiled through it. Paid for things quietly. Never complained. We thought maybe you didn't mind." "I did," I said quietly. "I know. And now they know too." He paid for the coffee. I didn't argue. 2 months passed. During the time, the house officially went into pre-foreclosure. They missed the August and September payments. I'd warned them, even sent them step-by-step instructions, but I guess they expected me to come back. Bail them out again. They tried. They tried. I got emails from my mom asking if I'd co-sign on a loan. A voicemail from my dad offering to split the deed 50-50 if I just helped out temporarily. At one point, my younger cousin messaged me saying, "Hey, your mom told me you abandoned them. Is that true?" I ignored them all. And then, finally, it happened. I got a call one Thursday morning from an unknown number. It was a realtor. The house was officially on the market not by choice, but because the bank was forcing the sale. My parents were being evicted by the end of October. The realtor apologized. Said he just needed my forwarding address in case of any loose paperwork, since I'd been tied to the property in the past. I gave him my new one. And that was that. The last message I ever got from my mom came a few days later. "I hope someday you realize how cruel you've been. We're losing the house, Nate. The house you grew up in. The house your father built." She attached an old photo of me standing in the front yard, age 12, holding a popsicle, grinning with a missing tooth. I stared at it for a long time. Then I deleted the message. Not because it didn't mean anything, but because it finally didn't have power over me. It's been almost a year now. I haven't spoken to them since. I heard through Uncle Greg that they moved into his small apartment on the other side of town. My dad's back to doing construction work part-time. My mom took a cashier job at a local grocery store. They're getting by. Struggling, maybe, but that's their struggle now, not mine. As for me, I'm doing better than ever. I started dating someone I met at the leasing office. Turns out, Melissa's niece is an artist who's into photography and indie films. We've been together 6 months. She says I have this calm energy she loves. I tell her it took me nearly 30 years to earn it. Some nights, I still think about that dinner. The folder. The look on my mom's face when she realized I wasn't the helpless son living in her basement. I was the one holding the whole thing together. And the second I let go, it all came crashing down. But that's the thing about holding people up for too long. Eventually, they forget what it feels like to stand on their own. Until you stop. And when you do, they either figure it out or they fall. I'm Alex, 32 years old. And if you had told me 5 years ago that I'd be sitting alone at a restaurant during my own mother's birthday dinner, uninvited but still footing the bill, I probably would have laughed and said, "Nah, we're dysfunctional, but not that bad." Turns out, even that was giving my family too much credit. I don't know exactly when the shift happened. Maybe it was gradual, a series of little slights that added up over time. My younger brother Ryan, the golden child, started making backhanded comments about how I never come around anymore, conveniently forgetting that I was the only one who called mom during her chemo treatments. My older sister Lauren, married, 2 kids, always too busy, would show up just in time for the photo ops and leave before the cleanup. But none of it really hit until this dinner. Until that toast. My relationship with Mom had always been complicated. I was the quiet one, the planner, the one who sent the birthday cards on time, handled the logistics when Dad passed away, and silently paid the medical bills Mom didn't know how to navigate. Ryan was loud and charming, always knew how to win a room, especially when there were guests. Lauren, on the other hand, wielded guilt like a scalpel, precision cutting, subtle, efficient. I used to think they just didn't understand me. Now I think they never really tried. Mom's 65th birthday was supposed to be special. She'd been through a lot: remission, a minor stroke last winter, and that lingering fear of what if something comes back. I wanted it to feel meaningful. So I booked out her favorite Italian place 2 months in advance, put down a hefty deposit, and worked with the staff to design a custom menu. I even ordered wine pairings, made a slideshow of family memories, and left room in the program for toasts. It wasn't about showing off. I genuinely wanted her to feel loved. And then, for days before the dinner, Ryan called. "Hey man, just checking, the reservation's still good, right?" he asked casually, like we were equal contributors. I swallowed my frustration and confirmed the details. Cool, he said, dragging out the words. So, Mom mentioned you were planning to sit at her table? Just wondering if we could shift things around a bit. Lauren's bringing both kids, and you know how she gets if they're not seated up front. My chest tightened. You want me to move? Not want, just, it might be smoother. You're solo anyway, right? I wanted to argue, to ask how on earth I was the one being sidelined when I'd made everything happen, but instead I said, fine, whatever makes it easier. And that's when I should have known. When I should have canceled the reservation and let them handle it. But no, I wanted to be the better person, the responsible one, the one who still believed maybe they'd notice, appreciate, reciprocate. The night of the dinner, I arrived 10 minutes early. The manager greeted me like an old friend and walked me to the table I'd requested, a long, elegant arrangement with fresh white roses and soft lighting. The name cards I printed were all perfectly placed, except mine wasn't there. Confused, I checked the list. Mom, Ryan, Lauren, her husband and kids, Aunt Janice, Uncle Theo. Even Lauren's dog sitter got a spot. But not me. I stood there, holding the small gift I'd wrapped with gold ribbon, until the manager gently cleared his throat. Sir, there's an extra 2 tops set aside over here, he said, gesturing toward a small table tucked away by the window. It was technically part of the dining area, but barely. You had to pass the coat rack and a decorative wine barrel to get there. I felt heat rise to my face. This must be a mistake, I said, trying to keep my voice level. But it wasn't. Ryan spotted me as I walked toward the tiny table and gave me that easy, smug grin. Glad you could make it, Alex. Didn't think you'd be able to swing it with work and all. His words dripped with faux concern, loud enough for nearby guests to hear. Mom didn't even look up. I sat down, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. The waiter came over and offered me the fixed menu I created. I waved him off and asked for water. I didn't trust myself not to say something if I had a drink. From my little table, I had a clear view of the main celebration. Ryan clinked his glass, getting everyone's attention. He stood tall, smiling, his arm around Mom's shoulder. To the children who actually showed up for her, he said with a laugh, raising his wine. Laughter erupted around the table. Even Mom chuckled. Lauren whispered something to her husband and tilted her head toward me, and they both smiled. I stared at them, numb. Did they not see me? Or worse, did they want me to see this? The slideshow began on a mounted screen. I watched my own work play out while I sat in the shadows. Photos I'd scanned and edited, music I'd selected. At one point, a picture of me and Mom from a trip to the lake house appeared. It stayed on screen for 2 seconds, less than most. No one even acknowledged it. I should have left then, but I didn't. I sat there, eating the bread basket meant for someone else's table, and watched my family laugh, toast, and pretend I didn't exist. Then came the check. The waiter approached, holding a small black folder. Will that be on the same card as the deposit? He asked, voice polite but pointed. I looked over at the long table. Ryan was already leaning back, stretching, clearly signaling he was done. Mom was wiping her mouth with a napkin. No one even looked in my direction. I smiled. For the first time that night, it wasn't forced. Ask the ones who showed up, I said, rising from my chair. I reached for my coat, gave the waiter a nod, and walked toward the exit without another word. I didn't look back. Not yet, anyway. That came later. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I walked a few blocks in the cool night air, letting the hum of the city wash over the sharp sting of betrayal. My fingers curled and uncurled in my coat pocket, still brushing against the ribbon from the unopened gift I never got to give. I kept thinking, why? Why go through the trouble of excluding me? Why pretend I didn't matter? But deep down, I already knew the answer. In our family, showing love was transactional. Visibility was currency. And no matter how much I gave, financially, emotionally, logistically, it was never enough because I didn't play the part they wanted. I wasn't loud or dramatic. I didn't make a scene. And people like that, we get used. Then we get ignored. When I got back to my apartment, I dropped the gift on the table and sat in silence. My phone buzzed, once, then again. A few photos in the family group chat. Ryan, holding a wine glass. Lauren's kids posing with mom. Captions like, "Such a special night," and "Happy 65th, Queen." My name wasn't mentioned. Not even a thank you. That's when something inside me shifted. There's a breaking point we all reach eventually. Not a loud, fiery explosion, but a quiet, irreversible click. Mine came right then. I opened my laptop, pulled up my email, and typed one short message to the restaurant. "Hi, Luca. Thanks again for everything last night. Please go ahead and charge the balance of the dinner to my backup card as we discussed. But I'd like to request one itemized receipt per guest, with seating location listed, just for my records. Appreciate you. Alex." Then I opened my banking app and canceled the backup card. I knew how the restaurant handled their billing. The deposit I'd placed only covered the reservation. The rest of the bill, including wine, dessert, and gratuity, was to be paid post-meal. I had agreed to cover it, of course, but I never signed anything beyond the initial authorization. And with the card canceled, the restaurant would have no choice but to request payment on-site or follow up with the names listed on the event form, which, conveniently, I had filled out with all my relatives' contact details under attending party members. The next morning, I woke to 23 text messages. The first few were from Lauren. "Alex, did you cancel your card? The restaurant just called me asking for $800. What is going on? You said you were handling the bill. This is so embarrassing. Fix it." Then came Ryan. "Dude, real classy move last night. Hope it felt good leaving mom's birthday like that. Now they're saying we each owe a portion? Call them and sort this out, seriously. Don't drag us into whatever issue you have." And then, "Mom, Alex, can we talk?" That one made me pause. Not "I'm sorry." Not "Thank you for organizing everything." Just "Can we talk?" As if nothing had happened. As if I hadn't been iced out like a stranger at my own mother's party. I stared at her message for a long time before locking my phone. I didn't reply. Not yet. Instead, I went to work like it was any other Monday. I taught my morning classes, graded a few papers during lunch, and took a walk before heading home. There's something liberating about going about your day while you know the people who disrespected you are scrambling in the background. That afternoon, the restaurant called me directly. Luca was polite, even apologetic. "Mr. Pierce," he said, "we've attempted to charge the backup card, but it was declined. We've now contacted the attendees listed for individual payment, but several have expressed confusion and said you were responsible. I just wanted to clarify, should we continue pursuing them?" I leaned back in my chair. "Yes," I said calmly. "Please do. They were the ones who actually showed up, right?" He paused. "Understood." After the call, I finally opened the family group chat. Ryan had posted another message. "This is ridiculous. You're seriously going to make mom pay for her own party?" I replied with one line. "I wasn't invited to that party. Ask whoever gave the toast." It was the first message I'd sent in the chat in over 2 weeks. The read receipts popped up one by one. No one responded. But the silence said enough. Later that night, Lauren called. I let it go to voicemail. Then mom tried. I ignored that too. Only Ryan didn't call. He just sent one final text. "You think this makes you look good? All it does is prove you're petty." I almost laughed. The man who humiliated me publicly now wanted to talk about pettiness. But I didn't respond. Not to him. Instead, I opened a folder on my computer titled Family Finances. Inside were years' worth of records, grocery receipts, rent support, copays I'd quietly covered for mom after her insurance lapsed. I'd never brought it up before. Never wanted to be the guy who said, "Look what I did for you." But I'd kept them all the same. just in case. I stared at the folder for a while, my finger hovering over the mouse pad. Then I opened a new email and began typing a message addressed to every member of my immediate family. But that's when something even more unexpected happened. There was a knock on my door. I checked the peephole, and my breath caught. It was Mom. She was alone. She stood there on the other side of the door, clutching a beige sweater closed with one hand even though it wasn't cold out. Her face was tight, tired, like she hadn't slept. There was no gift bag, no leftovers, no apology bouquet. Just Mom, fidgeting with her wedding ring, eyes darting to the peephole like she somehow knew I was watching her from the other side. I hesitated. For a second, I thought about just walking away, pretending I wasn't home. But the weight of everything, the years of quiet tolerance, the sacrifices, the way I'd let so much slide, pressed on my chest until I exhaled and opened the door. She blinked like she hadn't expected me to actually answer. "Hi, sweetheart." I leaned against the doorframe, keeping one hand on it. "Hi." I was in the area. Her voice was soft, like she was testing the temperature of the room with each word. "Thought I'd stop by. Talk, maybe." I didn't step aside to let her in. "Not yet." "Why now?" Her eyes flinched, but only slightly. "I saw your message. In the group chat. And I didn't know you felt that way." "You didn't know?" My voice cracked with disbelief. "You really didn't notice I wasn't sitting at your table? That my name wasn't even on a place card?" She looked down at her shoes. "I thought maybe it was your choice. You've always been more private." "I assumed." "You assumed I wanted to eat alone." I interrupted, my tone sharper than I intended. "At the party I organized, paid for, and wasn't even properly invited to?" There was a pause. A long one. She didn't defend herself, just sighed and nodded faintly. "I didn't realize how much you'd done," she said, barely above a whisper. "Ryan said you offered to help. I didn't know it was all you. The venue, the deposit, the photos. He told me Lauren helped with that." I stared at her, too stunned to laugh. Lauren didn't even respond to the slideshow email. She flinched again, and this time I saw something break across her face. Maybe guilt. Maybe shame. I didn't care which. "Why do they get to rewrite everything?" I asked quietly. "Why do you believe them over me?" She met my eyes, and for once, there was no deflection. No tired platitudes. Just silence. "I don't know," she finally admitted. "Maybe because they're louder. They demand more. And you never complain. You just show up." And I let myself believe that meant you didn't mind. I felt my chest tighten again, but this time it wasn't anger, it was exhaustion. A bone-deep weariness from years of being the reliable one, the invisible scaffolding that held everyone else up while they stood in the spotlight. "I minded," I said. "I just thought it would matter without me having to say it out loud." She stepped back slightly, like the words had physically pushed her. "I never wanted you to feel left out." I tilted my head. "Then why didn't you say anything when Ryan toasted the children who showed up?" "I was sitting right there, Mom." She didn't have an answer. Or maybe she did, but knew it wouldn't be good enough. I let the silence stretch before finally stepping aside. "You can come in, but just for a minute." She nodded quickly and slipped past me, still holding that damn sweater closed like it was armor. We sat in the living room, her on the edge of the couch, me on the armchair. There was a stiffness in the air, a cautiousness we'd never had before, like we both knew this wasn't just a casual conversation. It was something fragile that could crack open and never go back to normal. She looked around, maybe expecting photos or keepsakes from our family scattered around the place. But there weren't any. I'd stopped putting those up years ago. "I talked to Ryan this morning," she said after a while. "He's furious. Says the restaurant's threatening to report unpaid charges to collections." "They won't," I replied calmly. "I gave them everyone's contact info so they'd know where to send the bills. You'd be amazed how fast things get resolved when there's an invoice involved." She winced but didn't object. "He said you embarrassed him," she added. I smirked, leaning back slightly. "I didn't make him give that toast. I didn't assign the seats. All I did was stop paying for my own mistreatment." Mom looked down at her hands again. She had the same nervous habit I did, pressing her thumb into her palm when she was thinking. I never noticed that until now. "What do you want me to do, Alex?" she finally asked. "Say sorry? Pay the bill? Call them out in the group chat? Just tell me what you need, and I'll do it." I stared at her for a long time. "I want you to remember who always showed up, even when it was inconvenient, even when you forgot to say thank you." I want you to stop pretending Ryan and Lauren are saints because they give you grandkids in photo ops. And I want you to see me, for once. Not just when something goes wrong. Her eyes welled, and I could tell the words hit harder than she expected. Maybe even harder than I meant. I do see you, she whispered. I didn't realize what I was choosing by staying silent all these years. I nodded slowly. Well, now you know. She sat back, folding her arms across her chest, and let the silence fill the room. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. Just honest. Raw. Then she said something I didn't expect. You're not like the others, Alex. And maybe that's why I always leaned on you more. I thought you could handle it. But I never thought about whether you should have to. It wasn't an apology, exactly. But it wasn't nothing. She stood up, smoothing her skirt. I'll talk to the restaurant. And Ryan. And Lauren. You won't have to hear from them if you don't want to. I nodded again, saying nothing, just watching her as she walked to the door. She paused before leaving. Thank you for the party, she said softly. Even if I didn't deserve it. I didn't answer. Not yet. Because what happened next changed everything. She left quietly, pulling the door shut behind her without waiting for me to say anything else. I stood there for a few moments, staring at the handle, still half expecting her to knock again. But she didn't. The silence felt final, not the kind that echoes after an argument, but the kind that settles in when something's finally, undeniably shifted. I sat back down, suddenly tired. Not just from the conversation, but from years of playing a role I never auditioned for. The reliable one. The helper. The son who doesn't need anything. A few hours passed. I reheated some leftovers and ignored my phone, even when it buzzed with new messages. One from Lauren, probably another guilt-laced monologue. One from Mom, just a simple got home safe. And nothing from Ryan, which, somehow, was the most satisfying one of all. The next day, things started to unravel in the group chat. Lauren. Okay, so apparently the restaurant won't let this go? They just emailed us individually with amounts. Mine says $742. Is that even legal? Ryan. This is getting out of hand. Mom. Are you seriously not going to fix this? Mom. Alex paid the deposit. The rest was not his responsibility. If you want to be mad at yourselves. That one stopped me cold. I reread it twice. Then a third time. I wasn't sure what I expected her to do. Probably nothing. But seeing her actually say it, publicly, to them, it landed differently. It wasn't a grand gesture, but it was the first time she'd ever pushed back on their entitlement. Ever acknowledged mine. And it didn't stop there. 2 days later, Lauren called me. I almost declined the call out of instinct, but curiosity won out. She didn't waste time. You made your point. Did I? Yes, she snapped, then softened a little. And I'm not saying I agree with how you did it, but yeah, you were right. I stayed quiet, letting the words hang. I didn't know you paid for everything, she added. I figured you helped, but Ryan said you insisted on covering it. That's what he told us. I laughed once, dry and humorless. Of course he did. I should have known better, she admitted. We all should have. I didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, why didn't you speak up when I got stuck at the other table? She hesitated. Because it was easier not to. That's the truth. Ryan said you wanted to sit alone, and honestly, I didn't want to deal with the drama if I questioned it. I appreciated the honesty, even if it stung. And now that the drama's happened? A pause. Then, quieter. Now I see what we've been doing to you. And I'm sorry. It wasn't the sweeping apology movies make us believe people give. But it was something. Real. And that made it mean more. We ended the call civilly. She offered to pay my portion of the restaurant bill, even though I hadn't paid any portion. Call it interest, she said. I declined, but thanked her. I didn't need money. I needed accountability. Later that week, I got a check in the mail from Mom. Not a digital transfer. A handwritten, physical check for $3,800. Same amount as the restaurant bill. The memo line read, "For all the times I didn't see you." That nearly broke me. It wasn't about the money. I'd never expected to be paid back. But seeing it in her handwriting, with those words, it said what she couldn't quite bring herself to say that night at my apartment. I called her. We talked. Really talked. She told me she'd called the restaurant and personally apologized for the confusion. That she had spoken to Ryan and told him she was deeply disappointed in how he handled everything. Apparently, that triggered a spectacular meltdown. He said I was taking your side, she said. I told him it wasn't about sides. It was about truth. That stunned me even more than the check. I didn't do everything right, she said. But I'm going to try now. If you'll let me. I didn't answer right away. I just let her words settle. Eventually, I said, trying is enough. We began rebuilding from there. Slowly, carefully. I didn't jump back into the family group chat. I didn't start attending every Sunday brunch again. But I let her in. A little more each week. A few months later, Mom invited me to dinner. Just the two of us. No siblings. No cousins. No drama. We sat at a cozy little bistro near her place, shared pasta, and talked about books and music and things we'd never made time for before. She brought up Dad, too. How hard it was to raise 3 kids after he passed. How scared she'd been all the time. And how leaning on the loudest voices was a survival mechanism. I think I stopped being a mom and started being a referee, she said. I didn't disagree. But I didn't rub it in, either. I'm glad you're finding your whistle again, I said. She smiled at that. As for Ryan, he went radio silent after Mom's call. I heard through Lauren that he was reconsidering the dynamic of the family, which I assume meant he was pouting. I didn't chase him down. I didn't know him that. Lauren and I stayed on okay terms. Not close, but warmer. She sends me pictures of her kids now and then, and occasionally asks how I'm doing. It's not perfect, but it's better. And the best part? Mom finally invited me to her next birthday party first. She called me personally, said she wanted to host something smaller, less fanfare, more intention. When I showed up, she greeted me with a hug and a table that had my name right at the center. No side table, no coat rack in view. That night, when dessert came, she raised her glass and said, "To the son who always showed up, even when we didn't deserve it." I didn't cry, not in front of them anyway, but I knew right then that something had shifted for good this time. This time they saw me, all of me, and I didn't have to pay a single cent to be worthy of that. My name's Ryan, I'm 29 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've had a complicated relationship with my family. To strangers, we probably looked normal enough. Sunday dinners, holiday gatherings, the occasional barbecue in the backyard. But underneath, there's always been this undercurrent of entitlement, like my successes were never fully mine, and anything good that happened to me was simply luck that I owed them for. It's the kind of family dynamic where accomplishments are less celebrated and more tallied, as though everyone is constantly calculating who deserves what slice of the pie. I grew up the oldest of 3. My younger sister, Chloe, has a knack for dramatics and playing the victim, and my brother, Tyler, is the type who can charm his way through most situations, though responsibility never quite seems to stick to him. My mom and dad. Well, let's just say they've always had a way of guilt-tripping me with phrases like, "family comes first," which usually translates into "Ryan will take care of it." As I got older and started doing better for myself, I noticed how quickly that phrase came up whenever bills, favors, or inconvenient tasks were on the table. Over the past 5 years, I've worked hard to build a career. I'm not rich by any means, but I've been smart with my choices, climbed the ladder at my company, and finally got to a place where I can afford things like a nice apartment and the occasional vacation of my own. It felt like I was just starting to enjoy the fruits of my labor, until my family decided that my success meant it was time for them to cash in. It started casually. A couple years ago, my mom asked if I could spot her for some bills. Then Chloe needed help covering her rent for a month. Tyler forgot to make a car payment and asked if I could help him out, promising to pay me back. Spoiler, he didn't. At first, I chalked it up to normal family give and take. But soon, it stopped being requests and turned into expectations. If someone was short on money, the unspoken rule became that Ryan would fix it. If there was a dinner out, eyes turned to me when the check arrived. Little by little, they began treating me less like a family member and more like a personal safety net. The breaking point came last spring when they invited me over for a family talk. I thought maybe it was about Dad's health or something important, but when I sat down in the living room, I quickly realized it was anything but. My mom cleared her throat and said, "Ryan, we've been talking, and we think it's time you step up a bit more for the family." I raised an eyebrow, already wary. Then Chloe chimed in with a smirk. "Yeah, since you're doing so well now, we figured you'd cover our family vacation this year. Flights, hotels, meals, the whole thing." I laughed at first, thinking they had to be joking. But then I saw the way they were looking at me, dead serious, almost smug. My dad leaned back in his chair and added, "It's only fair. You're the one who's benefited the most, and family should share the load." Tyler chuckled. Yeah, consider it your duty to the family. We deserve this after all the years we supported you. Supported me? The word stung. I remembered the years I worked 2 jobs in college just to make ends meet while they dismissed my struggles as part of growing up. I asked, carefully, are you guys being serious right now? Chloe rolled her eyes and replied, of course we are. You're making good money now. Don't act like this is some huge burden. It's just one vacation. Mom chimed in. You'll feel good about it once it's done. Think of it as giving back. The laughter that followed, quiet, knowing, as if they'd cornered me into agreeing, echoed in my head. I sat there, silent, my mind racing. Anger boiled in my chest, but I swallowed it down, masking it with a neutral expression. If there's one thing I've learned about my family, it's that they underestimate me when I'm quiet. And in that moment, I knew one thing. If they thought they could guilt me into funding their little getaway, they were in for a shock. That was the night everything started to change. In the days that followed that living room ambush, the atmosphere around my family shifted. It wasn't subtle either. They treated my silence that night as a tacit agreement. Within a week, Chloe was sending me links to beachfront resorts, attaching little notes like, this one has a spa I've been dying to try. Make sure to book ocean view rooms. Tyler, never one to miss a chance, texted me pictures of first-class plane tickets, saying, hey, let's not skimp on the flights. I can't deal with Coach for that long. My mom, on her end, called me with lists of restaurants they had to try, her tone bubbling with excitement, as though the arrangements were already in motion. Every time I tried to push back, even a little, the manipulation came out in full force. When I told Chloe maybe she should budget better if she wanted to enjoy fancy vacations, she sighed dramatically and replied, wow, after everything I did for you growing up, I was the one who covered for you when you stayed out late, who helped with chores so you could study. This is how you repay me. When I told Tyler he could at least pay for his own meals, he laughed and said, man, I thought we were brothers. Guess I was wrong. And when I told Mom this wasn't fair to me, her voice dropped into that disappointed tone I'd known since childhood. Ryan, don't be selfish. We're a family. Families don't nickel and dime each other. The more I resisted, the more they doubled down. At one point, Dad chimed in, telling me, we sacrificed so much for you. Do you know how many weekends we gave up driving you to soccer games or sitting through your school plays? This is nothing compared to that. You should be grateful we gave you the life we did. That line hit harder than it should have. All those memories, of them barely showing up for my graduations, of forgotten birthdays, of being told to figure it out when I asked for help, flashed through my mind. Yet now they were rewriting history, painting themselves as selfless providers whose sacrifices demanded repayment. And it didn't stop there. Soon, it wasn't just the vacation, it was everything. We went out for dinner one night at a casual Italian place, and when the bill came, everyone conveniently stared at their phones. Chloe slid the check toward me without even making eye contact, as if it was a given. When I hesitated, Dad raised his eyebrows and said, come on, you're not really going to make us split this, are you? That'd be embarrassing. Another time, Mom needed a new dishwasher and hinted so heavily that I finally asked, are you expecting me to pay for that too? She looked at me like I'd just insulted her and said, don't be ridiculous. It's just a small thing. You can afford it. Even extended family got pulled into the charade. At a barbecue, my aunt nudged me and said, heard you're treating everyone to a big trip. That's so generous of you. The look of pride on my mom's face as she confirmed it made my stomach twist. It was like they were using me as some kind of trophy, proof to relatives that their family was doing well, even though it was entirely on my back. I started to notice the favoritism too. Chloe and Tyler became emboldened, almost cocky. They joked about what they'd order on the trip, about how they'd live it up, while I played sugar daddy. They weren't shy about it either, making comments right in front of me as if I were an ATM machine with ears. And my parents never once told them to knock it off. If anything, they encouraged it. Mom laughed at Tyler's jokes. Dad told Chloe she deserved to be pampered. Meanwhile, if I so much as sighed, I got sharp looks and reminders that I should be happy to give back. Inside, I was seething. I felt like every boundary I tried to set was being trampled. I'd worked years to stand on my own 2 feet, and now my own family was trying to drag me back down, dressing it up as togetherness and duty. Every phone call, every text about the vacation added weight to my chest, a suffocating reminder that they saw me not as Ryan, the person who had struggled, fought, and earned his way, but as Ryan, the wallet. And yet, I stayed quiet. On the surface, I went along with it, nodding, offering vague non-answers, letting them believe I was caving. But behind that silence, something was shifting. With every guilt trip, every manipulative jab, I felt something harden inside me. I realized they weren't just taking advantage of me. They were counting on me never standing up for myself. And that realization, that was the beginning of the end for them. The tipping point came on a gray Saturday afternoon. I'd stopped by my parents' house, mostly because Mom had insisted she needed to talk to me in person. I walked in, already bracing myself for whatever new demand was waiting. Sure enough, the living room table was covered in travel brochures. Sun-soaked beaches, glossy cruise ships, all neatly stacked like evidence in a case they were about to present. Mom smiled as though she'd been waiting for this moment. Ryan, perfect timing. We've narrowed it down. Cancun or the Bahamas. Both have packages for families. I think you should go ahead and book this week so we get the best rates. She said it so casually, like she was asking me to pick up milk on the way home. I opened my mouth to protest, but Chloe jumped in before I could. Oh, and don't forget to book us all suites, not those cramped little rooms. Tyler snores, and I refuse to deal with that. Tyler grinned and tossed a brochure my way. Dude, check this one, unlimited drinks included. That's a must. I sat there in disbelief. They weren't even pretending anymore. They had already decided everything, assuming I'd just fall in line. My silence apparently meant consent. But as bad as that was, what happened next shattered whatever thin thread of patience I still had. Dad cleared his throat, holding a piece of paper. So, we took the liberty of putting the deposit on our credit card. Just $2,000 to lock in the rooms. We used your name, since the trip will be under your account anyway. Don't worry, you can pay it off when the bill comes. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. You what? My voice cracked sharper than I intended. Mom waved her hand dismissively. Don't make a fuss. It was just easier this way. You'll be reimbursing us for the trip anyway. So what's the difference if we went ahead and put it down? The agent said it was fully refundable if we cancel. My blood ran cold. They had used my name, my credit, without asking me. That wasn't just entitlement. That was crossing a legal line. I felt my stomach twist as I imagined my financial information being thrown around so recklessly. My credit score, something I'd worked years to build, suddenly felt like it was hanging by a thread because they couldn't wait for me to do my duty. Chloe leaned back with a smirk, clearly enjoying the look on my face. Relax, big brother. You're acting like this is some huge betrayal. It's not like we stole from you. You're just covering what you already promised. I never promised. I shot back, my voice low but shaking with anger. I never agreed to any of this. Tyler snorted. Oh, come on, man. Don't play dumb. We all know you're going to do it. You've been paying for everything else lately. Why not this too? You owe us. Don't forget who had your back when you were struggling. That line hit like a punch to the chest. Who had my back? I thought about the nights I worked double shifts in college, exhausted and broke, while they spent weekends at parties. I thought about the birthdays they skipped because they were busy. I thought about begging for a ride once when my car broke down, only to be told to figure it out. And now they dared to stand there and rewrite history, claiming they had been my saviors? Something inside me cracked. For years, I had put up with their manipulation, their guilt trips, their casual dismissal of my boundaries. But this was something else. They had crossed into my financial life, making decisions in my name without permission. It was no longer just about money. It was about control. I stood up slowly, the brochures sliding off my lap and scattering across the floor. My mom frowned. Where are you going? We're not done planning. I looked at them, at the smugness on Chloe's face, the smug confidence in Tyler's grin, the calm expectation in my parents' eyes, and for the first time, I didn't feel guilt. I didn't feel shame. I felt something sharper, colder, cleaner. Enjoy planning your vacation, I said, my voice steady. But don't count on me for anything. Their laughter followed me as I walked out the door. Mocking. Certain. They didn't believe me for a second. And in that moment, I realized that was exactly their mistake. After I walked out of their house that day, I thought I'd feel relief. I expected some kind of weight to lift off my shoulders, like finally drawing a line in the sand would set me free. But instead, what I felt was an ache, a heaviness in my chest that followed me everywhere. For the next week, every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. Every email notification, every text, it all felt like a reminder that my family had crossed a line I never thought they'd cross. At first, I tried ignoring them. Mom sent long texts about family unity and how I needed to stop acting out. Chloe spammed me with screenshots of resorts and pool sidebars with captions like, "Can't wait," as if nothing had happened. Tyler kept it short, a single message that read, "Don't blow this up, man. It's not that deep." And Dad didn't text at all. But I got a voicemail one evening where he said, "Son, I don't know what's gotten into you, but you're making a fool of yourself. Don't ruin this for everyone." What broke me wasn't just the words. It was the certainty behind them. They didn't even think they'd done anything wrong. To them, I was the one being unreasonable, selfish even. And for a while, I wondered if maybe they were right. That old familiar guilt dug its claws into me. Had I been too harsh? Was I overreacting? After all, it was just money, right? And wasn't I the one who had always been responsible? The one who could handle things? Those thoughts kept me up at night. I'd lie awake in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, replaying every conversation we'd had. I'd hear Chloe's laugh, Tyler's mocking tone, Mom's disappointed sigh. I'd picture Dad shaking his head at me like I was a child who had failed him. The anger came in waves, but between those waves there was doubt, and in the silence of my apartment, that doubt was deafening. Then the practical fallout started. A letter arrived in the mail from the credit card company confirming the pending vacation charge. My heart sank as I realized they hadn't just put down a deposit. They'd actually booked it. In my name. Without permission. Suddenly, it wasn't just about family drama anymore. It was about my financial reputation, my credit, my future. I called the company immediately, but the agent explained I'd need to dispute the charge formally. And in the meantime, it would show up on my account. I felt sick. That weekend, I went to visit an old friend, Mark. He's one of the few people I trust with everything, and when he asked how I was doing, I cracked. I told him everything. The brochures, the deposit, the manipulation. He sat there quietly for a long time, then said, "Ryan, you've let them treat you like a bank for years. This was inevitable, but it doesn't mean you're stuck." I wanted to believe him, but in that moment, I felt stuck. My family had a way of making me feel like I owed them my entire existence, like everything I had was because of them. Walking away from that wasn't easy. It meant redefining who I was without their constant pull. It meant admitting that the people I thought I could trust the most were willing to use me without hesitation. Still, something in Mark's words stayed with me. It doesn't mean you're stuck. I started to think less about what I couldn't do and more about what I could. I began researching my rights, reading about financial fraud, about how to protect my accounts. I set up alerts on every card, changed my passwords, even visited my bank to put extra protections in place. Quietly, I was building a wall between myself and their reach. On the surface, I played along. I didn't argue in the group texts. I let them keep sending me their vacation updates. But inside, I was shifting. Every night, instead of lying awake in guilt, I sketched out plans in my head. Plans not just to stop them, but to show them, once and for all, that I wasn't their safety net, their scapegoat, or their personal bank account. But to get there, I had to endure. I had to let them think they were winning, even as I quietly prepared for the moment that would change everything. In the months that followed, something inside me began to shift. For the first time in my life, I stopped reacting to my family's demands and started focusing entirely on myself. It was strange at first, almost like I was breaking some unwritten law of our household dynamic. I stopped answering every call immediately, stopped responding to every guilt-laden text. Instead, I poured that energy into my work, my friendships, and even small hobbies I'd neglected for years. And as it turned out, when I wasn't constantly drained by them, I had more to give to myself than I ever realized. At work, I'd already been on solid footing, but with my newfound focus, I started to thrive. Projects I once approached with caution, I now handled with confidence. I volunteered for responsibilities others avoided, and my boss noticed. Within 6 months, I was promoted, along with a significant raise. It wasn't just the money that mattered, though. It was the validation. For once, I was being recognized for my abilities, not guilt for them. That raise allowed me to move into a better apartment, one with high ceilings and a balcony that overlooked the city lights. I furnished it the way I'd always wanted, clean, modern, a reflection of the independence I'd been craving. Standing in that apartment at night, with the skyline glowing in the distance, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: peace. I started building a circle outside of my family, too. Mark remained a constant, but I also reconnected with old college friends who'd always believed in me. We'd meet for drinks, go on weekend hikes, or just hang out and watch games. Slowly, I remembered what it felt like to laugh without a weight on my chest, to share stories without fear of being judged or used. But perhaps the most empowering change was financial. I got serious about my savings and investments. I spoke with a financial advisor, learned how to diversify, and started setting goals that had nothing to do with anyone else. Within a year, I had a safety net stronger than I'd ever imagined possible. For once, money wasn't something to stress over. It was a tool I controlled, not something my family drained. Meanwhile, my family's messages grew more frequent and desperate. Chloe complained about her bills piling up. Tyler hinted that his car might get repossessed. Mom wrote long texts about how we need to stick together in tough times, always with the unspoken expectation that I'd step in. Dad even left me another voicemail, this one tinged with irritation. "Son, this silent treatment is childish. We're your family. Stop acting like a stranger." But their words no longer carried the same power over me. Each demand that once would have filled me with guilt now only steeled my resolve. I could feel the dynamic shifting, not just because I was saying no, but because I was thriving in spite of them. And deep down, I think they noticed. Then came the moment I hadn't expected. One evening, I ran into a former colleague at a networking event. We got to talking, and she introduced me to a small group of entrepreneurs working on a startup. At first, I just listened, curious about their energy and ideas. But the more they talked, the more I felt something stir inside me. By the end of the night, they'd invited me to join as an advisor, and within weeks, I was helping them refine their business model. The startup took off faster than any of us imagined. My role grew, my connections expanded, and soon I was standing in rooms I never thought I'd be in, meeting investors, pitching ideas, and making decisions that carried real weight. I wasn't just doing well anymore. I was becoming someone my family could never have imagined, someone with influence, options, and power. Yet through it all, I stayed quiet with them. I didn't brag. I didn't send updates. I let them keep their image of me as the reluctant provider, the ATM they thought they could manipulate back into submission. On the outside, I was the same Ryan. But inside, I was building something much bigger. Because the truth was, I wasn't just planning to walk away anymore. I was preparing for the day when they'd push me one step too far, when their entitlement would blind them completely. And when that day came, I'd be ready, not just to say no, but to show them exactly how wrong they had been about me all along. The setup came almost by accident. By this point, I was deeply involved with the startup, and we had just secured a major partnership with a travel and hospitality company. It wasn't my area directly, but I had access to plenty of insider knowledge, corporate discounts, exclusive booking systems, and, most importantly, detailed insights into how vacation packages were managed. At first, it was just an interesting perk, but as soon as I saw another group text from my family, "Ryan, don't forget to finalize the resort by the end of the month," the connection clicked in my mind. Suddenly, I realized I had the exact tools I needed not just to protect myself, but to turn the tables. The irony was almost too perfect. The very industry they were trying to exploit me through was now one of the keys to my professional success. Around that same time, I also learned something else that shifted the balance. Through a mutual acquaintance, I found out that Chloe had been bragging to friends about finally getting what she deserved from me. She'd apparently been telling people the trip was her idea, and that I had finally stepped up like a real brother should. Tyler, meanwhile, had been bragging at his workplace that his big shot brother was covering everything, framing it as though he had convinced me to do it. And my parents? They had apparently told several relatives I was taking care of them now, as though my life was some long-delayed repayment plan for their sacrifices. It was infuriating, but it was also clarifying. For the first time, I saw their entitlement not as isolated moments, but as a story they had crafted, a narrative where I was cast as their provider, their golden goose. They weren't just using me privately anymore. They were publicly claiming my success as theirs. That, more than anything, made me certain that my silence couldn't last forever. So I started preparing quietly. I met with my financial advisor to lock down protections on all my accounts, even creating separate channels so that no one could access my credit without multiple layers of approval. I worked with the bank to flag any suspicious charges. I combed through every piece of my financial footprint and sealed every gap they might exploit. If they thought they could casually toss my name onto another expense, they were in for a rude awakening. But the real preparation went deeper. I started collecting evidence, every text, every email, every voicemail. I saved copies of the deposit they'd placed in my name, the travel confirmations that linked back to my credit card. I organized it all neatly, like puzzle pieces waiting to be assembled, because I knew, one way or another, this would come to a head. And then, almost as though fate was nudging me along, an opportunity presented itself. At a networking event for the hospitality company, I met one of their senior managers. We got to talking, and when I mentioned, casually, that I had family who loved to test the boundaries of booking systems, she laughed knowingly and shared stories of customers who tried to game the system. Then she said something that stuck with me. You'd be amazed how quickly arrogance turns into regret when the paperwork catches up to them. That sentence echoed in my mind for days. Arrogance turning into regret. It was exactly the arc my family was on, and I now had the tools to make sure it landed exactly where it needed to. By the time summer rolled around, I wasn't just ready, I was positioned. I had the means to protect myself, the evidence to expose them, and the insider knowledge to turn their little vacation into something unforgettable. All I had to do was wait for the moment they pushed me too far, the moment they stopped asking and tried to force my hand again. And when that moment came, I already knew. Their laughter would be the last thing they'd expect to lose. The breaking point arrived in the form of a phone call one late afternoon. I was in my office, wrapping up emails, when my phone lit up with Mom's name. Normally, I would have let it go to voicemail, but something in me said to pick up. Her voice was syrupy sweet at first. Ryan, honey, I hope you've had a good day. We just wanted to check in about the vacation. The balance is due next week, and since you've been so quiet, I thought maybe you forgot. I didn't answer right away. I just let her keep talking, listening as she rattled off numbers, dates, and instructions like I was her personal assistant. Then, with a slight edge in her tone, she added, We've already told the extended family we're going. It would be embarrassing if you backed out now. There it was. Not just entitlement, but a threat cloaked in family pride. She wasn't asking anymore. She was cornering me. That night, I got the group text. Chloe chimed in with a winking emoji. Make sure my suite has a balcony view. Tyler followed with, and don't forget the drinks package, bro. This trip is gonna be legendary. Dad sealed it with, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Just get it done. They had no idea what I'd been preparing. I waited a day, letting them stew in silence, then sent a calm reply. Got it. I'll handle everything. Immediately, the responses poured in, smiling emojis, thanks, little digs about me, finally coming around. What they didn't realize was that my definition of handle everything wasn't what they thought. Using the corporate connections I'd built through the startup, I made a few calls. It wasn't hard to get in touch with the resort they had picked. After all, they had already booked it under my name. I explained the situation, showed proof of the unauthorized charge, and requested the reservation be canceled and flagged for fraud. Not only was the booking wiped clean, but I also ensured that my name, and theirs, were blacklisted from making any future reservations without direct authorization. The resort was professional about it, but I could hear the faint amusement in the manager's voice. Clearly, this wasn't the first time she'd seen a family drama spill into her office. But I wasn't finished. With all the evidence I collected, the deposit charge, the texts, the voicemails, I filed a formal dispute with my credit card company. Within days, the pending charges were reversed, and my account was secure. To make it airtight, I also reported the unauthorized use of my information, which triggered a fraud alert on any future attempts to use my credit without verification. In short, their dream vacation had been wiped clean, and they couldn't use my name to resurrect it. The best part, though, came when they showed up at the airport. Yes, airport. They had actually gone ahead and packed their bags, parading through the terminal like royalty about to embark on their grand getaway. I know this because Chloe, ever the social media addict, had been posting selfies all morning. Her designer sunglasses, Tyler with his airport beer, mom and dad smiling with their carry-ons. They were so sure of themselves, so confident that I had caved. Then, radio silence. Hours later, I got the frantic messages. Ryan, the tickets aren't working. Why are they saying the reservation was canceled? This isn't funny. Fix it right now. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is? We're standing here like idiots. I didn't reply. I sat on my balcony with a glass of wine, watching the city glow beneath me, and let their panic unfold in real time. Chloe posted a story of herself at the airport, face red with frustration, captioned, "When your own brother screws you over." Tyler's tone was angrier. Unbelievable. Never trusting Ryan again. Mom called me twice, then 3 times, then left a voicemail that started calm but ended with, "You've ruined this family." Dad, of course, tried the stern approach. "This is your last chance to fix this. Do the right thing." But I wasn't shaken. For the first time in my life, I held all the cards. They couldn't guilt me, couldn't manipulate me, couldn't rewrite the story. Because the story wasn't theirs anymore, it was mine. And as I watched the messages pile up, I realized something. Revenge didn't have to be loud or dramatic. Sometimes, the sweetest revenge was calm, precise, and undeniable. The vacation they thought would be their triumph had turned into their humiliation, and they had done it all to themselves. The fallout was swift and brutal. By the time my family returned home from the airport, dragging their suitcases and their bruised pride, the story had already spread. Chloe's posts, once smug previews of her luxury vacation, had turned into rants about betrayal. But the internet is cruel, and her followers were quick to point out the holes in her narrative. "Wait, you expected your brother to pay for everything," one person commented. "Sounds like entitlement, not betrayal." Another wrote, "Imagine mooching off your own sibling and then crying when it backfires." The backlash was immediate, and for someone who lived off attention, Chloe's reputation took a hit she couldn't spin away. Tyler fared no better. At work, his coworkers had apparently grown tired of his bragging. When they found out he never even made it past security, the teasing started, and it didn't stop. "How was your free trip, Tyler?" became a running joke in the office. His boss even pulled him aside, telling him to focus on responsibilities at work instead of chasing handouts. He stopped texting me after that. Mom and Dad, though, took the hardest blow. Relatives they had bragged to, about how I was taking care of them, about how generous I supposedly was, started calling, asking what had really happened. When the truth came out, their credibility collapsed. The proud image they'd built of themselves as the glue of the family shattered, replaced with whispers about manipulation, greed, and humiliation at the airport. And financially, the cherry on top was that, with the fraud alert in place, their attempt to rebook, this time under my name again, triggered a flag. They got a letter from the bank warning of potential legal consequences for misusing someone else's information. They didn't tell me directly, but Dad's voicemail, heavy with restrained panic, made it obvious. "Ryan, we need to talk. Things have gotten complicated." For weeks afterward, the calls kept coming. First angry, then pleading, then quiet and desperate. But I didn't budge. Every time my phone buzzed with their names, I was reminded of the years of guilt, of being treated like a wallet instead of a son or a brother. And every time, I chose silence. It wasn't easy. Part of me still ached for what could have been, a family built on love, not obligation. But I knew I couldn't go back. Not after the lies, the entitlement, the betrayal. Months later, I ran into my aunt at the grocery store. She gave me a sympathetic smile and said softly, "You know, your parents are still upset. They say you abandoned them." I looked at her for a moment, then replied, "No, I didn't abandon them. I stopped letting them use me." And that was the truth. That night, I sat once again on my balcony, the city buzzing below, and felt a calm settle over me. For the first time, I wasn't defined by their expectations or their manipulations. I was free. Their vacation turned into humiliation, their laughter into silence, their control into dust. And as I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but think, sometimes the most powerful word you can say, the one that changes everything, is simply no. I'm 28, and I go by Leo. Not Leonardo, not my baby boy, just Leo. It's funny, growing up, I was always the quiet one, the easy kid. My older sister, Candace, was the loud achiever, the golden girl. Straight as, homecoming queen, med school, the works. I didn't mind. I liked my space, my own pace. But over the years, I started noticing how easy translated to invisible in my family's dictionary, especially after I got my software job and started working remotely. To them, that just meant I was playing on the computer all day. Even after I bought my own place at 26 and started pulling in serious income, they still acted like Candace was the only one doing anything worth clapping for. Last fall, at Thanksgiving dinner, my mom brought up the family Europe trip she and my dad had been planning for months. A luxury tour across Paris, Rome, and Athens. My parents were buzzing about it, and Candace, of course, was already flaunting her new travel wardrobe. Flights are $1,400 each, Mom said matter-of-factly, slicing into the pecan pie she barely let cool. And that's just economy. Business class is extra. That's fine, I said, reaching for coffee. I can cover my ticket. She smiled a tight little smile, that patronizing smirk I've known since childhood. If you can't keep up, Leo, don't bother coming. I remember laughing, not out loud, but in my head. That phrase, keep up, had been her favorite jab lately. She'd used it when I didn't show up to Candace's promotion dinner on a Tuesday, 3 hours away, and when I declined to co-sign for a new car my dad forgot to tell me he'd already put in my name. I knew the trip wouldn't go smoothly, but I also didn't want to give them the satisfaction of thinking I couldn't afford it. The next day, I checked my card, the one linked to the joint family emergency account I stupidly never closed after college. $5,641.88. I blinked, then blinked again. A breakdown showed 3 business class tickets booked under my mom's email. Hers, my dad's, and Candace's. Not mine. I didn't even get a call. No, scratch that, I did. From Candace. An hour later. Hey, just a heads up, Mom booked the flights, so you're all set. All set, I said slowly, turning away from my screen. Yeah, it was faster to just do it together. You can pay her back later. I didn't respond. My fingers were already moving, locking the account, filing a fraud dispute, and scheduling a call with my bank. And then, once that was squared away, I opened a new browser tab and typed in one word, Dubai. I'd always wanted to visit. Not on some guided group tour, but the way I like to travel, in quiet, curated solitude. I found a luxury suite overlooking the Palm. Price tag? $9,000 for the week, including private transfer, spa access, and an on-call butler. I booked it without blinking. The next day, they tried to check in at JFK. Card declined, the gate agent probably said. Then tickets canceled. Then the chorus of confused, flustered voices. My dad shouting. My mom fumbling for her phone. And Candace, somewhere between annoyed and humiliated. That's when the text started. Candace, what did you do? Mom, you embarrassed us. Are you insane? Dad, fix this. Now. I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I snapped a photo of my suite. Panoramic view, complimentary champagne, the sea glittering below, and sent one message. Me. Upgraded my plans. Radio silence. For about 6 hours. Then there was a knock at my apartment door back in New York. My Ring camera pinged. I blinked at the screen. My dad. Standing there in his old windbreaker, holding a leather binder. Next to him, a man in a blazer, holding a briefcase. And that's when I realized this wasn't just about the flights anymore. I didn't answer the door. Not immediately. I watched from my phone as they stood there, my dad shifting from foot to foot, his jaw clenched so tight you'd think it might crack. The man next to him looked professional, late 40s, sharp hairline, eyes scanning the hall like he already hated being here. A lawyer, obviously. My dad's favorite kind of intimidation. Old school threats dressed up in paperwork. I muted the Ring feed and sat back on the hotel couch in Dubai, letting the silence stretch. Letting him wait. When I finally picked up the intercom, I kept my voice even. I'm on the other side of the world right now. Try knocking again in 10 days. Leo, my dad snapped, his voice somehow more irritated than surprised. What is this? You froze the account. You canceled the tickets. Are you out of your mind? Didn't realize I was still on the family account until you drained it. I replied. But don't worry, I'm working on closing it for good. He hesitated. You cost us the entire trip. Your mother's humiliated. Candace had to rebook. Out of pocket. I'm sure she'll survive, I said. After all, you 3 were kind enough to use my card. Seemed like you were doing pretty well without me. The lawyer finally stepped in. "Mr. Roberts, we just want to resolve this amicably. Perhaps you'd consider coming back to New York early so we can discuss this in person?" "Sure," I said, grabbing a chocolate from the welcome tray and unwrapping it slowly. "Book me a first-class return and send over your firm's hourly rate. We'll talk." They left after that. No threats, no yelling, just a lawyer who clearly regretted answering the call, and my dad, simmering behind him. I watched them walk down the hallway through my camera, both growing smaller with every step. I thought that would be the end of it, that they'd realize how wrong they were, maybe even reflect for once. But I should have known better. The real unraveling started a week later, after I got back from Dubai. When I walked into my apartment, there was a thin envelope on the floor, slid through the mail slot. Inside was a formal notice, not from the lawyer, but from my sister, Candace. She was suing me for damages related to travel disruption, emotional distress, and breach of verbal agreement. I laughed out loud. Breach of verbal agreement? As if I'd ever said, "Sure, go ahead and rob me." A few days later, my phone started blowing up, not with more threats, but with apologies. Distant cousins, my aunt, even an old family friend from church I hadn't seen in years. Messages like, "Hey, I heard things got out of hand. If you need to talk," or "Your parents might have gone too far this time." That's when I realized the story had gotten out. Not the truth, of course, but whatever twisted version my parents were spreading. Probably something like, "Leo abandoned us overseas. Leo stole our vacation. Leo is unstable." So I did what any self-respecting software nerd with a flair for documentation would do. I gathered receipts, flight charges, account logs, bank screenshots, even the text where Candace admitted Mom had just booked it for everyone, as if that was some kind of gift. And then I posted. Not on Reddit, not even on Facebook. I emailed it. A calm, detailed breakdown sent to the entire extended family mailing list. The one my mother used every year to share holiday newsletters with photos of Candace's latest promotions and none of my life updates. I titled it simply, "To Clarify." No dramatic wording, no insults, just a timeline, a few bullet points, and attached PDFs. And at the end, one sentence. "If you ever wondered why I stopped coming around, now you know." I didn't wait for replies. Instead, I unplugged for the weekend, went hiking with some friends upstate, and let the storm rage without me. By Monday, the emails started trickling in. Some apologetic, some shocked, a few offering to mediate, which I ignored. But one stood out. It was from my Aunt Lillian, my mom's older sister, who'd always been the quiet black sheep of the family. She rarely came to events, rarely took sides. But her email was short, honest, and to the point. "Leo, I've seen them do this to you for years. You handled it with more grace than I ever did. If you need support, I'm here." I stared at that line longer than I should have. And that's when it clicked. This wasn't just about the trip or even the money. It was about the decades I spent being their scapegoat, their silent backup plan. The easy son they could ignore until it was time to swipe my card. But not anymore. The final blow came a week later, in a place I never expected, my mom's birthday brunch. I wasn't invited, of course, but someone sent me a clip from her Instagram story, a cake, candles, and a surprise speech from Candace. She raised a glass and said, "To the woman who taught me everything, except how to forgive someone who sabotaged our family." There were a few awkward claps, some polite chuckles, but the camera accidentally panned over to my uncle, who looked down at his plate, clearly uncomfortable. That's when I decided. They weren't going to stop, not unless I made them, and I knew exactly how to do it. I didn't respond to the brunch clip, didn't comment, didn't send some witty comeback. I just watched it twice, then closed the app and opened my work email instead. It was time to make a move, one that didn't just end this chapter but burn the entire book they kept trying to write me out of. A few years back, when I first started making decent money, my dad convinced me to invest in a small family property in upstate New York, a fixer-upper lake house they had inherited from my grandfather. Back then, I was still eager to prove myself, still naively hoping they'd finally see me as an equal, not an afterthought. So I paid for the repairs, not just the roof and plumbing. I remodeled the kitchen, replaced all the windows, even had solar panels installed. Over 2 years, I poured in nearly $130,000, all documented, all traced through my accounts. But here's the kicker. My name was never added to the deed. Every time I brought it up, my dad waved it off. It's family property, he'd say. You don't need paperwork with family. Right. So I called my lawyer. We went over everything. Emails, bank statements, text messages from Mom and Candace thanking me for saving the summer plans that one year the pipes burst. It wasn't airtight, but it was strong enough. Especially since I'd kept a detailed renovation log, including permits filed in my name. I had receipts, blueprints, even before and after photos with timestamps. We filed a lien on the property by the end of the week. Then, just to twist the knife slightly deeper, I called the electric company and had them switch the solar account and maintenance plan back into my name. Legally, I still owned that part of the system. No deed required. A week later, I received a string of frantic calls. First from my mom, who left a 3-minute voicemail alternating between outrage and shaky-voiced pleas. Then from my dad, his tone icy and furious. What are you playing at? I didn't answer either of them. Instead, I sent a single certified letter. Inside, a breakdown of every cent I spent on the property, including labor hours I contributed personally, and a settlement offer. Either they bought me out, or I'd push to force a sale of the house and collect what I was owed from the proceeds. 3 days passed, then 5. On the 6th, I got a knock on my apartment door. But it wasn't my parents this time. It was Candace, wearing oversized sunglasses and a blazer too fancy for a casual visit. She looked uncomfortable, like she'd been coached to be here. She didn't ask to come in, just stood there, awkwardly holding a reusable grocery bag full of bakery pastries and a bottle of wine. I just thought maybe we could talk, she said. I stepped outside, closed the door behind me, and leaned against the frame. She shifted, clearly thrown off by the lack of warmth. Look, I know things have gotten complicated, but maybe we all overreacted. Overreacted, I repeated. You sued me for emotional distress because I didn't pay for your vacation. That wasn't personal, she said quickly. That was Mom's idea. I just signed the papers. Honestly, I didn't think it would get that far. I stayed quiet, arms crossed. She tried again. Do you really want to destroy the lake house? That place means something to all of us. Funny, I said. It meant something to me too. Until you all treated me like a wallet with no seat at the table. She flushed. This isn't about the house. It's about family. No, I said, finally pushing off the doorframe. You made it about the house. You made it about the money. I just gave you the invoice. She stared at me for a long time. Then, quietly, she said, they're scared, you know. Not just about the property. About you cutting them off. About the fact that you're not playing along anymore. That caught me off guard. Not because I hadn't known it, but because hearing it from her made it real in a different way. You were always the easy one, she added. They never thought you'd fight back. I didn't know what to say to that, so I said nothing. She left the bag on the doormat and turned to go. They're calling another family meeting, she said over her shoulder. You might want to show up. But I didn't. Instead, I did something else. I booked another flight, this time to Tokyo. And as I sat in the first-class lounge, sipping tea and ignoring the flood of missed calls, I opened my email and stared at the latest message from my lawyer. Subject, settlement, terms rejected. They want to negotiate. There was a second line, shorter. They're willing to talk, but they're not the ones calling the shots anymore. I stayed in Tokyo for 6 days, not out of spite, but because I'd spent so many years wrapping my life around theirs that it felt good, liberating, even, to do something just for myself. I walked through Shibuya at night, slurped ramen at a hole-in-the-wall counter at 2 a.m., and visited the Mori Art Museum in complete silence. I didn't check my phone much. When I did, the notifications were there, piling up in neat little rows. Missed calls, voicemails, a few increasingly desperate texts from my mom, sprinkled between the cold, formal ones from their lawyer. But I didn't rush back. I let them sit in it. When I finally landed at JFK, it was just after 10 p.m. I grabbed a cab, got home, and didn't even bother unpacking. I walked straight to my desk, opened my laptop, and joined the scheduled Zoom meeting my lawyer had arranged with their legal team. They were waiting, my dad in a button-up he'd clearly ironed in a hurry, my mom looking pale and tired, and Candace dialing in from what looked like her office. Leo, my dad said, nodding stiffly. Let's begin, I said. The meeting lasted just under 45 minutes. They wanted me to drop the lien. I said I would. On one condition. They pay me the full $130,000 in improvements I'd put into the house. No negotiations. No split hairs. Every cent. My mom opened her mouth to protest, but my lawyer held up a hand. We can go to court, he said, but we both know what discovery will look like. Leo kept receipts. Your client's paper trail is less organized. My dad leaned back, nostrils flaring. We don't have that kind of cash on hand. That's not my problem, I said. More silence. Then Candace, in a voice I hadn't heard in years, calm, stripped of smugness, spoke up. Just pay him, Dad. This is done. We pushed him too far. That surprised me. Not because it was generous, but because it was honest. My dad didn't reply. My mom just looked away. The call ended with a formal agreement. They'd wire me the full amount within 14 business days, or the property would go into forced sale. 12 days later, the transfer hit my account. Full sum. No note attached. I stared at the balance for a long moment, then closed the window. It was done, but something still didn't sit right. Not anger. Not satisfaction. Something else. Emptiness. I had always imagined this moment would feel like triumph. That I'd hit send on the final email, see the money arrive, and everything would settle into a clean, victorious ending. But instead, I just felt like someone standing in the ashes of a house they'd been trying to fix for too long. The thing no one tells you about winning is that sometimes it just means you're finally free to look at what you lost. And I had lost a lot. I lost the illusion that they'd ever change. That one day they'd wake up and say, Leo, we're proud of you. That we'd laugh over the old wounds, patch them up, and finally, feel like a real family. Instead, what I got was silence. No apology. No attempt to rebuild. Just money, wired like a transaction at the end of a failed business deal. The months that followed were quiet. They didn't invite me to Thanksgiving. I didn't expect them to. Instead, I had dinner with a few close friends, people who knew the story, who toasted me not for winning, but for finally choosing peace over obligation. Christmas came and went. I didn't hear from them then, either. Not even Candace. But on New Year's Day, I got a message from her. Just one line. Still think about Tokyo? I stared at it for a minute, then typed back. Every day. There was a pause, and then she replied. If you ever want to talk, not as siblings, just as two people who got stuck in the same storm, let me know. And I believed her. We didn't talk right away, but we would eventually. On our terms. Not because we were rebuilding the family, but because we were letting go of the one we thought we were supposed to be in. A few months later, I got a letter from my aunt, Aunt Lillian, the quiet one who'd sent that short email months before. Inside the envelope, folded neatly, was a photo. It was old, probably from the early 90s. Me, maybe 5 years old, sitting on the porch of the lake house in a plastic kiddie chair, holding a giant slice of watermelon with both hands. My mom was in the background, laughing at something out of frame. My dad was adjusting the old grill. And Candace, not more than 10, was handing me a napkin. On the back of the photo was a note in Aunt Lillian's loopy cursive. I found this in a drawer when I visited the house last week. Thought you might want to remember the good, too. I held that photo for a long time. Then I slid it into a drawer, not to forget it, not to cling to it, but just to remember that things weren't always black and white. People aren't just villains or victims. They're messy, complicated, capable of both love and cruelty in the same breath. And me? I wasn't the easy son anymore. I was the one who finally stood up. And that was enough. It had to be. My name is Thomas. I'm 32. And if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's that family can cut deeper than any stranger ever could. I've spent years building a career I'm proud of, working my way up from the lowest rung to a place I never thought I'd reach. But if you asked my dad about me, he wouldn't tell you any of that. He'd probably just shake his head and say I was still figuring things out, like I was some kind of aimless teenager instead of a grown man who's built something real. That's the thing about my dad. He's always been obsessed with appearances. Growing up, nothing I did ever seemed to measure up, not compared to my cousin Eric. Eric was the golden child, the one who played varsity sports, got into the right college, and always seemed to have the family's admiration. I wasn't jealous, at least, not anymore, but I knew exactly where I stood in the pecking order. If Eric sneezed, the family sent him tissues. If I got promoted, my dad would say, "That's nice, Thomas, but when are you going to do something really impressive?" So when the family reunion rolled around this year, I should have known something was coming. My dad called me a few days before the event, his voice dripping with that familiar mix of forced cheer and subtle disdain. "Thomas, he said. Maybe it's better if you sit this one out. Everyone's going to be there. And, well, your cousin's fiancé is flying in. He's an executive now, a real success story. I don't want you to feel overshadowed. I remember holding the phone to my ear, stunned. Not invited to my own family reunion? Because I might look small compared to someone else? I laughed at first, thinking he had to be joking. But when he didn't, the laugh died in my throat. I asked him straight out, so you're saying I shouldn't come because you think I'm a nobody compared to some guy marrying into the family? There was a pause, and then he sighed, like I was being unreasonable. Don't take it so personally, Thomas. It's just, well, we want the best impression for everyone. You know how it is. That was the moment the switch flipped inside me. I'd dealt with his condescension my whole life, brushed it off, buried myself in work, told myself it didn't matter. But this was different. He was cutting me out of my own family, dismissing me like I was an embarrassment he needed to hide. I told him fine. If that's how he felt, then he wouldn't have to worry about me showing up at all. I hung up before he could respond, my chest tight and my mind spinning. For days after, I couldn't shake it. I'd go to work, sit in my office, lead meetings, and all the while his words echoed in the back of my mind. You're a nobody. Funny thing was, I wasn't a nobody, not by a long shot. And the fiancé he was bragging about? Well, let's just say I knew him better than my dad could possibly imagine. But I'll get to that. Because before the reunion, before everything unfolded, there was this one moment that stuck with me. I was looking at an old photo album. My mom had sent me pictures when she was cleaning out the attic last year. There was a photo of me at 12, holding up a science fair ribbon with this big grin on my face. In the corner of the picture, you could see my dad clapping, but even then, even in that frozen moment, his smile looked strained. Like pride didn't come naturally when it came to me. I think that's when I realized this wasn't about Eric or the fiancé or anyone else. This was about him never being able to see me as enough. So when the reunion night finally came, I made a choice. My dad didn't want me there? Fine. But I had every right to show up, and more than that, I had a card up my sleeve that no one in that family gathering was expecting. And when I walked into that room, the look on my dad's face told me everything I needed to know. He wasn't just surprised I came. He was terrified of what might happen next. But that's getting ahead of myself. The real twist started when my cousin introduced her fiancé to the family. That's when everything shifted, and suddenly the ground my dad had been standing on for years wasn't as solid as he thought. When I walked through the door of the rented banquet hall where the reunion was held, the air shifted. The chatter dipped, forks clinked against plates, and then all eyes turned to me. I caught my dad's expression first. He froze mid-conversation with Eric, his mouth tightening like he'd just bitten into something sour. It was the kind of look you give when someone crashes a party they weren't invited to. Only this was my own family, and I wasn't crashing anything. Thomas, he said after a beat, his voice forced into a flat kind of politeness. I thought we talked about this. His tone wasn't welcoming. It was a warning. I shrugged like I hadn't noticed the tension. Yeah, we did. And I decided I'd come anyway. It's family, isn't it? That was when Eric swooped in, ever the golden boy. He threw an arm around me in that fake friendly way people do when they want to show off their magnanimity. Hey, Thomas. Glad you could make it, man. We were just talking about Daniel. You know, my fiancé. He's got this incredible new position. Vice president now, right, babe? He glanced over his shoulder, beaming like he'd just won the lottery. And there he was. Daniel, my cousin's fiancé. The same Daniel who, only 3 days earlier, had been sitting across from me in my office, nervously explaining why his division's numbers weren't adding up. The same Daniel who had to address me with, yes, sir, and of course, Mr. Reynolds. Because Daniel wasn't just some executive. He was my executive. And while my dad saw him as this untouchable success story, I knew better. I knew exactly how precarious Daniel's job was, and who held the power over it. But I didn't let that show, not yet. I kept my face neutral, even as the irony hit me square in the chest. Daniel extended his hand. Thomas, right? Eric's cousin. His smile was polished, the kind of practiced charm you wear to family events. I shook his hand firmly, maybe a little firmer than necessary, and said, yeah, we've met. If he recognized me in that moment, he didn't let on. But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty, like a shadow passing across his carefully curated image. Dinner was awkward. My dad had gone all out for Eric and Daniel, positioning them at the head of the table like royalty. People toasted to their bright future, and every compliment was another jab in my direction. My aunt gushed about how impressive it was that Daniel had landed such a prestigious role. "Not many people your age can say that," she said, her gaze sliding past me like I wasn't even worth addressing. At one point, my dad clinked his glass for attention. "Now, I don't want to embarrass anyone," he started, his eyes flicking briefly to me. "But I just want to say how proud I am of Eric and Daniel. They've really made something of themselves. It's the kind of success story we can all look up to." He paused, then chuckled lightly. "Some of us are still finding our way, but that's okay. We can't all be stars." The table laughed politely. I didn't. I felt my face heat, the old mix of shame and anger boiling up. It was the same script he'd used my whole life. Highlight someone else's success, minimize mine, and leave me sitting there invisible. I pushed my food around my plate, fighting the urge to stand up and walk out. But then Eric leaned in, lowering his voice just enough for me to hear over the clatter of cutlery. "Don't take it personally, Thomas. Dad just wants to celebrate us. You know how it is. You've got your thing going on, whatever it is." I stared at him, incredulous. My thing going on. That was how he described the company I had built from the ground up, the one that employed over 100 people and had landed contracts that Daniel's team now depended on. And then, as if the night hadn't humiliated me enough, my father added one final twist of the knife. "By the way, Thomas, I hope you don't mind, but we didn't set a place for you in the main seating. There's a smaller table in the back. You'll be more comfortable there." I looked over. Sure enough, tucked against the wall, away from the main circle of conversation, was a lonely table set for one. Like I was a child being sent to the kids' corner, or worse, an outsider not meant to be part of the group at all. My chest tightened, but I forced a smile. "That's fine," I said quietly, standing up and walking toward it. I could feel the eyes on me, some pitying, some smug. Even Daniel's brow furrowed, like maybe he was starting to realize just how low my family considered me. I sat down at that table, separated, humiliated, but not defeated. Because while my dad and the rest of them thought they'd put me in my place, what they didn't realize was that the real game hadn't even started yet. And the first cracks in their perfect little picture were about to show. From my little table against the wall, I had the perfect view of everyone else. They were laughing, toasting, clinking glasses like it was some royal banquet, while I sat with nothing but my plate of food that had already gone cold. I tried to focus on breathing, telling myself not to react, not to give my father the satisfaction of seeing me crack. But then, something happened that cut deeper than I expected. Dessert was being served when my mom stood up with a smile. She held out a small, wrapped box and walked straight toward Eric and Daniel. "We wanted you to have this," she said, her voice warm, proud. It belonged to Thomas's grandfather. He always said he'd pass it down to the one in the family who showed the most promise. I froze. My grandfather's watch. A vintage piece he'd worn every day of his life, the one I used to wind for him when I was a kid sitting on his lap. He used to say, "One day this will be yours, Thomas. You'll understand the value of hard work." And now, in front of everyone, my parents were handing it to Eric's fiancée. Not even Eric, Daniel, a man who wasn't even blood. I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest tightened, my vision blurred at the edges. That was supposed to be mine. I muttered under my breath, but no one heard. Or maybe they did, and they just chose to ignore it. Eric clapped Daniel on the back. "See, babe? Even Grandpa would have been proud of you." Daniel smiled awkwardly, clearly unsure what to say. He looked down at the box, then glanced at me across the room. For a split second, our eyes locked. His smile faltered, and I could tell. He knew. He knew the watch didn't belong in his hands, but he also knew this wasn't the time to make a scene. My dad noticed me staring. "Thomas," he said loudly, so the whole table turned to look. "Don't sulk. It's just a watch. Symbols like that belong with the ones who represent the family best. And let's be honest, you've always been different." The laughter that followed was softer this time, more hesitant. Even some of the relatives shifted uncomfortably, like they weren't sure this had gone too far. But for me, the damage was done. It wasn't just favoritism anymore. It was theft. Theft of something promised, something sacred. I swallowed hard, my throat burning. All those years of being overlooked, dismissed, pushed aside. This was the breaking point. Not because of the watch itself, but because of what it represented. It was the final stamp of disapproval, the undeniable statement that I was not, and never would be, enough in my father's eyes. I thought back to all the times I had stayed late at the office, building something real while everyone else in the family laughed about how boring I was. I thought of the countless nights I went home alone, too exhausted to do anything but fall into bed, while Eric flaunted his vacations and new cars. I had sacrificed, endured, and achieved. And yet here I was, being erased from my own family's legacy in favor of someone marrying into it. And the cruelest part? My father didn't even flinch. He stood tall, grinning, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. That was the moment something hardened inside me. Whatever connection I had left to them, snapped. If they wanted to treat me like an outsider, then fine. I'd play the role. But I wasn't going to stay quiet anymore. I leaned back in my chair, forcing myself to appear calm, even as my hands trembled under the table. Across the room, Daniel still hadn't put on the watch. His fingers hovered over the box like it was a live wire. He kept sneaking glances at me, his forehead creased. He knew something wasn't right. And when he finally put the pieces together, who I was, where we stood, things were going to get very, very interesting. Because my family thought they had broken me that night. What they didn't know was that the betrayal had only given me fuel, and the game I was about to play would make their favoritism look like child's play. The rest of the night blurred together, but the sting of that moment with the watch clung to me like a shadow. I stayed at my little table while the celebration carried on without me, laughter bouncing off the walls as if I weren't even there. People passed by with plates of food, fresh drinks, slices of cake, yet no one stopped to ask if I wanted any. It was as if the empty seat at their main table symbolized my place in the family. Invisible, disposable. I kept my composure, but inside I was unraveling. Every time I heard my dad raise his glass for yet another toast to Eric and Daniel, it felt like a reminder that I wasn't wanted. Not as a son, not as a cousin, not as part of this family at all. The watch was gone, my seat was gone, and maybe, if I was honest with myself, the illusion that I still belonged was gone too. At one point, my mom came by, not to comfort me, but to ask if I could be a little less stiff so people wouldn't think I was sulking. Her words stung worse than I expected. I managed a tight smile and said nothing. What could I say? That I had been humiliated in front of everyone I grew up with? That something sacred had been stolen from me? Not just the watch, but the respect I had always longed for? I slipped out onto the balcony to get some air, away from the clinking glasses and false cheer. The night was cool, and the faint hum of crickets in the distance was almost soothing. For a moment, I thought about leaving altogether, just walking to my car, driving home, and letting them keep their twisted version of family. No confrontation, no drama, no revenge. Just silence. But as I stood there, staring at the dark stretch of road beyond the parking lot, I realized silence was exactly what they counted on from me. My father had spent years conditioning me to shrink myself, to accept being overlooked. And this reunion, with its staged humiliation, was the culmination of that. If I walked away now, I'd be proving him right. Still, I didn't rush back inside. I needed time to think, to breathe, to collect myself. The truth about Daniel was still burning in the back of my mind, but I knew I couldn't reveal it yet. Not in anger, not when my emotions were raw. If I lashed out too soon, I'd look bitter, petty, the way my dad had always painted me. So I stayed on the balcony, staring at the lights inside the hall, listening to the muffled sound of my family celebrating without me. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to admit the pain out loud, even if only to the night air. They'll never see me, I whispered. Not unless I make them. And that's when the shift happened. Beneath the ache in my chest, a cold clarity began to form. If they couldn't see me as someone worth respecting, then I would show them in a way they couldn't ignore. Not with yelling, not with desperate pleas for approval, but with quiet, deliberate action. When I finally walked back into the hall, no one seemed to notice. They were too busy cheering as Eric and Daniel posed for pictures, holding up glasses of champagne. My father's arm was draped proudly around Eric's shoulder, his face glowing with satisfaction. I sat back at my table in silence, my expression calm. But inside, something had hardened. That night, I drove home later than I intended. The roads were empty, my headlights cutting through the dark. The ache of betrayal still lingered, but underneath it, I felt a new kind of resolve. My family thought they had pushed me down to rock bottom, but what they didn't realize was that rock bottom makes a solid foundation to build something unshakable. And as for Daniel, well, he wasn't going to stay just my cousin's fiancé for long. Soon, everyone would know exactly who he answered to, and what that meant for the family that had cast me aside. The week after the reunion, I buried myself in work, not out of obligation, but out of sheer determination. I'd already built something strong, but now it felt different, personal. Every hour I spent reviewing contracts, every decision I made for the company, every late night I stayed in my office with the city skyline glowing through the windows, it was all fuel. My father's words, that bitter dismissal of me as a nobody, echoed in my head. And instead of crushing me, they became a drumbeat I marched to. The truth was, my company had been thriving long before the reunion. Years of sweat, setbacks, and stubborn persistence had paid off. We'd landed deals with firms my dad couldn't even pronounce, and our profits had tripled in the past 18 months. I'd gone from begging banks for loans to sitting in boardrooms with investors who hung on my every word. But I had never flaunted it, not to my family, not to anyone. I thought my success would speak for itself someday. That night at the reunion proved me wrong. If I wanted them to see, I had to show them directly. Ironically, Daniel gave me the opening I needed. His division had been underperforming for months. I knew it, he knew it, and sooner or later, the rest of the board would know it too. At the reunion, when he accepted that watch with shaky hands, I could tell he realized there was more between us than my family suspected. And if he didn't then, he certainly would when the next quarterly review came around. Meanwhile, my own life outside of work was starting to look different. For once, I stopped trying to earn my family's approval and began focusing on people who actually valued me. A few close friends, colleagues who respected what I built, even a mentor I hadn't spoken to in years. All of them reminded me that worth isn't measured by blood ties or parental praise. It's measured by the life you carve out for yourself, piece by piece. There were small but powerful victories. Signing a multi-million-dollar contract with a client that Daniel's team had been courting for months. Seeing my company's name splashed across a major business magazine, with my face on the cover. Walking into meetings where people stood to shake my hand first. Each success was like a quiet strike against the years of belittlement. And yet, I didn't brag. I didn't call my dad and wave it in his face. I let it build, steady and undeniable, like a storm gathering on the horizon. My father thought Daniel was the crown jewel of the family, the example everyone should follow. Soon, they would all see the truth, that Daniel's polished exterior hid cracks, and that I, the son they had written off, was the one holding all the real power. Late one night, sitting in my office, I caught myself staring at the city lights again. I remembered that moment on the balcony at the reunion, whispering that they'd never see me unless I made them. I realized then that I wasn't just planning a reveal, I was preparing a reckoning, one they wouldn't be able to laugh off or dismiss as me still finding my way. Because the irony was too perfect, my father had paraded Daniel as the pinnacle of success, not realizing Daniel's entire career now rested on my decisions. And the higher I rose, the clearer it became. If Daniel faltered, if his numbers slipped, if his polished charm failed to cover his mistakes, well, it wouldn't just be his job on the line. It would be my father's pride. His golden pedestal would crumble. I didn't rush it. That was the hardest part, patience. But with every success, every subtle shift in power, I felt myself moving closer to the moment I'd been waiting for. And when it came, I knew it wouldn't just be about Daniel. It would be about all of them, my father, my cousin, every relative who had looked at me like I didn't belong. They'd see exactly who the nobody had become. It started small, the kind of cracks you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for them. Daniel's division kept slipping, missed targets, bloated budgets, client complaints brushed under the rug. At first, he smoothed things over with his usual polished charm, the same easy smile he'd worn at the reunion. But charm only carries you so far in business. Numbers don't care about charisma. And I was the one who got the reports first. By the second quarter review, the board was restless. Daniel presented his slides confidently, but I saw the sweat at his collar, the way his voice tightened on certain figures. When the room emptied afterward, one of the board members leaned toward me and said, "You'll need to keep a close eye on him. His leash can't get much longer." I nodded calmly, hiding the spark of satisfaction burning inside me. That night, I went home and pulled out the old photo album my mom had given me again. I stared at the picture of me and my grandfather, the one with the ribbon. The memory of the watch still cut deep, but now it served as a reminder. My father had thought he could rewrite family legacy by handing that watch to Daniel. What he didn't know was that I held the real inheritance, power, influence, and the final say over whether Daniel's career sank or swam. The setup came faster than I expected. A client Daniel's team had been struggling with reached out directly to me, frustrated with delays. It was the kind of call that bypasses excuses and lands squarely in leadership's lap. I took the meeting personally, assured them of our company's commitment, and closed the deal within a week. The client was happy, the contract was saved, but Daniel's failure was plain for everyone to see. It wasn't just business, though. A cousin of mine mentioned casually that Eric and Daniel were planning to host a family dinner soon, a smaller follow-up to the reunion. They want to celebrate Daniel's achievements, she said. I smiled politely, but inside, I knew this was it. The perfect stage. Another night of my father showering Daniel with praise, blind to the fact that his star was hanging by a thread, and that thread was in my hands. Still, I didn't rush. I played my role carefully, the quiet professional who didn't boast. I let Daniel sweat through another month of shaky reports. Let my father gush at every family gathering about how lucky Eric was to have found such a successful fiancé. All the while, I gathered information, client feedback, financial discrepancies, even a few questionable expense reports that Daniel had signed off on. I wasn't going to use them recklessly, but I kept them tucked away, knowing that one day soon, they might tip the balance. Then came the board notice, an emergency performance review for Daniel's division. I'd been asked to oversee it personally. The timing couldn't have been better. Family dinner was the following weekend. I sat in my office late one evening, the city quiet outside my window, and thought about my father's words at the reunion. Some of us are still finding our way. I smiled to myself. No, I wasn't finding my way anymore. I'd already found it. And now, I was preparing to show them. Because soon, when my family gathered again to celebrate Daniel, they'd see the truth with their own eyes. And this time, it wouldn't be me sitting in the corner at the kids' table. It would be Daniel, if he was lucky enough to have a seat at all. The family dinner was smaller than the reunion, but just as polished. Eric had rented out a private dining room in an upscale restaurant downtown. White tablecloths, soft lighting, waiters gliding around with bottles of wine. Everyone arrived dressed to impress, and just like before, Daniel was the centerpiece. My dad beamed as he shook his hand at the door, clapping him on the back like he was the son he wished he'd had. "Thomas," my father said when he saw me, his smile tightening. "Didn't expect you here." "I wouldn't miss it," I replied smoothly. My voice was calm, even pleasant, but inside I was steadying myself. Tonight wasn't about anger. It was about precision. I took my seat and listened as the evening unfolded. Toasts, laughter, endless praise for Daniel's success. My aunt leaned across the table at one point and whispered, "You should take notes, Thomas. Daniel's career is the kind of path anyone would be lucky to follow." I just smiled and nodded, letting the words roll off me. Halfway through the meal, Eric stood up to make a speech. He went on about how proud he was of Daniel, how his fiancée was a role model not just for him, but for the whole family. My father applauded loudly, calling out, "Hear, hear." Everyone raised their glasses. And that was when I decided it was time. I waited for the room to settle, then leaned forward slightly. "Speaking of Daniel's career," I said, my voice carrying just enough for everyone to hear, "there's something you should all know." The table quieted. Daniel stiffened, his fork frozen halfway to his plate. My father frowned. "Thomas, this isn't the time for one of your interruptions." "Oh, I think it's the perfect time," I said calmly. "You've all gone on about Daniel's accomplishments. But what none of you seem to realize is that Daniel works for me." The silence that followed was heavy, almost physical. Forks clinked against plates, chairs shifted. My cousin blinked in confusion. "Wait, what?" Daniel cleared his throat. "He's exaggerating," he tried to say, forcing a laugh. "I don't work for him." I cut him off, still calm, still steady. "Daniel is a vice president in my company. His division has been under review for underperformance. Which, I suppose, makes me not such a nobody after all." My father's face drained of color. He looked from me to Daniel, then back again, his mouth opening and closing like he couldn't quite form words. My mother set down her glass, her hand trembling slightly. Around the table, whispers started to ripple. Daniel tried to recover. That's not entirely fair. The numbers. I raised a hand. No need to explain here. We'll be addressing the numbers at the board meeting next week. But since you've all made such a show of celebrating Daniel's success, I thought you might want to know the truth. His position is precarious, and whether he keeps it or not is entirely up to me. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't gloat. I simply laid out the facts, clear and undeniable. And the effect was more powerful than any outburst could have been. Eric's smile collapsed. My father looked like he'd been slapped. My aunt, who'd told me to take notes, sat frozen, her cheeks flushed. And Daniel looked like a man whose mask had been ripped away in front of a crowd. I leaned back in my chair, sipping my wine. So, Dad, tell me again. I said quietly enough that only those closest could hear. Who's the nobody? And that was when the room truly shifted. The silence that hung over the table after my words was almost unbearable. You could hear the faint hum of the restaurant staff outside the closed doors, the clink of silverware in distant rooms. But at our table, nothing. Just the stunned faces of my family, staring at me as if I'd turned into someone they'd never met before. Eric was the first to break. Wait, this has to be some kind of joke, right? His voice cracked, and he looked from Daniel to me, desperate for reassurance. Daniel's face was pale, his jaw tight. It's not exactly how it sounds, he muttered. But no one bought it. The damage was already done. My father leaned forward, his face reddening, his voice sharp. Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you ever say? I cut him off, calm as ever. Because it never mattered to you. You didn't care who I was or what I built. You only cared how I compared to Eric or to whoever else you thought made you look good. I stopped trying to prove myself to you years ago. Tonight was just about letting you see what you've been blind to all along. He sat back, stunned into silence. Across the table, my aunt whispered, "Oh my," while my uncle cleared his throat and looked down at his plate, clearly embarrassed for ever joining in my father's mockery. Even my mother, always so quick to defend him, couldn't meet my eyes. She stared at her napkin instead, twisting it in her hands. Daniel tried to salvage what little dignity he had left. Look, I may work under Thomas, but that doesn't change who I am. But Eric slammed his glass down, his face red with humiliation. It changes everything. You've been parading around this family like you're some untouchable success, and all this time you've been lying by omission. Do you know how ridiculous this makes me look? The brothers' argument spiraled quickly, Eric blaming Daniel, Daniel trying to deflect. My father, for once, didn't jump in to save Eric. He just sat there, staring at me with a hollow expression, like he didn't recognize me. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he'd never really tried to. I didn't stay for dessert. I stood, placed my napkin neatly on the table, and said, "Thank you for dinner. I think I've seen enough." I could feel every pair of eyes on me as I walked to the door. Daniel was sweating. Eric's face was buried in his hands. My father sat frozen in humiliation, and my mother looked like she might cry. As I pushed the door open, I paused and glanced back just once. "You spent years telling me I was a nobody," I said, my voice steady. "Turns out, the only people who didn't see me were you." And then I left, the door closing softly behind me. That night, driving home through the quiet streets, I felt something lift off my chest. The weight of their disapproval, the years of chasing validation, it was gone. They could keep their empty toasts, their favoritism, their shallow praise. I had my own life, my own success, and finally, the truth was undeniable. The next week, Daniel's division was formally placed under my direct oversight. His title remained on paper, but his power was gone. At family gatherings after that, the tone shifted. No more digs, no more dismissive comments. If anything, they were careful now, tiptoeing around me, unsure of what to say. But I didn't need their approval anymore. That night at the dinner had been my closure. Because in the end, revenge wasn't about humiliating them. It was about reclaiming myself. And as I looked at the city lights from my office window, I thought about my father's words at the reunion. Some of us are still finding our way. I smiled. I've already found mine.